Story 1 of Stories Weird and Wonderful. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Colleen McMahon. Stories Weird and Wonderful by J.E. Muddock. Story 1. The Strange Story of Major Weir. The craze for supplanting old things with new is responsible for much vandalism. While the modern besom of reform has swept away some of the most picturesque buildings in all our large cities, even the eerie things that stalked the land during the hours of darkness, and only fled back to their abodes of gloom and mystery as the cocks crew and the glimmering dawn began to assert itself, have been exorcised from their accustomed haunts by the joiner's saw and the bricklayer's trowel, and many a once familiar spirit that made our grandparents' flesh creep is known no more. Nothing, perhaps, that ever came from the unseen world was better known up to 1878 than the ghosts of the terrible Major Weir and his awful sister Griselle. For over 200 years they haunted, to the terror of the neighborhood, the scenes so familiar to them while on earth, and there was hardly an inhabitant of the region around the historical West Bow in Edinburgh who had not at some time or other seen the ghosts of the wicked Major or his infamous sister. The dark and grim alley that led to the house so long the residence of the Major and Griselle when they were in the flesh was passed with a shudder. Boys and girls avoided it as they would a nest of serpents, and when darkness had fallen, the man or woman was hardly to be found who would have ventured down that accursed passage. For strange apparitions, like black and silent shadows, flitted about, and though the Major's house had long been tenantless, for no one could be induced to live in such a place, unearthly noises echoed through its decaying chambers at night, and lights that came from no earthly gas or candles gleamed from the begrimed windows. And sometimes, when a belated traveler, nervously wending his way homeward, passed the haunted alley, he has been suddenly almost turned to stone with horror by observing a headless, coal-black horse of gigantic proportions, with blood and fire streaming from its neck, issue forth, ridden by the grinning spectre of Major Weir, though in a few moments horse and rider would suddenly vanish in a whirlwind of blue flame. Anything more frightful than this apparition could not be imagined, and yet it was by no means uncommon, and sometimes the inhabitants of the Bow, when peacefully sleeping in their beds, were aroused by the thundering of a ponderous coach drawn by 6 fiery steeds at full gallop. It came up the Lawn Market, shook the very foundations of the solid houses in the Bow as it tore along to the head of the terrible close, as alleys are called in Scotland, where it paused for a few minutes, and then thundered back again, leaving behind it sheets of flame and an overpowering smell of sulphur. Strange as it may sound now, this equipage was driven by the Evil One himself, who came to take back the Major and his sister after they had spent a night's leave of absence in their former earthly abode. All this changed, however, for in 1878 the Improvement Commission of Edinburgh, with ruthless hand, improved the Major's house and the dreadful close off the face of the earth forever, and the disgusted ghosts walked no more. But who was Major Weir, some may ask? Well, he was a native of Kirktown in Lanarkshire, and was born about the beginning of the 16th century. His mother was a sorceress of great repute, and it was only natural she should, at an early stage of his career, initiate her son into the mysteries of the black art. This did not prevent him, however, from becoming a soldier, for in 1641 we find he was a lieutenant in the Scottish army that was sent by the Covenanters to Ireland to protect the Ulster settlers. In this capacity he saw considerable service, being present at the storming of Carrickfergus and the sanguinary battle of Benburb. During this battle he was furiously attacked by a native armed with a formidable pike, with which he made a tremendous lunge at his foe, but at that moment a great black hand came out of space, seized the pike, and hurled it away, and so startled was the native by this remarkable apparition that he fell down in a fit and expired. For his Irish services Weir received promotion, and became a major. Soon afterwards he was appointed to the command of the Guard of Edinburgh, and in that capacity he had charge of the military arrangements during the execution of the great Montrose. He was a striking-looking man, powerfully built, and had a massive, sullen, repellent sort of face. His eyes were small, but burned like jets of fire, while his hair was coal-black. On being appointed to his command in Edinburgh, he took up his lodgings in the house in the West Bow, and that house was destined to bear the most evil of reputations ever after. His sister Griselle, as remarkable-looking a woman as he was a man, came to reside with him, and this strange couple began then to hold direct intercourse with the Prince of Darkness, who presented the Major with an ebony staff that bestowed upon its possessor extraordinary powers of eloquence. The night on which the Unholy One and Major Weir made their compact in the Major's house, the elements were disturbed in such a manner that the oldest inhabitant could remember nothing like it. An intense gloom enveloped the city, and from out the piled-up masses of clouds there suddenly leapt sheets of flame, followed by peals of thunder that shook the solid earth and caused many women and children to die of fright. Then ensued a deluge of rain that flooded the streets and drowned hundreds of cattle and sheep grazing in the fields. Many houses were struck by lightning, as well as people, and the destruction and distress caused by this most awful storm were tremendous. During the time that the storm was at its height, a strange little old man, enveloped in a large black cloak, appeared in the Major's room. Where he came from, or how he got in it, is impossible to say. It is equally impossible to tell precisely what passed between this little old man, who announced himself as the Prince of Darkness, and the Major and his sister. But this much at least is known, that the Prince handed the Major an ebony staff, telling him that slave never obeyed his master so well as that staff would obey him. It would fetch and carry, confer upon him extraordinary eloquence, and render him invulnerable to everything except a single burn. The Prince advised the Major to devote himself to praying and expounding, as that would give him great influence with the people, and was the surest way to worldly advancement. Accordingly, we find it stated in Fraser's MS, in the Advocate's Library at Edinburgh, that he, Weir, became so notoriously regarded among the Presbyterian sect that if four met together, be sure that Major Weir was one. At private meetings he prayed to admiration, which made many of that stamp court his converse. He never married, but lived in a private house with his sister Griselle Weir. Many resorted to his house to join with him and to hear him pray, but it was observed that he could not officiate in any holy duty without the black staff or rod in his hand and leaning upon it, which made those who heard him pray admire his power of prayer, his ready extemporary expression, his heavenly gesture, so that he was thought more an angel than a man, and was termed by some of the holy sisters ordinarily Angelical Thomas. In spite, however, of this outward show of sanctity, the Major was engaged in wizardry that was truly astonishing, while his inner life was darkened by crimes of the most repulsive kind. On one occasion, having conceived a dislike to two of his neighbors, a man and woman who had given him some offense, he invited them to supper. During the meal he summoned his master the devil, who appeared in his most horrifying aspect. When the guests saw this frightful apparition, they both went raving mad, and Satan then touched them on the forehead and killed them. Where he touched them was a large blue mark, and as soon as they were dead he whisked them through the window and laid them side by side at the top of the close, where they were found next morning. The discovery caused great consternation in the bow, and the strange blue mark on the forehead of each corpse convinced people that something uncanny had caused their death, though what that was never known until the terrible Major himself confessed years afterwards. At length, however, retribution was to overtake this very wicked man and his equally wicked sister. After a long course of iniquity, and when he was verging on 70 years of age, the Major fell seriously ill. This illness had such an effect upon his mind that he made open confession of his wickedness and of his compact with the fiend. So astounding and seemingly incredible was the story he told that Sir Andrew Ramsay of Abbotshall, who was Lord Provost of Edinburgh from 1662 to 1673, refused at first to order his arrest. But to such a pitch of furiousness rose the outcry against the wizard and his sister, that at last the provost had them conveyed to the toll booth, together with the magic ebony staff. One of the bailies was then sent to search the major's house, and amongst other things he found a quantity of money wrapped up in pieces of cloth. A scrap of this cloth was inadvertently cast on the fire, when it caused a tremendous report that was heard all over the bow. The money was taken by the magistrate to his own house, but no sooner had he arrived than the pieces flew out of the bag in which they were being carried, and banged themselves about, smashing windows and furniture to fragments, and it was only when the baillie and his appalled family offered up a prayer that the demoniacal money flew up the chimney and was seen no more. While lying in prison waiting to be tried, the major seems to have become still more conscience-stricken, so that he made the most astounding revelations, and the sensation these revelations caused throughout Edinburgh was immense. People could hardly believe that such things could be possible. Of course, the confession only served to seal his doom still more surely, and when, on April 9, 1670, he was brought before the Justiciary Court, the verdict was a foregone conclusion. He and his sister, however, were duly tried, and the major was sentenced to be strangled and burned between Edinburgh and Leith, while Grizel was to be hanged in the Grassmarket. As soon as he was conveyed back to prison, he was earnestly urged to pray to heaven for pardon. But according to Law's Memorials, he exclaimed, "Torment me no more. I am tormented enough already." He strenuously declined to see a clergyman. In due course he was brought out for execution, and as he was placed over the fire with the rope around his neck, some pious people urged him to say, "Lord, be merciful to me." But he replied fiercely, "Let me alone. I will not say anything of the kind. I have lived as a beast and must die like a beast." As soon as he had been strangled, his body was cast into the fire along with his ebony staff, and the horror and amazement of the spectators may be imagined when they saw this remarkable staff twist and turn about and perform the most extraordinary contortions, and all the time uttering strange sounds. Nor did it disappear until the last vestige of the major's body had been consumed. Though even then the stick was not burnt, but it leapt high up above the flames and vanished from the sight of the appalled spectators. As soon as the major had been disposed of, his sister was prepared for execution. But when told of her brother's death, she fell to raving in the most horrible manner, and she vowed that not only was she a sorceress, but that her mother before her had been a witch. She also declared that she and her brother had been in direct communication with the devil, who, on one occasion, had taken them for a drive in a fiery chariot drawn by headless horses, and in broad daylight. As soon as she was brought to the place of execution, she began rending her clothes, saying that she wanted to die with all the shame she could. Like her brother, she refused to pray, and scoffed at those who tried to induce her to repent. Let it not be supposed, however, that although the woman had been strangled, and the man strangled and burnt, that these people had been got rid of. Oh dear, no! For the very night following their execution, the major's house was observed to be brilliantly lighted up. From every window light gleamed, and such light, too, utterly unlike anything the citizens were accustomed to. But this was not all. For from the house issued roars of laughter, eldritch screams, and wild shouts of revel. All night long the inhabitants of the Bow heard the thunder of invisible chariot wheels either going to or coming from the major's house, and now and again great sheets of blue flame shot out of the grim close that gave access to the major's door. These revels were kept up till daylight began to dawn, and then the frightened neighbors saw that the lights in the house faded out, and the shouts of the revelers were hushed. A few nights later, a woman was proceeding through the Bow carrying a lantern. She was going to visit a sick neighbor, and had a little basket on her arm filled with delicacies. As she reached the top of the dreaded close, her basket and lantern were whisked away from her, and then she was frozen with horror, as she beheld standing in the mouth of the close the well-known form of Grizel Weir. She appeared, however, to be of enormous stature, and was grinning horribly. This dreadful sight caused the poor woman to fall down in a fit, and she was found some time later and conveyed to her home. But when she recovered from the fit, she related all that she had seen, and soon after she lost her reason owing to the shock she had received. For a week or two after this, nothing was observed either in the close or the Major's house, which was shunned by everyone. But at last, one night the neighbors heard a sound as of some tremendous body rushing through the air. On looking out of their windows, they beheld a gigantic black horse bearing on its back Major Weir. The animal's eyes were great balls of fire, and fire streamed from its nostrils. On reaching the close, this mysterious steed stopped, and the Major alighted, and instantly the close was filled with strange beings, each one carrying a torch, while a wild shout greeted the Major's arrival. Then once more was the house illuminated from top to bottom, and presently, to the horror of those who were witnesses of this remarkable occurrence, a window in the Major's house was opened, and a headless body was flung out and alighted with a sickening thud on the pavement. 5 minutes later, from another window, a head was flung after the body, and all night long these ghastly objects lay on the pavement, for no one who had witnessed the sickening sight dared to leave his house. When the day dawned, however, people hurried down and informed the authorities of what they had seen. The head and the body were at once secured, but who the person was, no one of the many hundreds of people who saw the remains was able to recognize. The head had been cut off so evenly that there was not a jag to be seen. No sooner had the citizens recovered from this horror before a fresh one was in store for them. Again, one night, unearthly sounds were heard. There was laughter such as no mortal ever uttered, and shrill screams that human throats were incapable of. And when the scared neighbors ventured to peer out, they saw that every window of the Major's house was wide open, and at each window was a grinning skeleton, the eyeless sockets being filled with balls of blue flame. The whole thing was hideous and appalling, and no wonder that some of those that were eyewitnesses lost their reason. But probably the most appalling sight of all was that which was witnessed by Mistress Margaret Donaldson and her maid. This good lady was of exceeding piety and had great renown for truthfulness, while her maid was a most virtuous woman and had been in Mistress Donaldson's service for over 20 years. The lady was a widow, very comely and much sought after by the beaux of the period. Her husband had been a barber and a very industrious man, and having accumulated some money, he was enabled to leave his widow very comfortably off. And as it was believed it was her money and not herself that was sought after, she turned a deaf ear to her many sighing suitors and resolved to keep the memory of her departed green. Now it happened that Mistress Donaldson had a very intimate friend in the person of Mistress Williamson, also a widow, who resided in the Bow, and not very far from the haunted house of Major Weir. One afternoon Mistress Williamson invited a few select friends, including Mistress Donaldson, to drink a dish of hot spiced ale and discuss the current topics of the day. Mistress Donaldson, accompanied by her maid Jessie, proceeded to her friend's house about 4 o'clock in the afternoon of a November day. The ladies enjoyed themselves for 2 or 3 hours with much gossip, and did not consume more than 3 dishes of ale each. About 7 of the clock Mistress Donaldson prepared to depart. At that time a thick mist enveloped the city, and a small rain was descending. The lady put on her pattens and wrapped her cloak about her, and then, preceded by Jessie, who carried the lantern, started for her home. Her route passed that grim and mysterious close which led to the Major's house. On reaching the head of the close, the frightened maid suddenly whispered to her mistress, "God guard us, for I declare this is Major Weir's close." She had scarcely spoken the words when she uttered a piercing scream and cried out, "Oh, oh, somebody has got hold of me!" Her mistress rebuked her for what she termed her frivolity, and told her that the small dish of beer with the few drops of brandy that she had partaken of before starting, to keep the fog from affecting her throat, must have gone to her head. But in a few moments the good lady herself cried out, "Lash me if there isn't a arm around my own waist!" Instantly the 2 women were whirled round and round in a mad gallop, and the maid's lantern went flying up through the air. Then they were both whirled at a giddy pace down the awful close. The door of the Major's house was flung open, and a great blaze of blinding light streamed forth. The unseen partners of the 2 women, who were now almost dead with fright, lifted them into the passage, and the door closed with a bang. Upstairs they were carried to the great room, which was illuminated as for a ball, and here, exhausted and frightened out of their wits, they sank down onto a stool. But now they were to behold the most appalling sight ever seen by human eyes. the door at the end of the room was suddenly opened with a clang, and Major Weir and his awful sister appeared, escorted by the Prince of Darkness, who bowed with great politeness to the maid and mistress. Following this strange trio trooped in 50 pairs of skeletons, arm in arm. Anything more ghastly than this little army of grinning, chapless skeletons could not be conceived by the brain of man. The luckless women seemed to turn to stone with horror, and yet though they were deadly cold, the perspiration streamed from them. At a given signal, the skeletons, together with the Major and his sister, arranged themselves for a minuet. Then strange and unearthly music struck up from some unseen orchestra, and the skeletons, having bowed to each other, began to dance, the Major and his sister leading the way. The rattling of the bones of these fleshless dancers was horrible, and made the blood of the women curdle in their veins. Presently the minuet ceased, and the dancers formed themselves for a reel. 2 skeletons, to the terror of the women, approached them, and seizing them round the waist, lifted them into the center of the room. Then the music struck up again, and the dance of death began. It was awful. Round and round the room flew the skeletons in one awful mad stampede, their bones rattling in time to the strange music, and their fleshless jaws clicking and snapping as if these tenants of the grave were roaring with laughter. The Major and his sister seemed to be everywhere. They whirled round and round like a maelstrom, and with amazing rapidity, while the evil one sat on a high chair at the end of the room, and appeared to enjoy the spectacle. How long the infernal revels were kept up, the unfortunate women could not say. All they knew was that quite suddenly the dancers stood stock still. The lights went out, the maid and her mistress were carried downstairs through the doorway along the close and deposited on the pavement, where they became unconscious through the shock they had received, and where they were found in the dawn by the watch. They were at once conveyed home, and poor Mrs. Donaldson took to her bed, for that awful scene had been too much for her. A raging fever ensued, and in a week she was dead, but before dying she gave to the clergyman who attended her a circumstantial account of the ghastly ball at which she had been present, and this account was corroborated in every detail by the maid. It is needless to say that after this Major Weir's house was more shunned than ever, and for 100 years it remained without an earthly tenant, though it was haunted all that time by the Major and his ghostly companions. At length the unfortunate owner, who had been unable to either let or sell his property, determined to try and obtain a tenant who might for a time sit rent-free, in order to break the fearful spell that had so long hung over the accursed place. At length such a tenant was found in one William Patullo and his wife. Patullo had been a soldier, and was a very wild, reckless, and somewhat dissipated man. He was wont to declare that he did not care for either man or devil, and the prospect of getting a house rent-free induced him to accept the owner's offer. When it had become known that at last a tenant had been found for the haunted house of Major Weir, the excitement in the town was immense, and Patullo was looked upon with extraordinary interest. At length he and his spouse removed to their new quarters, but their very first night's experience deterred them and everyone else from ever again making the experiment. The honest man and his wife had not been long in bed before a remarkable phosphorescent glow seemed to pervade the room, and a noise that had no counterpart in earthly noises fell on the affrighted ears of the new tenants. Then, with eyeballs almost starting from their heads with terror, they beheld a gigantic beast, having a resemblance in form to a calf, but without a head. This strange creature put its 2 forepaws on the stock of the bed and reared upright in all its ghastly headlessness, great streams of blood spouting from its neck. The woman fainted, and the man was spellbound, but presently he was enabled to murmur a prayer for protection, and then the frightful and appalling vision vanished. Next day, as soon as ever it was light, the rash pair quitted the place, and no attempt was ever afterwards made to inhabit it. Footnote: Scotch readers will know that this is not fiction, and English ones may be told that it is absolutely true that for 150 years Major Weir's house remained tenantless save by its evil spirits, though over and over again it was offered to people for nothing. But a curse had fallen upon it, and nothing could remove that curse until at last the Improvement Commission rooted the place up, crop and stone, thus purging it from its evil reputation, and banishing forever the ghosts of the wicked Major Weir and his terrible sister. End of footnote. End of Story 1. Recorded by Colleen McMahon.
Story 2 of Stories Weird and Wonderful. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Stories Weird and Wonderful by J.E. Muddock. Story 2. The White Witch of the River, a Clyde legend. Many, many years ago, long before Helensburgh on the River Clyde had grown into the important place that it is now, when in fact it was only a primitive fishing village, whose inhabitants knew little of the world beyond their own doors. There dwelt there an honest fisher lad named Robin Rennie. He had been a fisher all his days, as his father and grandfather had before him, and no more fearless boatman existed in that part of the country. He was of an adventurous turn of mind too, and had explored the lonely Loch Long, Loch Goil, the Gareloch and the Holy Loch, which, as all travellers by the Clyde know, run north from the river, with the exception of the Holy Loch, which trends west and back into the mountains. Wild and mysterious were these regions in those days, for the iron horse had not broken the solitudes of mountain and moorland, where the lordly eagle still held sway, and the hill fox reared her cubs in peace. In fact, so wondrous wild the whole might seem, the scenery of a fairy dream. And many indeed were the strange stories that were told of beings, not of mortal mould, who roamed about in these mountain fastnesses. Robin in his wanderings had often seen some of these creatures, and at night round the turf fire, when the wind whistled shrilly about the cottages with their thatched roofs, he was wont to tell eerie stories to his awestruck companions, who listened with open eyes and gaping mouths until their hair rose on end and the blood curdled in their veins. The simple folk, in fact, used to say that there was something uncanny about Robin himself, and it was a common belief that he had made some unholy compact with the evil spirits that haunted the lochs and the gloomy glens. One thing is certain: he would start off alone on the darkest night, and with his boat penetrate up one or other of the lochs, and would return when day broke with his boat laden with fish. Now, is it not certain that to do this he must have had supernatural aid? At least that is what the simple villagers thought and even said. Then again, he often journeyed to the wondrous wild Loch Long, and would sometimes be absent 2 and 3 days together. When he was asked how he found shelter during his absence in such an inhospitable place, he replied that he lived in the ruins of Carrick Castle. Well, indeed might his listeners shudder when they heard this, for no man residing in the neighbourhood would have had the hardihood to doubt that Carrick Castle was a haunt of ghouls and spirits. Loch Long runs for nearly 18 miles, trending north and east, but halfway it is joined by Loch Goil, which trends to the west, and Carrick Castle frowns on the gloomy loch from a lofty crag, and many a stirring scene of bloodshed has it witnessed. Loch Goil is merely a narrow arm of the sea, at its broadest point not exceeding a mile, while the rocky sides are rent with many a seam and in places so steep as to be inaccessible, and the peaks that tower above reach at their highest points 2,000 to 2,500 feet. Midway up this rock-bound strip of water stands the castle, that in some far-off time must have been a place of immense strength, and was so in fact down to 1685, when a body of wild hill men, instigated by the personal enemies of the Marquis of Argyll, to whom the stronghold then belonged, swept down from the mountains when the place was undefended, and with fire and rams turned it into a blackened ruin, so that it was said when referring to the Argylls, "Their old castle Carrick is peeled to its walls, and fleshless things grin in its once lordly halls." Time dealt kindly with the ruin, clothing its blackened walls with ivy and lichen, but the raven and the night owl made it their abode, and strange spirits revelled there. Yet to this place Robin Rennie was in the habit of going, and passing 2 or 3 days at a time. And it was whispered that it was in this ghostly ruin he had made his fearsome compact, whereby he was enabled to fill his boat with fish when other fishers were afraid to put to sea. What the compact stipulated he should give in return for this privilege was not stated. Rennie had the reputation of being well off, and he was the sole support of his widowed mother and a crippled brother. He had built a neat cottage that stood facing the river, and was the best cottage in all the village. He was a fine stalwart young man, and not bad looking, although he had such a peculiar expression about his steel-grey eyes that some folk shunned him as being possessed of the evil eye. Notwithstanding the reputation he had thus acquired, there were plenty of girls in the village who would have jumped at him, had he but given them the slightest encouragement. But strange to say, he seemed to shun all female society, though there were those in the village who were ready to affirm most solemnly that they had seen him occasionally in the gloaming seated in his boat, accompanied by a most beautiful woman, dressed all in white, who was known as the White Witch of the river. She was a being of radiant beauty, with hair like a raven's plume, and a form of faultless mould, while her eyes shone like gleaming gold, and with a voice that was low and sweet, she could lure men to her feet, unless they turned their eyes to heaven and uttered a prayer. It was fatal to hear this siren singing, as she often did when the gloaming had enfolded the hills in purple shadows, or the pale moon made a silvery track on the river. Often at such a time the marvellous creature was seen gliding down the river, like a mist wreath from off the hillside. But those who saw her would instantly avert their gaze and hurry away, lest with her flute-like voice she should lure them to destruction. And yet, although it was known that the White Witch of the river fascinated men to follow her, in order to drown them in the blue depths of the lonely lochs, there were those who asserted solemnly that they had seen her with Robin Rennie in his boat. No wonder, therefore, that he came to be shunned by many of the villagers as an uncanny person with an evil eye. In disposition he was somewhat morose, and seemed to prefer solitude, but with these exceptions no one could say aught against him. He was kind to his mother and crippled brother, and they believed that he was the cleverest youth for many miles round, and that some day he would be a great man. But if the old people and the men looked upon him with suspicion, many of the young women uttered a silent sigh as he passed them. To all except one, however, he was utterly indifferent. But this one did not live in Helensburgh. She was the daughter of a rich merchant in Greenock. 2 or 3 nights a week Robin would sail his boat across the river, from Helensburgh to Greenock, and secretly meet with this young lady, so that it seemed as if she favoured his suit. Her name was Florence, and she enjoyed the reputation of being the belle of Greenock. It is difficult to say when they first met or how their acquaintance grew. The fact remains she was all unknown to her father and her brother, in the habit of meeting him and allowing him to talk love to her. Perhaps he had fascinated her with his evil eye, and she bore him no real love. At any rate, one night when he crossed the river and landed at the usual spot, where he had been in the habit of finding her waiting for him, instead of Florence there were 2 men. They at once announced themselves as the father and brother of Florence. They said she had confessed that she had been in the habit of granting him stolen interviews, thus disgracing her family. They had come now to caution him to return no more. Florence, they said, was not for the likes of him, and they had resolved that if he returned again they would kill him. Drawing himself up proudly, he told them with scorn in his voice, and with the fire of indignation flashing from his eyes, that he should return again and again, until he heard from the girl's own lips that she loved him not. This haughty and defiant answer aroused the father and son to fury, and each being armed with a stout stick, they suddenly fell upon him and beat him until he fell senseless to the ground. Thinking he was dead, and being frightened now lest the crime should be discovered, they lifted his body and carried it to the very edge of the water, so that when the tide rose and receded again, it would bear his corpse out to sea. They next set his boat adrift, knowing that if it was found, as it was almost sure to be, it would create an impression he had fallen out and been drowned. This done, they went away, believing that they had rid themselves forever of the troublesome lover. A few minutes later the moon came from behind a dense mass of black cloud and lighted the water up with the sheen of silver, and presently what seemed like a wreathed mist, but having a vague resemblance to a woman, floated gracefully along the silvery path of light. And as it came nearer the shore it developed into the perfect shape and form of the White Witch of the river. Truly she was a being of the most dazzling beauty, a beauty that was unearthly. Her eyes gleamed like stars on a frosty night. Her face, faultless in all its features, was white and cold like the face of a marble statue. And the deathly whiteness of the face was enhanced by her blue-black hair that hung like a great veil down her back to her feet. A robe of spotless white that seemed to be woven from gossamer or mist clung to her rounded limbs in the most graceful folds, while round her waist was a girdle of jewels that broke into 1,000 points of dazzling fire as the moonlight caught it. With a wave of her white arm she arrested the drifting boat, and then with another wave drew it towards the shore. And when its keel grated on the shingle, she slightly stooped and raised the insensible Robin as if he had only been a feather. Gently she placed him in his boat, and then, by some invisible power, the sail was raised. This done, the White Witch faded away, but a strange cloud of rosy luminous mist entirely enveloped the boat, which sped along before a strong wind, though the cloud of mist went with it. On went the boat with extraordinary speed, down the river first of all until it reached the mouth of the Holy Loch. Then the same invisible power that had guided it so far turned its prow almost due north, and with the luminous cloud still enveloping it, it sped up Loch Long to where Loch Goil joins it, and runs towards the west. Up Loch Goil went the boat, until it stranded at the head of the loch. Then the luminous cloud faded away. By and by the mountains began to stand out clear and distinct in the pearly light of the coming dawn, and gradually the purple that lay on mountain and water warmed to gold, until at last the weird landscape was ablaze with the brilliant fire of the rising sun, whose rays seemed to revive Robin Rennie so that he sat up in his boat and gazed wonderingly around him. For some little time he appeared to be dazed, and he passed his hand repeatedly over his eyes as if trying to clear his mental vision. Was it a dream, he muttered, as he began to recall the events of the preceding night. No, it could not be a dream, for he had an ugly wound in his temple where he had been struck, and almost every bone in his body ached. But how was it he had got to where he then found himself? It was a long way from Greenock, and he had not the slightest recollection of anything after Florence's father and brother attacked him. All after that was shrouded in the deepest mystery to him. But when he remembered how shamefully he had been treated, he became furious, and stepping on shore he wandered like one distraught into the gloomy glen that begins at the head of Loch Goil and runs west to Loch Fyne. Down this strange and desolate glen runs the Styx, and the wild rugged mountains, bleak and barren, rise up so high on either side as to involve the glen in almost constant gloom, while the only sound that breaks the silence is the hoarse cry of the ravens. It seemed to be a fitting place for Robin to give vent to his wrath, and, while the mists flying and rainy vapours call out shapes and phantoms from the crags and solid earth, to utter an oath that he would yet possess Florence and be revenged for the outrage upon him. For 3 days he remained in this weird solitude, not wishing to return to his people, showing traces of the outrage he had been subjected to. He lived as best he could on herbs and berries, and at night he crept for shelter under some jutting rock. During the dark hours too, he heard strange sounds and witnessed strange sights, for the glen was a home of fleshless things. Blue lights flitted about, and every now and again, out of the blackness, were evoked nebulous forms that bore some resemblance to human beings. These forms seemed to be indulging in fantastic dances, forming chains, crossing and recrossing each other's path, bowing and receding, and then suddenly vanishing into the darkness from whence they had come. And there were sighings and moanings, and eldritch screams that woke the echoes with startling sharpness. All night long these uncanny sights and sounds went on, but the fleshless things slunk away when the morning light first beamed, and the only sounds heard then were the hoarse murmuring of the sticks and the raven's dismal croaking. At last Robert Rennie had so far recovered that he left this haunted spot, and sailing down the loch returned to his people. Many were the questions asked of him, and great was the wonderment expressed at his changed appearance, for his face looked careworn and haggard, and he had become more grave and morose. To the questions he made no answer. To the wonderment he was stolidly indifferent. For weeks he brooded over his wrongs, while the sullen gloom that seemed to have settled on his face repelled people from him, and he was shunned with fear. Scarcely a night passed now, no matter what the weather was, but he went out in his boat, and his neighbors whispered one to another, and shuddered while they avowed that the White Witch of the river was frequently sitting beside him as he sat at the tiller. Whatever the mystery was, Robert kept it to himself. The seal of silence was on his lips. But that he still thought of Florence was proved one day, as an old woman from the village was crossing to Greenock to transact some business. He took her aside, and putting a piece of gold in her hand, bade her deliver secretly a message to the girl. The message was in the form of a prayer and a threat. He prayed her to meet him at the old trysting place, for the last time, in order that he might bid her farewell forever. And she was to be informed that if she failed to come, a dreadful calamity would befall her and her people. Faithful to her trust, the old woman delivered the message, and Florence was evidently influenced by it, for after deep reflection she bade the messenger say she would keep the tryst. 2 nights later, Robert crossed the river to Greenock. It was a strange night, weird and gloomy. Great jagged black clouds filled the sky, and between the rents the moonlight sometimes streamed, calling into being gigantic and fantastic shadows that flitted over the river and the landscape. The wind blew coldly in from the sea, and it moaned like a thing in pain. The month was October. The sere leaves were dropping from the trees, and the trees themselves shivered and sobbed in the pitiless gale. A quarter of an hour after Robert had sprung on shore, Florence appeared. She was enveloped in a large cloak, and seemed to be excited and flurried. "What wish you with me?" she asked in a voice so stern and so unlike the loving tones that he was in the habit of hearing from her, that he started back, and exclaimed, "Surely this is not my Florence?" "No, not yours, though I once thought I was," she answered with a sigh. "But I have seen my error. You fascinated me. I mistook my feeling for love. I must have been mad, but I am mad no longer. We part and part forever. But I have come in deference to your wishes, and for the sake of what we have been to each other, to say farewell. My coming here is not unattended with risk, for I shudder to think what the consequences may be if my father and my brother discover my absence. So what you have to say you must say quickly, and let me go." He listened to her in gloomy silence. When she finished speaking, he asked her in a voice that seemed hollow and broken, "Is your love for me quite dead?" "I never had love for you," she answered. "I thought at the time it was love, but I know now I was mistaken." "You have been false to me then," he cried with passionate earnestness. You have lured me into a belief that you loved me, only to fling me off now with heartless cruelty. But it shall not be. We will not part. You shall be mine, even though we are wedded in death." With a shudder of fear she shrank from him, and at that moment sounds of hurrying and approaching footsteps were heard. Some instinct, perhaps, told her that her father and brother were coming to seek her. She turned as if she intended to run forward and meet them. But at the same instant Robert Rennie caught her in his powerful arms, and as she struggled to free herself, she uttered a shrill and a piercing scream that went echoing round the hills until it died down on the night wind with a melancholy wail. He carried her over the shingle to his boat, placed her in it, and pushing off sprang in himself, and hoisted the sail just as the father and brother appeared in sight. Florence made a frantic appeal to them to rescue her, and almost beside themselves they rushed along the shore, until they saw a fisherman's boat moored to a stake. Regardless of cold and wet, they swam out to it, and getting in, hoisted the sail and started in pursuit. But Benny's boat had got a long start, and now that strange luminous cloud seemed to envelop it again. The moonlight fell in broken bars across the dark water that was fretted into foaming wavelets by the salt sea wind. Fear had overcome Florence, and she had fallen in a faint at the bottom of the boat. Grim and silent, with face white as the moonbeam rays, Robert Rennie sat in the stern sheets holding the tiller and looking always ahead, never back. On went the pursued and the pursuer, the latter gaining slowly but surely, for the two men propelled with oars as well as a sail. The wind increased as they neared the mouth of the loch, and the boat sped on at fearful speed until they entered Loch Long. The pursuing boat was then within a few yards of the other. Florence still lay insensible, and Robert, with scarcely a sign of life, still sat grasping the tiller. Then, from out of the luminous cloud, two long arms seemed to stretch, and lifting the inanimate form of Florence, they raised her up and let her fall into the sea in front of the advancing boat. A cry of horror burst from the lips of father and son, and the hills seemed to echo and re-echo a wild and mocking peal of laughter. The two men stopped their boat, and seizing the clothes of the poor girl, as they were expanded on the dark waters, they dragged her in. But she was cold and white as veined marble, and never would she be otherwise, for she was stone dead. Robert Rennie, who had never so much as looked round, still sat in the stern, and his boat tore on up the loch. But he was not alone. Another form sat beside him, a form of exquisite and unearthly beauty. It was the form of the White Witch of the river. Her arm was around his waist, her head was pillowed on his shoulder, and her night-black hair fell over him like a funeral pall. As the broken-hearted father and son bore back their dear, dead burden, the boat containing Rennie and his ghostly companion sped away up the loch until it was lost to sight. Then the gathering clouds in the sky grew denser, until the moonlight was blotted out. A sobbing rain fell, and the wind shrieked from the sea, and lashed the water into hissing foam, like the wind of death. When the morning broke the coast, people declared they had not experienced such a wild night for many and many a day. For many a long month, no tale nor tidings of Robert Rennie were ever heard. But when winter snows were melting, before the genial breath of spring, a shepherd, searching for some strayed sheep in the gloomy recesses of the glen, found the skeleton of a man, and he recognized by the clothing that the dead man was Robert Rennie. And this was corroborated when a little later he found Robert Rennie's boat, crushed and broken on the Loch Goil Head shore, where it had been flung on that wild, weird night. The mystery surrounding the strange man's death was never cleared up, but even at the present day, old wives, sitting over their winter fires, will tell you that he was lured into his destruction by the White Witch of the river. End of Story 2.
Story 3 of Stories Weird and Wonderful. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Graham Scott, Cheltenham, England. Stories Weird and Wonderful by J.E. Muddock. Story 3. The Blue Star. The following narrative is so strange and startling that possibly some of those who read it may feel a certain reserve about receiving as facts all the incidents as I have given them. Yet I solemnly asseverate that the whole story is true, although I make no attempt to offer an explanation of the weird and awful phenomena that presented themselves to me. Having a strong objection to anything like vagueness, I neither conceal names nor places, and though for some time it was my misfortune to rest under a terrible suspicion, I shall make no attempt to disguise my identity. My name, therefore, is Francis Preston de la Motte. I am a member of the de la Mottes of Hampshire. My family are descendants of a very old Huguenot family, many of whom fell victims to the ruthless barbarity of the tyrant and bigot Francis I. Later still, when the royal butcher, the Duke of Guise, formed a triumvirate with Saint Andre and the Constable Montmorency to root out what he was pleased to term the heresy of the Huguenots, my direct ancestors, who had their estates in the Garonne, were amongst those who suffered most, and a broken and disheartened remnant fled to England, and ultimately established themselves in Hampshire. My family, since they rooted themselves in alien but hospitable soil, have been distinguished in literature, arts, and sciences. I was myself born in the academical town of Winchester, where my father owned a small estate and was well known for his liberality, sound sense, and broad views. He died universally respected, leaving me a small patrimony and, as I believe, a fair share of his own good common sense. I may be pardoned for referring to these strictly personal matters, but what I wish to convey is that I am neither a visionary, a dreamer, nor a monomaniac. At least, I have never been accused of being the one or the other. That I have taken an interest and, as I venture to hope, an intelligent interest in many of the deeper mysteries of science I will not attempt to deny, and those things which fall into the category of psychological phenomena have always possessed a fascination for me. For many years before my father's death I had expressed a strong desire to travel, but he opposed this, saying that it was his earnest wish that my youth should be passed in the classical atmosphere of one of our great public schools. It thus came about that up to the time when I reached man's estate my life was a studious one, but my father's death released me, while the small fortune he was enabled to leave me gave me the chance of at last gratifying my craving to see the world. I made a tour through India, and had an opportunity of studying some of the occult mysteries of the higher sects of Brahmins, especially those relating to their power to hold converse with the dead, and of their no less wonderful power of themselves being able to simulate death for long periods at a time, during which they are enabled to see the spirits of the real dead. From India I passed to Russia, where I spent 2 years, and, having fair lingual powers, I acquired a good knowledge of the language, so far mastering its difficulties as to be able to read some of the most abstruse authors in the original. I had been on the move for some months when, towards the close of a terribly snowy day, I found myself in the little town of Sergievsky, about 50 miles to the north of Moscow, whither I was journeying. I had travelled east from St. Petersburg as far as Vologda. Thence I had turned my face south. My going to Sergievsky was a mere accident. I had been travelling for many hours in a mouldy, damp drosky, and was half frozen. My driver said that it would be dangerous to continue our journey on to Moscow during the darkness, for already there were signs of an increase in the snowstorm, and the road would be impassable. I therefore bade him make for the nearest trakteer, not at all sorry at the prospects of warmth and a good dinner. As the vehicle drew up at the door of the unpretentious inn, I hurried out as fast as the stiffened state of my limbs would allow me. Passing up a long passage, I entered a low-pitched room, the ceiling of which was crossed with massive smoke-blackened beams, from which depended the winter stock of wild-boar hams. As soon as I had been relieved of my heavy furs, I ordered a dish of lemoned tea by way of a preliminary, and then seated myself by the huge stove, and proceeded to take stock of the company present. There was a heavily bearded, black-visaged Jew who puffed huge volumes of smoke from a long wooden pipe, a fierce-looking Cossack soldier, a one-eyed pedlar, and a young man who, I ascertained, was a student at the College of Moscow, but had come to this town to visit an aunt, who was ill, and from whom he had expectations. The Jew and the Cossack gave me a surly greeting as I sat down. The one-eyed pedlar did not speak, though he gazed at me with his one eye suspiciously. But the young student put forth his hand, greeting me cheerily, and saying in fairly good English, "I think I am not in a mistake when I go to suppose that you from England come?" With a bow and a smile I answered him in Russian, telling him that his supposition was correct, but that I had for some time been travelling, and recently had made a most extensive tour through India. He at once manifested great interest in me, complimenting me on the way I spoke his language, and begging that I would relate my impressions of India, for it was a country which he had an unconquerable longing to see. "For," he added, "it is a land of mystery, a land where one may shake the hand and hold converse with those who have actually been with the dead in their home beyond the grave." I looked at him in surprise as he made this strange remark, and from that moment I fell under the spell of this being. Here is a word picture of his general appearance. He was a small, delicately built man, with hands and feet that would have done credit to a woman. His features were faultless, with an expression of dreaminess, though occasionally this gave way to a more spirituelle expression, but the dreaminess somehow seemed more natural to him. His skin was of a pure olive tint that flushed with a hectic red under the influence of excitement. The hue of his hair was raven black, and his eyes, wherein all the mystery lay, were like glittering jewels, and yet their light and fire flashed forth no warmth. They were cold, cold as steel, and in some indescribable way they gave you the impression that they were capable of reading your thoughts, of seeing the very secrets of your inner heart. His face altogether was a weird face, such a one as Fuseli or Wirtz would have loved to depict. It was capable of exerting a strange mesmeric influence, and I felt that the moment I gazed upon it. I am free to confess that I was influenced as I had never been influenced before, and I found myself studying him. I soon gathered that he belonged to a type of man differently organized to the generality of human beings. He was, in fact, a man I had long wished to meet, for he was one of a limited though daring class who, scoffing at the stereotyped dogmas of the schools, gave themselves up to speculative metaphysics and, striking into original paths of thought, endeavour to penetrate some of the mysteries of the forbidden doctrines of psychomancy. Before half an hour had passed we were chatting freely, as if we had been old acquaintances. He had been quick to gather that I took an interest in many of the subjects that fascinated him, and though he was a dreamer, an enthusiast, which I was not, there was something in common between us, a something that drew us together, so that we were enabled to throw off all reserve and at once give free expression to our thoughts. As he had not dined, I begged him to do me the honour of joining me in the dinner I had ordered, and which the landlord at that moment announced as being ready. He bowed gracefully, saying it would give him great pleasure to do so, although he was a wretched eater. We exchanged cards, and I learned that his name was Ivan van Beret, and during dinner he informed me that he had for a long time been studying medicine, but had devoted much of his spare time to the investigation of spiritualism, animal magnetism, electrobiology, and the truly remarkable phenomena that are exhibited by hypnotic subjects. "And do you know, my friend," he exclaimed in a half-serious, half-joking tone, "in the course of my studies in anatomy I have frequently endeavoured to find the soul." "And, of course, you haven't succeeded in your quest?" "Not exactly as the common herd would understand it," he answered, with a deep seriousness now. "For our wretched bodies, being cold in death, can offer us nothing but a complicated network of nerves, sinews, and muscles that quickly resolve themselves into revolting putridity. No, we must look elsewhere for the soul. We must train our eyes to pierce that mystic veil which separates the known from the unknown." "And have you succeeded in doing that?" I ventured to inquire. He paused for some moments before he answered, and during the pause his keen, glittering eyes were fixed upon me. Then slowly he answered, "I have, and I have seen things such as few mortal men are permitted to see and live." I could not suppress a slight shudder, for his tone was so sepulchral, his manner so strange. He seemed like one who was verily speaking from the world of shadows. He quickly recovered himself, however, and expressed great delight when I told him I took an interest in the occult wonders of the spirit world. It is true I had never gone as deeply into the matter as he had done, but still the subject had a fascination for me, and I said he would find me a diligent student if he had aught to teach. Dinner ended, we smoked a cigar, and then, as the hour was getting late, he bade me good night, but gave me a pressing invitation to visit him at his lodgings on the morrow. I don't know how it was, but all night long his strange face, with its glittering eyes, was before me, so that, notwithstanding I was worn out with fatigue, I could not sleep. I was troubled in an unaccountable manner, troubled as I had never been before, and yet I could not for the life of me have told what I was troubled about. But I know now, alas, that it was the coming of the shadow which since then has never left me. There was closing about me then, though I knew it not at the time, the gloaming of life's night, even before the noon of my existence had been reached. What I mean by that is, that with that night there passed from me all my youth, and henceforth I was to be as one who had grown old before his time. Such a nameless fear, a nervous disquietude took hold of me, that in the solitude of my chamber I vowed to leave the town with the first dawn of day. But I might just as well have tried to fly. That man had fascinated me, had thrown a spell about me, and so I was at his chambers at the appointed hour. Why did I go? I cannot tell. Call it weakness if you like, but a power that has no name drew me there. As his friends were well off and his allowance was liberal, he was enabled to study his tastes in every way. I found him occupying luxurious apartments, and as, by his aunt's request, he was going to make a stay of some months in the town, he had surrounded himself with a choice collection of books, and his library contained rare works on transmigration, ethics, hypnotism, magnetism, and so on. The walls of his sitting room were hung with strange drawings of ghostly subjects. Many of them, he assured me, had been done by spirits from the unseen world. At one end of this apartment was a heavy black velvet curtain, which I subsequently learned screened a small laboratory, for, as he informed me, he took a great interest in chemical experiments. Ivan van Beret received me with great cordiality. When I entered, he was attired in a long fur robe, and wore a smoking cap trimmed with sable, which served to give his pale face a ghastly appearance. Without preliminary, he commenced at once to converse upon his favourite topics, and though I shuddered at his daring flights into the region of speculation, I experienced a sense of that fascinating pleasure one feels on witnessing the perilous and dangerous feats of a trapezist. When I arrived in the town, it was my intention to continue my journey the following day, but under the influence of this remarkable man I found my stay stretching into months, and still I could not go. My intimacy with Ivan ripened into warm and close friendship, and he told me much of his past history. So absorbed did we become in the investigation of psychological phenomena that he neglected his studies, while I was all forgetful that I had friends and ties in other parts of the world. It did not take me long to discover that Ivan was a peculiarly excitable man. He seemed to be merely a bunch of nerves that were at times affected by the shutting of a door, a puff of wind, or the passing of a vehicle, even the falling of a pin. Some people might have called him unpractical and theorist. Perhaps he was a little of both, but so assuredly he was an earnest and an honest man who sought for truth in those dark places where most men fear to tread. He had a habit of saying that nature was jealous of her secrets and her mysteries, and would only yield them to him who followed her into the dark byways where the common herd never ventured. His enthusiastic researches, however, I saw with alarm, were telling upon his health, and day by day he seemed to grow weaker, so that I begged him to desist and travel for a short while, but he was obstinate and refused. We had for a considerable time been engaged in an experiment that must be nameless, but it was as daring as it was awful, and he insisted in carrying this experiment to a successful issue, or proving beyond the possibility of doubt that it was useless. One night, or rather early morning, for it was past midnight, we sat together in his room. It was bitterly cold without, and the wind wailed like a thing in pain. A large log smouldered on the hearthstone, and a shaded lamp threw a soft and mellow light over the floor, but left the upper part of the room in semi-darkness. For some time we had been sitting silently, while the only external sounds that came to us were that weird wailing of the wind and the slow and measured ticking of a clock. I had noticed with alarm the unusual ghastliness of my friend's face. It was almost as if his soul had gone out of him, and an animated corpse sat in his place. There was a lividness about the face that was appalling, while his eyes were so lustrous and metallic in appearance as to seem unnatural. Unable longer to control myself, I exclaimed, "Ivan, you are ill!" "Hush!" he hissed, and his voice was like one who spoke from the tomb. "Hush!" he repeated. "I feel that we have not worked for nothing. See, there, look!" he almost screamed, as he pointed one of his long white fingers towards the door. I turned my eyes and saw the door slowly open. Not a sound came from it, although it was a massive door. Gradually it turned upon its hinges until it revealed the abysmal blackness of the great hall, and out of that blackness came a ghostly sigh. I was spellbound, fascinated, and dare not turn my eyes away. I knew, however, that Ivan was on his knees by my side, grasping my wrist with a grip of steel, and bringing his cold lips to my ear, he whispered, "Speak not, move not, lest you break the spell." But I could not have spoken, even had I been inclined. My tongue seemed glued to the roof of my mouth. nor do I think I could have moved, for a spell was on me. Then from out the darkness I saw a star, a pale blue star evolved. It floated into the room, and the door closed as slowly, silently, and ghostly as it had opened. I was conscious then that my friend had fallen forward on his face, and with a suppressed cry I broke the awful spell that had bound me, and, stooping down, raised him up. He had not swooned, as I thought, and he greeted me with a sad smile. "It is nothing," he said faintly, as I helped him to his chair. "I have been a little excited, and am weak, but shall be better directly. Give me a petit verre. That will revive me." I poured out a small glass of brandy, and he drank it. Then I took some myself, for my nerves were unstrung, and though I was deadly cold, perspiration was streaming down my face and neck. Under the influence of the liquor, Ivan's strength returned, and the hectic flush lessened the ghastly appearance of his ashen face. "You saw it?" he asked at last, in hoarse tones. "Yes." "Tell me what you saw," he demanded quickly and with nervous agitation. "I saw the door open, and I saw a blue star float in." "And what did you hear?" "A sigh, an audible sigh," I answered. "My doubts end! My scepticism is removed!" he exclaimed, as he rubbed his hands excitedly together. I was puzzled to altogether understand his meaning, and I suppose I expressed this in my face, for he said, "I am talking riddles to you, perhaps, but listen, and I'll explain. I have told you many things about myself, but there is one thing I have not told you. Years ago I loved, and she whom I loved was pure as the unsullied snow, and as beautiful as the Madonnas of some of the old painters. Ah, how I loved her, and how she loved me! But soon a hideous disease fastened upon her, and when she lay dying I cursed all things. She bade me seek consolation in prayer, but I laughed the idea to scorn. Then, with unspeakable gentleness, she chided me, and said we should meet in a better world, but I still scoffed. Turning her dying eyes upon me, she said with an angelic smile, "You are wrong, Ivan, and I will return to you to prove you so." They were her last words, and while they still trembled on her lips, she died. In these few brief sentences he at once gave me the key to much that had been obscure, that is, obscure to me, and I now understood the strong incentive he had for trying to divine the hidden mysteries of the spirit world. As he was now thoroughly exhausted, I persuaded him to retire, and this he consented to do, after exacting a promise from me that I would join him the following night in endeavouring to get some further manifestations. In accordance with this promise, I found myself with him once again, but I was struck, and painfully so, by his altered appearance. The chalky whiteness of his face was emphasized by heavy black shadows under the eyes. He was feeble, too, so that he tottered when he walked. I urged upon him the desirability of having medical advice, but he flouted the very idea. He said that he was jaded with working in his laboratory all day, but it was nothing more serious than that. And he added that he had a presentiment something remarkable would happen before the night had grown old. For an hour or so we sat and talked, our subjects of conversation being metaphysical and recondite. Midnight sounded from the old belfry tower, and the brazen dong of the bell came like a shudder through the air. As the last stroke died away in a quivering groan, Ivan rose and said in a low voice and with an air of mystery, the time has come." On the table he placed a silver dish, half filled with spirits of wine, and applying a match there instantly shot up a pale blue lambent flame. He had previously pulled a screen before the fire, though very little glow came from the smouldering ashes. He now turned down the lamp, so that the darkness was only relieved by the burning spirits. I trembled with suppressed excitement, but I remained silent, watching with strained eyes every movement of my friend. I saw him take from his pocket a small box, and slowly and deliberately sprinkle some powder from the box onto the chafing dish, and instantly there arose a dense, aromatic, luminous vapour that spread itself throughout the room, producing on me, if not on Ivan, a delicious sense of dreamy languor. Suddenly he seized my hand excitedly, and in a hoarse whisper cried, "Look there!" He pointed to the velvet curtains which screened his laboratory. Towards them I now turned my eyes, and they were riveted there with fascination, if not with horror, by what they beheld. Standing out distinctly against the darkness of the velvet was a mass of waving nebulous light that gradually defined itself as a blue star. Then this star expanded and grew until slowly it assumed a human shape, the shape and features of a young woman of transcendental beauty, but with a look of ineffable sorrow on her young face. Alas, why should it have been sorrow instead of joy? I felt Ivan's grasp tighten on my arm, and in strange hollow tones he spoke in my ear, "Swear to me by all you hold sacred that if I die tonight, you will continue the experiments, and in the interests of science you will endeavour to place yourself en rapport with my disembodied spirit." I turned and looked at him, and shrank away with horror at the ghastliness of his face. Filled with terror, I half rose, intending to summon assistance, but he forced me back into my seat again, and said in the same hollow voice, a voice that had no timbre, no resonance in it. It was a voice not of life but death. "As you love me, as you have an immortal soul, do not move, but swear that you will do what I request." Wishing to pacify and calm him, I promised that I would. "But swear it on your soul," he said. "I swear it on my soul," I answered with a shiver. "Remember," he added with awful solemnity, "the witness to your oath is a spirit from the other world." Again I shuddered, and at that moment I saw the spirit figure slowly raise her white arm and point upward. Then she advanced to Ivan and placed her hand on his shoulder, and at that moment there came to me intuitively the knowledge of why the look of ineffable sadness shrouded that face of unearthly beauty. A spell was upon me, so that I could neither cry out nor move, beyond turning slightly to look at Ivan. At the touch of the spirit he seemed to be suddenly seized with violent convulsions. The sickly greenish hue of his face deepened. He turned his glowing eyes upon me, then their light suddenly went out, and they were dull, grey, expressionless orbs. He gave a gasp. His head sank on his breast. He slid to the floor and was dead. At that instant the spirit figure lost its outline and identity with the human form, became a mass of nebulous light again that slowly vanished. As it did so, a voice solemn and awful sounded through the room and said, "Remember your oath!" In a few minutes the spell of a strange fascination that had bound me and made me dumb was broken, and I uttered a cry of anguish, a cry that was wrung from me by almost more than mortal suffering. In my excitement I pulled the bell cord violently and, with a crash and a clang, alarmed the household. But nothing could be done. Ivan Vambery was too surely dead. The event caused immense excitement in the town, and I was accused of having been instrumental in bringing about his death, and notwithstanding that a post-mortem examination revealed that he had died from excitement acting on a weak heart, I was thrown into prison, for a suspect in Russia is shown no mercy by the iniquitous law. For a whole year I languished, and when I asked why I was detained, I was told that it was because evidence might yet be forthcoming that I had murdered my friend. At the end of the year, however, I was set at liberty, and lost no time in leaving the wretched country. I travelled all over the continent, scarcely staying 2 days in one place. But my dear Ivan's dying look and the terrible warning voice never left me. Neither travel nor excitement could make me forget them. I grew morbid, melancholy, and ill. My doctors prescribed change of air and scene, but I laughed at them, for they were utterly ignorant of the disease from which I suffered. Many a time I resolved to make those tests that Ivan and I had been in the habit of making when we wanted spiritual manifestations, but each time my courage failed me, and still the voice sighed in my ear, "Remember your vow." I had now settled down in London, and, unable longer to endure the fearful state of mind, I determined at all hazards to try and call up the spirit of the dead Ivan. It was a terribly stormy night when I prepared to put my resolution into practice. The wind fairly shrieked, and the rain dashed violently against my window. I drew my chair to the table and put the lamp out. The fire in the grate had burnt to a dull red. The clock on my chimney-piece marked 11. For an hour I sat, gradually bringing myself into the proper state to receive spiritual manifestations. The glow of the fire had faded, and inky darkness filled the room. The silence was deathlike, save that I heard my heart beat. I felt ill, and yet the old horrible fascination kept me at the table. I concentrated my thoughts on Ivan. I desired intensely that his spirit should visit me if it were possible. I silently called him, as it were, from the depths of my being, and the more I longed to have my desire gratified, the weaker I grew. At last I would have risen and fled, but could not. I was bound there, chained by invisible chains that would not break and set me free. Half after midnight chimed by the clock. Then I became conscious of a presence. It presented no shape to the eye, but I knew I was not alone. Almost involuntarily my lips unclosed, and like a mechanical figure I whispered, "Ivan Vambery, are you here?" A cold wind swept across my face, and I interpreted that as a sign in the affirmative. Then a chill foreboding seized upon me, a foreboding of what I know not. I was the only living thing in the room, and the dead could not harm me. Why then did I fear? Again I answer, I know not, but I experienced that unutterable terror which men experience when they know that between them and Sheol there is, as it were, but a curtain of air. Gradually, as I peered into the darkness, there became visible to my aching eyes a small pale blue light, and as I watched it, its outer edges clearly defined themselves into the 5 radii of a star, and in the centre of that star I saw the livid face and glittering eyes of Ivan Vambery. I have a recollection that at the same moment the timepiece proclaimed the hour of 1, not with the usual melodious tinkle, but with a stroke that was like the clanging of the huge clapper of an iron bell. Then the star faded, and a blank occurred. When I awoke from my sleep or swoon, whichever it was, the sunlight was streaming in through my window, for the storm had passed. I felt ill, and I knew by a strange intuition that for me peace had fled forever. So the years have rolled on, but since that terrible night I have been haunted by the appearance of that star, blue and quivering, and in its centre the awful face of the dead Ivan is immovably fixed. I have travelled from city to city, from country to country, but cannot escape my fate. In the crowded ballroom or the busy street, in the sanctuary of the church or the solitude of my chamber, that blue star, framing the ghastly face, gleams upon me, and so it will ever gleam until the corruptible and incorruptible are separated, and Psyche, freed from her temple, shall soar to the mystic region that is wisely veiled from the eyes of all, save the most daring and peculiarly constituted men. End of Story 3.
Story 4 of Stories Weird and Wonderful. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. Stories Weird and Wonderful by J.E. Muddock. Story 4. The Spectre of Barrochan. In the early autumn of 1870 I was called to the bar after a long course of study, and at once installed myself in chambers in the Middle Temple, London. Naturally, I was full of enthusiasm, and felt proud of being able to at last call myself barrister at law. Of course, I thought, as all young fellows do, that I had only to write up my name on the lintels of my door for business to flow in. But equally, of course, I was doomed to disappointment, and weeks rolled away, but never a brief came to me. My parents at this time were residing temporarily at a little paradise of a place called Oneglia, on the Italian Riviera, and with them was my only and idolized sister, Etty, one of the sweetest, dearest, and most beautiful girls the light of heaven's sun ever shone upon. Etty and I, being only children, doted upon each other, and between us there was the most perfect confidence and affection. She was a robust, merry, laughing girl, barely 20 years of age, and was destined then, as we all thought, to become a proud and happy wife in the course of a couple of years. She was engaged to be married to a young fellow who had already distinguished himself in the Indian diplomatic service, and was at that time a member of an important commission that had been sent to the Emir of Afghanistan. He was the representative of an old South Country family, and his people, the Chetwynds, and mine, had long been intimately acquainted. Tom Chetwynd had known Etty from the time they were children, and long before there was any formal engagement, he had regarded her as his future wife. He was 5 years her senior, and after a distinguished career at college, had received an appointment on the staff of Lord Blank, then Governor-General of India, and the future seemed to hold for him all that man could desire. He had already been absent 2 years, and at the expiration of another 2 years, he was to return home, marry my sister, and take her back to India. To say that Etty loved him would, after all, be but a conventional way of putting it. As a matter of fact, it would be difficult to convey an adequate idea how deep and all-absorbing that love was. It was not merely an emotional passion, an infatuation that time would subdue or destroy, but love in its most exalted phase. It was love that found its expression in perfect confidence, perfect admiration, and yet it was tempered with a recognition that human nature is full of weakness and flaws, and that after all earthly love, however near it might approach man's standard of perfection, was but a faint foreshadowing of the love which will endure when time shall have become eternity. To Etty, Tom Chetwynd was a hero, at whose feet she was content to sit in worshipful admiration, and who would ultimately lead her to that everlasting happiness that the world cannot give. It will be said that this is the dream of every young girl who is engaged to be married. In a certain sense, that may be true, for marriage, as viewed by the maiden, is not without its romance. But Etty's was not merely a romantic dream. Sober judgment begot in her rooted conviction. While I was conscious of all this, I was no less conscious that Tom idolized and adored my sister. He was clever, brilliant, staunch as steel, and the fear of 20 deaths could not have bought his honor. That was beyond price. I may, in passing, say my father was a dilettante with ample means to indulge his tastes, and that he had taken my mother to Italy for the benefit of her health. I had promised to join them in December and stay until the New Year with them. Dear Etty's last words to me as the train steamed out of Charing Cross being, "Now remember, Jack, you are to spend Christmas with us." Then she waved her hand, and her sweet face was a picture of beaming happiness. Alas, little did I think that when next I saw it, the smiles and happiness were to be but memories. My plans for going to Oneglia in December were frustrated by a matter which, from a professional point of view, I could not afford to neglect. It happened that in the course of November, a firm of solicitors, old friends of my father, gave me my first brief. It was rather an important civil action in which I had some chance of distinguishing myself, and therefore I was anxious to devote every possible attention to it. The cause dragged on its length through December, and was then adjourned for the Christmas holidays, and though this freed me for a week or 10 days, I felt that the time was too short to journey so far as Italy. There was, therefore, nothing for it but to bear my disappointment as best I could. One evening, just before Christmas, I was sitting in my chambers bewailing the circumstances which prevented my being with my parents and sister at Christmas, for this was the first time in my life I had ever been absent from them at that period of the year, when my friend Archie Campbell was announced. Archie and I had been fellow students, and were very much attached. He, like myself, had an only sister to whom he had long been anxious to introduce me, with a view, as he jokingly yet half seriously put it, of making a match. "Maggie's a sweet wee bit thing," he used to say, "and you'll fall over head and ears in love with her directly you see her." Archie was a clever, bright lad, with a breeziness and freshness about him that reminded one of his own heather-clad hills. As he burst into my room with a cheery laugh, and grasped my hand in his vigorous, honest way, he exclaimed, "Look here, old fellow, I'm off to Scotland tomorrow to spend Christmas and New Year with my people, and I'm going to drag you down to Barrochan with me. There's no excuse, you know. You can spare a week anyway, and I'm not going to lose this chance of introducing you to Maggie. She's a sonsie bit lass, and though Barrochan's a gloomy enough place outside, I'll warrant me you'll meet with a thorough good Scotch welcome inside. Besides, we're in the very heart of a fox-hunting country, and you'll be able to get a spin or two." "Well, Archie," I returned, "it's hard for me to resist the opportunity of making Maggie's acquaintance, but the fact is I must read up during the brief recess, and—" "Not a bit of it," he cried. "I've already written to say I should bring you down, so pray don't disappoint the old folks." Need I say, I yielded, the fact being I needed but little persuasion, for it would compensate me in some measure for not going to Oneglia. And then I must frankly confess I was desirous of knowing Maggie, for I had seen her photograph, and I thought to myself, If she is only half as winsome as her picture indicates, she's worth knowing." The result was, Archie and I started the following evening, which was Christmas Eve, for the north, and arrived at our destination about noon on Christmas Day. Barrochan was situated between Greenock and Wemyss Bay, and for generations had been in the possession of the Campbells. It was a strange, gloomy place. It must have been ghostly and gloomy enough in the summer sunlight, but as I saw it on that cheerless winter day, with the surrounding trees shivering in the icy wind and the white mists wreathing themselves about it, while the landscape and the sky wore a neutral tint of leaden gray, it looked like the abode of melancholy itself. It was an old, castellated mansion that had been built in the days when strength of walls was necessary for self-protection. The approach was by a carriage drive through a dark wood now all dripping and dismal, while the ground was covered with sere and sodden leaves. Then an arched gateway gave entrance to a paved courtyard that was so overshadowed by a giant oak tree that grew in one corner that it was inconceivably dismal. The walls were damp and green with mold and fungus growths. The door was black oak, studded with iron and sunk deeply in the wall, and was somehow suggestive of the entrance to a sepulchre. A manservant had been sent to meet us with a dog-cart, and as we had arrived somewhat before our time, this ponderous oak door was closed. Nothing seemed to be stirring, and the horses' hoofs rattling on the stones seemed to reverberate in strange, hollow echoes. I was deeply impressed with the air of settled gloom that hung over the place, and I must have betrayed this, for as Archie sprang out of the cart, he said, "I told you the outside was dismal, but you'll find the inside all right." He pulled the chain attached to a large iron bell suspended from an iron stanchion let into the wall, and the clapper clashed and clanged with startling sharpness. In a few moments the door was flung open, and a young girl with a peal of joyous laughter bounded down the steps and flung her arms round Archie's neck. Then, remembering that she was in the presence of a stranger, she released him and stood blushing before me, and my friend at once introduced me to Maggie. Her photograph had not belied her. In fact, it had not done her justice, for it did not depict the mass of bright, wavy, golden hair, the languid blue eyes, the rosy health flush in her sweet face, nor the expression of happiness and sweetness that beamed in her countenance. Well might her brother describe her as a sonsie lassie. She was that in its truest sense. I found myself shaking her hand as if we had been old friends. In fact, she said, "You know, I cannot look upon you as a stranger, Mr. Kingsley, for I have heard so much about you from my brother." "Nor do I look upon you as a stranger, Miss Maggie," I returned, "for Archie has made me well acquainted with you from description, and he has also permitted me to see your photograph, which, however, I may truthfully say fails to do justice to the original." She blushed and laughed, and then led the way into the house, and a servant was at once summoned to show me to my room. It was an oblong room with a paneled ceiling and oak paneling round the walls. It was lighted by two long, narrow windows, and at one end was a huge fireplace with a ponderous carved oak mantelpiece. Over this hung the full-length portrait of a stern-looking man in the costume of a gentleman of the 15th century. 2 or 3 less noticeable portraits hung round the room, and a bull-hide shield and 2 claymores also hung on one of the panels. The bedstead was a massive 4-post antique piece of furniture, quite in keeping with the dark oak paneling and darker oak floor. The rest of the furniture was all of carved oak and antiquated. Nevertheless, there was an air of comfort about the place, for a great log burned brightly on the hearthstone, and the snowy linen of the bed and dressing tables relieved the somberness of the black oak. When I went downstairs, I was ushered into a cheerful room scarcely less antiquated, however, than my bedroom, and here I was introduced to Mr. and Mrs. Campbell, both of them stately and courtly, as became their race and position, "Our residence will no doubt strike you, Mr. Kingsley, as being somewhat cold and gloomy," remarked my host with a pronounced northern accent. "But I venture to say we know how to make our friends welcome and comfortable." There were a number of guests besides myself in the house, but I was the only one who could claim no relationship with the family. They were all either aunts, uncles, cousins, half-cousins, or cousins 6 or 7 times removed. In spite of my being so utterly a stranger, however, I was soon made to feel perfectly at home by the heartiness of the welcome that was accorded me. Having got over the first feeling of gloominess with which the strange old building impressed one, at any rate impressed me, I found myself studying the place with keen interest, for I was by instinct an antiquarian, and particularly fond of old buildings. And further than this, I found myself studying Maggie, and involuntarily, as it were, seeking to monopolize her company and conversation. She was bright as a sunbeam, and truly like a sunbeam in this house, relieving the gloom by her ringing laughter and sweet smiles. After dinner, she asked me if I would like to see over the mansion, and I at once expressed a very strong desire to do so. "Especially," I added, "if you are to be my cicerone." She laughed merrily, and away we went upstairs and downstairs, along corridors, past angles, through dismal passages, until we gained the western wing of the building, where a large window at the end of a long corridor commanded a magnificent view that stretched away across a deep and well-wooded depression to a skyline of softly rounded hills. She called my particular attention to this view, saying that they were all very proud of it, and considered it the lion of their house. After this, she led me into a long, narrow, and lofty room known as the Shield Room. It was oak-lined and oak-floored, with many carved panels, and a very curious chimney-piece carved with grotesque subjects. A few portraits hung round the walls, together with some shields, a steel breastplate behind, and pair of steel gauntlets, a number of antlers of deers, and a few old blunderbusses. At the western end of the room was a stained-glass window, and the light falling through this made a stain on the carpetless floor like a pool of blood. The gloaming was deepening, although a shaft of wild, angry light from the sullen west, where a rack of storm clouds hung, smote the window and made that stain on the floor look awfully real. It was about as ghostly a room, under the circumstances, as one could imagine, and turning to my companion, I said jokingly, "Of course, Miss Maggie, such a house as this is not without its ghost?" My question, asked thoughtlessly and lightly, had a strange effect upon her. The color fled from her face. She looked nervous and glanced hastily about her. Then, in a subdued, frightened tone, she answered, "Hush! Let us go." As I could not then attach any importance to her manner or remark, I burst into a laugh and exclaimed, "Surely you are not so superstitious as to—" Then I suddenly checked myself, for the earnestness of her manner and her serious tone commanded my respect, as, interrupting me, she said, "Excuse me, Mr. Kingsley, but we Scotch people have a greater faith in the unseen than your countrymen. In my own family there is indisputable record of—" She hesitated, as if reluctant to use the word, lest I might laugh, but after a pause continued, "Why should I not say at once of a spirit having visited us? But its presence in the house is an evil omen. It means death." A perceptible shudder passed over her. The shaft of light had been blotted out by the storm clouds. The crimson stain had faded, and gloom and silence filled the room. For a moment, but only for a moment, I was disposed to laugh, for I was so utterly without superstition myself that to hear this clever, intelligent girl talk of the presence of a ghost in the house, meaning death, seemed to me extravagantly comic. But as I have said, the desire to laugh was momentary only, for the solemnity and gloominess of the room impressed me in an unaccountable way, and seeing she was affected, I offered her my arm and said, "Come, Let us continue our exploration, Miss Maggie." The next few days were very pleasant and happy ones to me, and, short as the time was, I had come to regard Maggie Campbell as something more than a mere acquaintance. She seemed to me to embody all that is delightful in a woman, allied to a keen intelligence and great shrewdness. The weather, which was dry and frosty, if not particularly bright, enabled us to enjoy many pleasant rambles in the grand old woods around Barrochan, and I could not close my eyes to the fact that Archie lost no opportunity to bring me and his sister together. Not that I objected. On the contrary, before the week had gone, I began to think I was privileged to consider myself her very intimate friend, if not something nearer than a friend. Since our visit to the Shield Room on Christmas night, I had never alluded to the subject of the so-called Spectre, although I had not forgotten it. It had an interest for me, insofar as it set me wondering how so intelligent and well-educated a girl as Maggie could have belief in such things. But as my stay was drawing to a close, I was determined once more to speak of it, in order that I might have a chance of trying to argue her out of what I then considered a nonsensical idea. Accordingly, I invited her to a stroll one afternoon, and we wandered in what was known as the Cover. It was a stretch of somber pine wood, so filled with gloom and weirdness that it would have delighted the heart of Dante. "Miss Maggie," I began, "I should really like to know more about this family spectre of yours, and the time and place seem most fitting for you to tell me all about it." She looked at me scrutinizingly for some moments, as if to assure herself that I was not jesting, and being satisfied apparently that I was in earnest, she said with something like sadness and solemnity, "It is a serious matter to us, Mr. Kingsley, whatever you may think to the contrary. This phantom comes to us or to those we love to warn us or them of death and danger." "Do you mean death to those who see it?" I asked, scarcely able to keep my countenance. "No, but to someone connected with them." "Now, supposing," I said as I drew her gloved hand through my arm, "supposing this phantom, as you call it, were to appear to me, might I take it as a sign that your family, that you, regarded me with affection?" "You are my brother's attached friend," she answered prevaricatingly, and with averted face. But I saw by her reddened temples that she had not misunderstood me. "That scarcely answers my question," I returned. "But let us dismiss the phantom, and I will frankly tell you that before ever I came here, Archie had frequently talked to me of you, and said that you would make a noble wife. He was right, and my desire is to be able in the process of time to look upon Archie as my brother. Do I speak in riddles?" "No," she murmured, "but we have known each other so short a time." "True, but still, Archie and I are very old friends. He knows my people, my position, and something of my affairs. He has told me so much about you that I feel as if I had enjoyed your acquaintance for years instead of days, and I can truthfully declare that you have taken my heart from me." Her breath came quickly as, after a pause, she said in low tones, "But you have another in its place." "Yours?" I asked quickly. "Yes." We strolled back to gloomy old Barrochan as lovers, and that night in the smoking room I said to Archie, "Well, old boy, I hope our two families will some day be united." "Well done, old fellow," he cried joyfully, slapping me on the back. "Didn't I tell you that as soon as you saw Maggie, you would fall over head and ears in love with her? Well, she's as bonny a lass as ever lived, and she'll be a treasure to you, though it's I, her brother, who say it." I went to my bedroom that night, filled with pleasurable sensations and with many bright hopes for the future. It was a wild night, with a westerly gale blowing round the house, and putting on my dressing gown, I drew a large, old-fashioned easy chair before the blazing log on the hearth, and took to dreaming about many things. Suddenly, I started and turned sharply round, for I could have sworn I heard a sigh. but I saw nothing save the ghostly shadows which the firelight wrought upon the floor. The firelight was the only light I had, for I had put the lamp out. "Upon my word, this eerie old place is making me nervous," I murmured audibly as I turned the log over with the poker to produce a greater blaze. As I once more settled in my chair, I again heard that sigh, and so pronounced was it that I started to my feet and experienced a strange, nervous thrill that was totally new to me. "Psh," I said, "what absurdity!" And I was annoyed with myself for being startled. But at that instant there was a noise in the room, as if a bird was flying about. The sound seemed to travel with great rapidity from side to side, corner to corner, floor to ceiling. When I thought it was above me, it came from below. When I thought it was below, it came from above. Nothing was visible. There was nothing, so far as I could make out, that would in any way account for this delusion, if delusion it was. The sound was unmistakable, but what produced it? This strange noise from an unseen and unaccountable source was at once the weirdest and most uncanny thing I had ever experienced. And while I stood irresolute, trying to find some solution for the mystery, something icily cold touched me at the back of the neck and caused me to shiver. This new sensation begot in me a sense of nervousness that I had never dreamed myself capable of. I struggled against the feeling, but could not resist it. I should not like to say that my sensations were altogether those of fear in the sense in which it is understood, but I was conscious of a shrinking within myself, as it were, a shrinking from an invisible something that had no name. In a few minutes the sounds ceased, and with my mind strangely disturbed, I resumed my seat and tried to account by rational laws for what I had heard, and at last I came to the conclusion it was due to some unconscious cerebration. The gloomy building and what Maggie had told me had made an impression all unknown to myself, and now, being alone on a stormy night in a very ghostly sort of room, my nervous system had made my senses victims of an auricular delusion. This was a sophistical mode of reasoning, but it satisfied me for a time, and I think I must have fallen asleep. At any rate, I suddenly sprang up with a start. The log had burnt to a handful of glowing charcoal. I felt cold and uneasy, with a sense of impending disaster. I was going to throw off my clothes and get into bed when I started. I may say literally reeled back, for between me and the bed was a luminous figure. In outline only was it suggestive of the human figure, and that figure a woman's. It was enveloped in a gauzy, diaphanous veil, the lower part of which faded away. The arms, when I first looked, were folded on the breast, but slowly and with indefinable grace, one arm was gradually extended and pointed towards me, and with that act all my volition seemed to leave me. In obedience to some strange mesmeric influence, I moved mechanically to the door and opened it. Then the figure floated into the corridor, and once more I heard the sigh. Still under the spell, I followed. All was silent as the grave, as dark as Erebus, save for the faint, unearthly light emitted by the phantom. Still floating on, it led me through the intricate passages until at last I found myself at the end of that corridor where the window was, from which such an enchanting view was obtained. Here the figure vanished, and for some moments all was gloom. But gradually it seemed to me that over the landscape spread a singular phosphorescent glow that revealed every detail of the landscape, though in a misty, dim way. But it wasn't a landscape I knew. There were palm trees, deep jungles, and beyond, a sandy plain that stretched to a limitable space. And though it was so far off I saw, for my powers of vision seemed to annihilate distance, a man stretched upon the plain, and above him hovered a flock of vultures. His face was turned upward, and with a cry of horror, I recognized it as the face of Tom Chetwynd, my sister's affianced husband. With this recognition, all things faded out, and I have no recollection of how I got back to my room. But hours after, I found myself on the bed. It was broad daylight. I felt ill, nervous, and out of sorts. And when I had finished my toilet, I hurried downstairs. The family had already partaken of breakfast, and I was informed that the servant had knocked on my door 3 times without obtaining a response. As soon as ever I could get away, I asked Maggie to have a stroll with me, and when we were alone, I turned to her and said, "Tell me, what form does this family spectre of yours take?" There was no mistaking my earnestness and seriousness, and as the color faded from her sweet face, she answered, "It generally makes itself heard by sighs, then by a noise like that made by a bird's wing, and lastly it reveals itself like a thing of faint luminosity, with some resemblance to a woman." I caught her hand excitedly and exclaimed, "My God, then I have seen it, and it has shown me my sister's affianced husband lying dead upon a sandy plain." With a cry of fear, Maggie reeled, and would have fallen had I not caught her. But in a few moments she made an effort and recovered herself. And then, in pleading and pathetic tones, she said, "Oh, lose not a moment, but hurry to your dear sister and comfort her." Filled with a nameless dread, as I was, I could not disregard this injunction. 24 hours had wrought a great change in me, and I no longer scoffed at the incomprehensible. "I will go," I replied, as I caught Maggie in my arms, and for the first time kissed her. "You told me that this phantom only appeared to those you loved," I said. "Therefore, it is a sign that you love me, and that I love you, and our future is bound up together." She sighed in assent, and thus, under these strange and weird circumstances, we stood pledged to each other. 5 days later, without any previous announcement, I was in Oneglia. The astonishment of my people may be far better imagined than described. Never before, I thought, had I seen Etty looking so beautiful, so full of spirits and joyousness. If my awful vision was true, no shadow of the coming sorrow had touched her. I found considerable difficulty in accounting for my sudden and unexpected arrival. I think I made some lame excuse about not feeling very well and wanting a change. Next morning, a number of letters were handed to my father. I was present at the time. One was addressed in a handwriting that I instantly recognized. It was that of Mrs. Chetwynd. With a sudden impulse and a dire presentiment of coming evil, I snatched the letter up, tore it open, and read, "We are distracted. Brief news has come to us of the death of our beloved son, Tom. We are without details, but so far as is known, he was attacked with some of his party by a band of marauding natives and foully murdered. God comfort us all, and God pity dear Etty. Break the news gently to her." As I read this, the room seemed to swim round me, and with a low moan, I sank onto a sofa. "What is the matter?" asked my father in alarm. I handed him the letter, merely remarking, "I knew it all beforehand. It was revealed to me." When we were able to discuss the sad news, we decided that Etty should not be informed for some time. Knowing as I did how her life was bound up in Tom, I feared that the news would kill her. A little later I told her with as much joyousness in my tone as I could assume, that since she left England I had become engaged to one of the dearest women heaven ever smiled upon, and I had a particular reason why she should return with me and make Maggie's acquaintance. Although she thought this precipitancy was totally unlike me, she consented, and we traveled back to London without break of journey. After a day's rest in the metropolis, during which I visited the Chetwynds and learned that there was no possible room to doubt the report of dear Tom's death, we left for Barrochan, and in a few hours Etty and Maggie were together. Then I felt some sense of relief, for only women know how to comfort women when the heart is crushed, and the infinite tenderness and sweetness of Maggie's nature rendered her peculiarly fitted for such a task. In the course of 2 or 3 days, the girls had taken to each other as if they had been years acquainted. Then one night, as we sat in the firelight in the old dining room, we gradually and gently told Etty that in the far-off land of northern India, he for whom she hoped and longed was lying dead. Gently, as we broke the news, the shock was cruel, and for many weeks my beloved sister hovered between life and death. But an angel of pity and goodness tended her in the person of Maggie Campbell, and the infinite love and infinite tenderness of this dear creature nursed her wounded sister back to the things of life, though the joyous spirit and light-heartedness had gone forever. But when the balmy breath of spring was awakening nature around Barrochan, Etty was enabled to wander about with Maggie. She was quiet and subdued now, for the shadow of a never-ending sorrow was folded about her heart. "Jack," she said to me one evening, as we strolled in the deepening twilight along the terrace in front of Barrochan, "for me the world has grown gray, but for you it is full of rich things, and a great joy and infinite peace. And though I have lost, you have gained." She took my hand and placed it in that of Maggie's, and then left us. Years have passed since that evening, and Maggie has long been my wife. Etty is with us. She is a quiet, thoughtful, subdued woman, actuated by a prayerful earnestness to lessen the sorrow and assuage the anguish of her suffering fellow beings. Her own sorrow finds no vent in words, but it is written indelibly on her sweet face. Sometimes my thoughts wander back to that awful night at Barrochan, and I ask myself whether I dreamed a dream or actually saw the phantom. But whichever it was, the result was the same, and by the timely warning, I was enabled to save my dear sister from a shock that might have killed her. End of story number 4. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista.
Story 5 of Stories Weird and Wonderful. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mark LoSacco. Stories Weird and Wonderful by J.E. Muddock. Story 5. The Piper of Culloden. On a bold promontory, whose base was laved by the waters of the German Ocean, stood Drumsley Castle. It was a plain, rambling, solid building, of a nondescript style of architecture, and yet not out of keeping with the situation in which it was placed. Inland was a semicircular sweep of hills, rugged and barren in parts, in others clothed with dense pine forests that seemed to be the abiding places of the spirits of gloom. Between the base of these hills and the castle was a wild stretch of moorland, over which the seabirds wheeled in darkening flight, filling the air with their plaintive cries. It was a solitary place in summer, when the broad beams of the sun flung a golden light over the sepia-toned landscape. The drowsy hum of bees, the lowing of kine, the rustling of the marsh sedges, or the cry of birds were about the only sounds one heard. Occasionally, a dust-stained pedestrian toiled his way amongst the scrunty heather coming from the hills to the sea, or vice versa, or a ragged but picturesque shepherd roamed in dreamy indolence with his browsing flocks. Otherwise, all was solitude, a solitude that seemed to lie far, far beyond the fret of the passionate world. But it was also a meeting place for the wanton airs of heaven, and when the storm wind came across the German Ocean and swept the moorland, it was then a region of desolation, a fitting haunt for things weird and uncanny, and a fostering school for the wild stories and legends current in the district. Drumslie Castle was hoary with time, for it was built in a far-off age, and had had a strange and checkered career. But soon after the fatal fight of Culloden, it passed into the possession of the family of Linning, for services rendered to the English government under the Duke of Cumberland. In connection with the castle was a considerable rent roll derived from property in and about the town, which nestled in a deep depression that sloped down to the sea 2 miles away. This town was a thriving, busy place, but, owing to its situation in a hollow, it was entirely hidden from the moorland, a thin veil of smoke alone indicating its presence to the traveller over the moor. A well-kept road that was carried along the edge of the cliffs connected the town and the castle, which, at the time we are writing of, was in possession of Sir Archibald Linning, a lineal descendant of the Sir John Linning, who had fought under Cumberland at Culloden. Sir Archibald was not an old man. Indeed, he was some years under 50, but he was grizzled and careworn, with a look of pained anxiety in his face. He had married somewhat early in life, and his lady had borne him a goodly number of sons and daughters. But he had seen them taken from him, one by one, nearly all by violent, mysterious, or sudden death, for a curse rested upon the house of Linning. Now we find Sir Archibald old before his time, and a widower with only one daughter, Jessie. The Linnings had ever been noted for their beauty. Tradition had it that an ugly woman or a misshapen man had never been known in the family, and certainly, as far as Jessie was concerned, this tradition appeared to receive verification. Cast in a mold that might without exaggeration be called perfection, and with a face full of that feminine softness and sweetness beloved of the old painters, she was a woman who would have tempted good St. Anthony himself to his fall, and allied to this physical perfection was a gentleness of disposition and a generous nature, open, frank, and honest. She had from her earliest years enjoyed the best of health, for the Linnings were famed for robustness no less than beauty, and now, having reached the age of 23, it appeared as if she was destined to long life and to become the founder of a new branch of the Linning family. On her, indeed, her father had set his last earthly hopes. To her he looked to perpetuate his race, and he had prayed with an earnestness begotten of wild despair that heaven would spare this girl, and that the curse which had all but annihilated his people might now end. For a considerable time she had been residing with some distant relatives in London, and while there had been introduced to Roland Staffler, himself a doctor, and second son of the world-renowned surgeon, Sir Joseph Staffler. Almost at the first time of seeing each other, they fell in love, and in every way they seemed singularly fitted to journey together through life. When Sir Archibald heard of the love-making, he was truly glad, for though he had no personal acquaintance at that time with the Stafflers, he knew they were people beyond reproach, and no less renowned for their chivalry and honour than for their cleverness. Great was his joy, therefore, at the prospect of a union between his house and the Stafflers, as by it he hoped that his own house would be saved. For 6 months the course of the wooing ran on smoothly and happily, and at last Jessie returned to her home to make preparations for her marriage. Up to this period Sir Archibald had not seen his future son-in-law, but it was arranged that before the summer had waned, Roland was to visit Drumslie Castle, and be Sir Archibald's guest for at least a couple of months. Professional duties, however, kept the young doctor from fulfilling his engagement until the summer had passed, and he arrived at Drumslie one sombre afternoon towards the end of October. had he been by nature prone to receive gloomy impressions from external objects, he could not have failed to be affected as he drove up to the ancient castle, for turn which way the eye would, there was not an atom of colour to relieve the monotint of grey. The grey sea blended with the grey sky, and the grey moorland lost itself in the grey mist-swept hills beyond. The only thing that did tend to break the monotony of tone was the bog cotton, which flashed out in white patches here and there on the moor. From somewhere out of the misty distance came the mournful bleat of a sheep now and then, and this was varied by the bay of the heathcock or the lonely whew of the plover. The infinite dolefulness of the scene was accentuated by the leaden sky that seemed to spread over the vast land and seascape like a funeral pall. From the sea itself came a sullen boom as it rose and fell with rhythmical monotony against the iron cliffs. Sir Archibald met the doctor in the entrance hall, and taking both his hands, gave him a warm welcome, saying with a smile that had something of the sadness of the external landscape in it, "Right glad I am to see you, and I give you a treble welcome as my hoped-for son. I trust that you may bring joy and peace and happiness to my house." "I hope so, sir," answered the doctor with a hearty laugh, "as I shall take peace and joy and happiness from it." The latter part of this answer, as will be readily seen, was capable of being contorted into a meaning totally different to that intended by the speaker, and some such interpretation as this must have occurred to Sir Archibald, for he raised his shoulders with a shudder, and said mournfully, "Heaven forbid that you should take joy and happiness from my desolated home." Then, as if suddenly remembering himself, he laughed, and added quickly, "But come, I must not talk like this now. Jessie is eager to see you, and the servant will at once conduct you to your apartment, so that you may change your travelling dress, by which time dinner will be served." The doctor failed to notice in his host's face the settled gloom which was there. He was too full of thoughts of his lady love, and hastened to his room with a light heart. The days sped merrily with the young couple, who were too much absorbed in each other to interest themselves in anything else. Jessie, of course, was not ignorant of the curse which was said to rest upon her house, nor that she was the last prop of that house. But the prospect of joy in the near future caused her for the time to forget the sorrow and the pain of the past. Not so her father. He could not conceal his anxiety lest even at the 11th hour his newborn hopes should be blighted, as they had ever been blighted throughout his life. But as day after day went by, and he watched his daughter and her affianced husband, as he saw how infinitely tender he was to her, and how she with all her woman's nature adored him, he began to think that at last the sorrow had ended. But alas, this elusive dream was to be of short duration. It chanced one evening that he and Dr. Staffler were seated together in the library, Jessie being engaged in superintending preparations for a party on the following day, a number of friends and acquaintances having been invited to meet the doctor. It had been a singularly sullen day, and the sea boomed with angry menace, while the wind had moaned dismally over the moorland. As the darkness gathered, there was a wild streak of blood-red light in the west, where the heavy clouds were banked up over the hills. Sir Archibald had predicted a stormy night, and with the deepening gloom, the boom of the sea grew hoarser, and great splashes of rain were driven against the windows. The library, however, was cheerful enough. A sea-coal fire blazed brightly, and its ruddy gleams warmed the dark oak of the paneling, and added colour to the bindings of the many volumes in the well-filled bookcases. The windows, which faced seaward, were screened with massive crimson velvet curtains, and a heavy dark red pile carpet covered the floor. Outside, the storm had gathered in fury, and blowing in from the ocean The wind brought squalls of hail and rain that beat with extraordinary force against the window. But Sir Archibald was unusually cheerful, for he and the doctor had been discussing the approaching marriage and settling certain weighty matters indispensable to the union of two important families. There had come a lull in the conversation, when suddenly the doctor started up in an attitude of listening. "What is it?" asked his host quickly as he noticed this. "Well, I could almost have sworn that I heard the sound of bagpipes swelling and dying down on the wind." With a cry that was a wail of abject despair, Sir Archibald sank back in his chair. His chin fell on his breast, and his face assumed a hue that was literally ashen in its tone. Thinking that he had been seized with a fit of apoplexy, the doctor sprang to him, grasped his wrist to feel the pulse, and in a voice of anxiety asked him what was the matter. "The bagpipes! The bagpipes!" gasped Sir Archibald, whilst his eyes had a wild, staring expression in them. "But surely the sound of bagpipes needn't disturb you like this," the doctor remarked, naturally greatly surprised. "It's the Piper of Culloden!" gasped Sir Archibald hoarsely. "Well, really, sir, this requires some explanation," said the doctor, with a puzzled air. "You shall have it! You shall have it!" groaned the afflicted man as he covered his face with his hands and shuddered visibly. "But go to your seat! Go to your seat!" Dr. Staffler went back to his chair, and for some minutes there was silence in the room, and then could be heard, coming and going with the wind, the sound of bagpipes, now wailing plaintively, now swelling to a warlike pibroch, and anon scraughing fiercely, and yet there was something unnatural in the sounds. It is difficult to say in what way this made itself manifest, but that it did so was proved by the doctor saying rather to himself than as if by speaking to his companion, "There is something awfully weird about that music." "My God, yes!" exclaimed Sir Archibald, clasping his hands in an agony of despair. "Awfully weird, because it means death to a member of my house." The doctor looked incredulous, and even smiled, for he was utterly without superstition. "Surely," he remarked, "such an idea as that is unworthy a man of your intelligence." A laugh of fear escaped from the white lips of Sir Archibald as he replied, "You will not say that when I have told you the meaning of those awful sounds." Then he suddenly sprang from his seat, and seizing the doctor's hand, almost roughly, he exclaimed, "Come here!" at the same time drawing him towards an anteroom and lifting a lamp from the table. The door of the anteroom was screened by a curtain, and letting go the doctor's hand, he pulled this curtain on one side and entered. He raised the lamp above his head so that its rays fell full on the portrait of a soldier in costume of the early part of the 17th century. "That man," he said fiercely, "was an ancestor of mine. He was a captain under the Duke of Cumberland and fought at Culloden. It was through him that this curse came upon our house." He uttered a groan as he said this, and passed hurriedly out of the room again as if the sight of the portrait was hateful to him. Once more he threw himself into his chair and, covering his face, groaned in anguish. The doctor, who had followed him, began seriously to think that his host was not in his right mind, and he said persuasively, "Perhaps I had better summon some of the servants who will assist you to your bedroom, where I will visit you, and if you will permit me, I will prescribe something that will have the effect of soothing your nerves." Sir Archibald looked up. His face was haggard and ghastly. His eyes were expressive of intense mental distress, and when he spoke, his voice was hoarse as a raven's. "Keep your seat," he said. "You are wrong in your diagnosis. For me, those dreadful sounds which you yourself have heard are fraught with an awful meaning, and it is only right that I, as a man of honor, should tell you what that meaning is. You see me a desolate old man, old before my time. One by one, my beloved children have been taken from me in the prime and flush of life, and not from fell disease, but while apparently in vigorous health. And always before the death of one of my children, the sounds of those awful pipes have been heard." The doctor himself grew a little pale at these words in spite of himself, for, if they were not the mere ravings of a mind distraught, they meant that his bride-elect was doomed. It was a dreadful thought, and then, as if ashamed and even angry with himself, he laughed a scornful little laugh, and ejaculated the one word, "Absurd!" "You are sceptical," said Sir Archibald in the same hollow tone. "But heaven pity us! It is too true, too true. My ancestor, whose portrait you have just looked upon, was a soldier of great bravery, but a fierce and passionate man. It is said that in his passion he was capable of almost any cruelty. On that fatal day of Culloden he held a commission in Monro's regiment, and it is stated that he fought with lion-like bravery. When the dreadful charge of the wild, rushing Highlanders was over, when all that despair and devotion could do for the misguided Prince Charlie was seen to be of no avail, his beaten remnant of an army began to fall back sullenly, though even as they retired they contested the ground inch by inch, and in many cases pouring out their life-blood rather than own defeat. My ancestor was one of the most active and determined in following up the slowly retreating Highlandmen, and all reports concur in saying that he was relentless to those who would not readily yield. On one part of the field lay a wounded piper. One of his legs had been shattered by a cannonball, so that he was helpless. His pipes were beside him, and he was stretched on his back, writhing with pain. A little group of his ragged countrymen were slowly falling back before a superior number of the English, who were led by my ancestor. Suddenly the dying piper rose, and seizing his instrument, he blew a wild war strain to encourage his kin against the hated foe. The sound of the pipes so inspirited the flying column that they suddenly turned with savage fury on their pursuers, and for some minutes a bloody hand-to-hand encounter ensued, and many an Englishman bit the dust. "Cease that cursed row!" roared my ancestor to the wounded piper. But the man, all unheeding, played louder and more fiercely. Such an unequal struggle could not last long, for the Englishmen outnumbered the Scots 2-1. At last the remnant of the latter turned and fled. Then, wild with passion, as he saw how many of his men had fallen in that short scrimmage that had been brought about by the pibroch of the wounded piper, my ancestor rushed upon him, and crying out, "Thou accursed fool!" he plunged his sword through the man's body. But the Highlander was not killed outright, and raising himself on his elbow as the blood gushed in a stream from his wound, he retorted, "Accursed be thou and all thy tribe to the 4th generation. Thy descendants shall die in their shoes, and while the bloom of youth and health is upon them. My pipes shall announce their doom, and whenever the pibroch sounds in their ears, death shall be stretching his hands towards them. Again I say, accursed, thrice accursed, be thou and thine and thy descendants to the 4th generation." In his fierce wrath, the piper almost sprang to his feet, and, as if to emphasize his dying hatred, he spat in my ancestor's face, and then blew a wild skirl on his pipes. But it was his last act, for the next moment he was brained, and fell back dead, and then my ancestor hacked the offending pipes to pieces with his sword. Such, then, is the story, and the curse of the dying piper has been too literally fulfilled. I have heard that unearthly music often, and whenever I have heard it, I have seen one of my loved ones taken from me. Sir Archibald had told this strange story in a quick, jerky, nervous way. His eyes depicted terror, and his face was like the face of a corpse. Dr. Staffler was naturally much affected, although he did not attach any serious importance to what he had heard. Or rather, it should be said, he tried not to do so, but in spite of himself, an uneasy feeling forced itself upon him. There was no mistake about his having heard the pipes, but he asked himself whether his ears had not been befooled, or if that was not the case, whether the music he had heard had not been played by a living man. He succeeded in persuading his host to go to bed, where he administered to him a sleeping draught, and the next morning, when Sir Archibald arose, he was much refreshed, although gloomy and despondent. A fortnight passed, and Dr. Staffler began to laugh at the fears he had allowed to take possession of him on that stormy night when he had heard the so-called Piper of Culloden. Jessie had not been told of the incident, and the young couple were very happy in their love. The doctor was proud of his affianced wife, and was never tired of praising her beauty. For beautiful she was, and to his eyes her beauty was without parallel. But while the young people were thus dreaming their dreams of future joy and happiness, Sir Archibald was filled with nervous anxiety, so that his haggard face had become still more haggard. He could not forget the warning. But what he hoped and prayed was that the warning might be meant for himself, not for his child. He was a worn man, to whom life had proved very bitter, and he would have no difficulty in yielding it up. But it was torture to him to think that his idolized child was doomed. She was so beautiful, so full of health and hope, and so supremely happy at the prospect of becoming the wife of the man she worshipped. It wanted now but 3 weeks to the marriage, which was to take place in London, and the doctor, Sir Archibald, and his daughter were to leave for the south in the course of a few days. Jessie was in high spirits and busy with preparations for her departure from her home and for her marriage. Once again the doctor and his host were alone in the library. It was a beautiful night, calm, cold, and clear. The stars in frosty splendor burned, and a nearly full moon silvered the sleeping sea. Sir Archibald drew back the curtain from the window in order that the doctor might gaze upon the superb scene that, while beautiful, looked almost unearthly under the moonlight. Suddenly, there arose on the gentle air that came in from the sea the sound of bagpipes, not a fierce pibroch this time, but a low, plaintive, melancholy wail that seemed to be softened and subdued by distance, so faint were the sounds. Sir Archibald let the curtain fall, and staggering backwards to his chair he gasped, "The pipes! The pipes! The curse is still on us!" The doctor tried to soothe him, saying, "Really, sir, I think you should not let this matter affect you so much." Sir Archibald turned his eyes upon the doctor, with a look of despair and reproach, but he made no response. Then he sank back in his chair, and seemed to be wrapped in gloomy thought. The doctor took down a book, and seating himself began to read, although he found that he could not concentrate his mind upon the page, but his thoughts would wander to the strange story his host had told him about the Piper of Culloden. Presently, Jessie came into the room. She was looking a little pale, and her lover's perception and anxiety being quickened by what he had heard, he asked, "Are you not well, Jess?" "Oh yes, dear. Well, that is, I have been suffering from a slight headache," she answered with a smile. "Oh, I will soon give you something to relieve that," said the doctor, rising from his seat. "I have already taken something," she answered, laying her soft white hand on his. "Have you? What have you taken?" "Well, your little medicine case that you were showing me the other day was on the dining room sideboard, and I helped myself to some sal volatile." "And has it done you good?" asked the doctor. "Not yet. There has hardly been time." The doctor drew a chair near the fire for her, and seating himself beside her, began to discuss the merits of certain musical composers, for they were both very fond of music, and while he talked she grew paler and seemed to become abstracted, and presently she said faintly, "Roland, I feel very queer. There's something the matter with me." With those words, Sir Archibald uttered a cry of woe and swooned away. The servants were summoned, and he was put to bed, and in wild alarm the doctor plied his sweetheart with questions as to her symptoms. "I have a strange numbness of the lips," she answered, "and I feel pain." That statement made him turn giddy and almost reel, for the distinct and characteristic symptom, numbness of the lips, pointed to poisoning with aconite, of which he knew he had a small phial in his case. He rushed into the dining room, examined the case, and found that the aconite bottle was half empty. By mistake, the poor girl had taken the poison for the sal volatile. Gradually she grew worse, and servants were started off post-haste to obtain the services of other doctors. And all through that dreadful night, Roland Staffler, almost distracted with grief, did everything that human skill and science could suggest, in conjunction with colleagues from far and near, but all was of no avail. The dreadful poison had got too firm a hold, and as the eastern light of morn spread itself over the still sleeping sea, the beautiful Jessie Linning, in a fit of wild delirium, passed into the land of shadows. Crushed into the very dust with an unutterable sorrow, the poor young doctor bowed his head over the body of her he had loved so well, and felt that henceforth his life must be a broken life, a life of gloom. He had at first brought joy and peace and happiness to that accursed place, but now, alas, through inadvertence, he had taken peace and joy and happiness away, in a different sense from what he had hoped for. Sir Archibald Linning never recovered from the blow, but 3 months afterwards he followed his daughter to the grave, and the night before he died, the wailing music of the pipes of the Piper of Culloden came breathing over the sea. The curse has been truly fulfilled. The last of the Linnings is extinct. Drumsley Castle has fallen into a roofless ruin. The owl hoots through its silent chambers, and the ravens build their nests in the adjoining trees. Roland Staffler has gained eminence in his profession, and his name is known far and wide as a scientific man. But since that fatal night when Jessie Linning, his affianced bride, was poisoned at Drumsley Castle, he has never been known to smile. His life has indeed been a broken life, through that curse uttered long ago by the dying Piper of Culloden. End of Story 5. Recording by Mark LoSacco.
Story 6 of Stories Weird and Wonderful. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jim Gallagher. Stories Weird and Wonderful by J.E. Muddock. Story number 6, Some Experiments with a Head, being a record from the papers of a late physician. The following notes have reference to a time now far off, alas, when I was a very young man and imbued with an unquenchable desire for knowledge. I was an enthusiast, I freely admit, and there were some who called me a dreamer. But, if that is to be interpreted as meaning a visionary, I decline to admit that the term is applicable. I had a profound love of science in all its branches, and in those fields of research which the scientist must conscientiously explore if he wishes to be accepted as a trustworthy guide, I diligently sought for demonstrable facts. Scientists may be divided into two very distinct classes, your men of theory and your men of practice. I preferred to fall into the latter category, and asked for proof of all that was advanced. It was this very trait in my character which led to the extraordinary incidents related in this paper. Let me at once state that at the time to which I refer, I was a medical student studying at the Collège de France in Paris. My father before me had been an eminent member of the medical profession, and from the very earliest period of my existence I evinced a strong desire to follow in his footsteps. The consequence was that, by the time I was 20, I was studying hard in the French capital. I had already passed several examinations with flying colors, and was looking forward to obtaining my diploma within the next 2 years. Now, there was one subject that had always possessed for me almost fascinating interest, and I am free to confess that it absorbed a great deal of my attention. It was whether, in cases of decapitation, death was instantaneous. My professional brethren will know that opinions on the subject have been much divided, but instantaneous is an elastic term. The coming and going of a flash of lightning is said to be instantaneous, and yet it occupies an appreciable space of time that is capable of being accurately measured. Now, the question that suggested itself to my mind was whether, though life was extinguished in a space of time no longer than a flash of lightning takes to manifest itself, that is, in the blinking of an eye, there was still time for introspection, retrospection, and speculation. I was fully aware that the point involved was a peculiarly delicate one, and might be said to belong more to the domain of psychology rather than physiology. But in considering the subject, one could not ignore the experiences of those who had come within an ace of losing their lives by drowning. In well-authenticated instances, the drowning person had in an incredibly brief space of time traversed the whole record of his life, had recalled incidents of childhood long ago forgotten, and had even worked out speculatively what his friends would think of his death, how his affairs would be settled, and what would be the careers of his children, if he had any, in the far-off future. In such brief moments the mind is capable of grasping an extraordinary range of subjects, past, present, and to come, and yet the duration of consciousness in such cases can hardly exceed, in the extremest limit, 5 minutes. In dwelling upon these facts, I asked myself whether the brain of a decapitated person was not capable of thought for a period as correspondingly long as that experienced by a drowning man. I was, of course, aware that some of the most eminent anatomists affirmed that the entire severance of the jugular vein, the carotid arteries, especially the interior carotid supplying the brain with blood, and the spinal cord, or main nerve tract of the body, must produce absolutely instantaneous death. But I had the boldness to answer to this that instantaneousness was capable of being measured as a space of time, and such a space of time to a dying man was filled with potentialities that could not be ignored by the inquirer who had a due regard for minutiae. Nor could I forget the well-authenticated case of an unfortunate victim of the Reign of Terror, whose head was seized by the executioner as soon as the guillotine had severed it, and as the man was in the act of holding it up by the hair to the view of the crowd, he saw the eyes turn upon him with such a look of anguish and unspeakable reproach that with a cry of horror he let the head fall and fled. The professorial chair of anatomy in the college was filled by the celebrated Dr. Francois Grassard, who had been a friend of my father and took a great interest in me. He was pleased at times to discuss my favorite subject with me, but his opinion was that cessation of thought and power of reflection was absolutely coincident with the severance of the neck, which, as everyone knows in the case of the guillotine, is as quick as the blinking of the eye. But then I took my stand upon that elasticity of the term instantaneous, and which, as I have already urged, while counting for nothing in an ordinary way, might be much to a dying person, that is, a person dying by a sudden and violent means. On one occasion, after an argument with Dr. Grassard, I ventured to suggest that it might be possible to make some practical experiments with a view to substantiating or disproving my argument. The doctor reflected a little time and then said, "Yes, I think it is possible, and such experiments can hardly fail to be deeply interesting and even scientifically valuable." It was not until nearly a year after this that the opportunity for the suggested experiments occurred. It happened that about this time Paris was startled by a wholesale butchery of a peculiarly atrocious character. In one of the wretched dens of the Rue de Cascade, a man named Gaspard Thoreau hacked his wife, his mistress, and 4 children to pieces. The Rue de Cascade is situated in the neighborhood of Saint-Denis, which is perhaps one of the foulest spots to be found in any city in the world. It is not necessary to dwell upon the details of the crime, which, however, were peculiarly horrible even for Paris. But the criminal himself was altogether a most remarkable man. He had formerly been an analytical chemist, and was a man of high intellectual attainments. In direct opposition, however, to the wishes of his friends and relations, he married a woman much below him in social rank, and one of very indifferent character. Such a mésalliance was, of course, bound to bring misery and unhappiness. Madame Thoreau had a violent temper and a most jealous disposition. The result was the ill-matched couple led a cat-and-dog life for years. At first the man struggled against his misfortunes, then he gave way to drink, and that brought the inevitable concomitant train of evils. He lost his position, his business, his honor, went from bad to worse, was deserted by all his relations, committed forgery, and served a long term of imprisonment. On his release, he sank down to the lowest stratum of society, and together with his wife and 4 children, found shelter in the dreadful Alsatia of Saint-Denis. Here he formed a liaison with a woman who lived under the same roof. For a time, the wife tolerated her rival, then the 2 women began to fight like wildcats until the feud ended in the awful tragedy. Thoreau, inflamed with wine, went to his den one night when both the women reviled and reproached him, until, excited into a fit of frenzy, he slew them and his children. His history, such as I have sketched it in outline, was gradually unfolded at the trial, and, although he found some sympathizers, the weight of public opinion was decidedly against him. There was never from the first a shadow of a doubt about his being the culprit. The only question was whether, to their verdict, the jury could not append the extenuating circumstances of which French juries are so fond, and which invariably saves the murderer's head. But Thoreau's crime was so revolting and barbarous that the extenuating circumstances were left out, and the criminal was condemned to death without hope of reprieve. As soon as Dr. Grassard heard of the sentence, he said to me, "Well, young gentleman, I think we shall at last be able to try our experiments, and, what is more, we shall have an unusually good subject." I knew what he meant by an unusually good subject. Thoreau was a man of striking physical mold. From an anatomical point of view, he was perfect, with a well-shaped head, firmly set on massive shoulders. He was under 40 and had never had any disease, so that in such a man vitality would be very strong, and there would be a corresponding tenacity of life. Apart from sheer physical attributes, he was endowed with a keen intelligence and mental powers of a high order, though he had shown himself weak in one respect. That was his inability to rise superior to his misfortunes. Dr. Grassard's position as one of the first anatomists in France gave him great influence, so that he had no difficulty in obtaining permission from the authorities to visit the condemned man. He found Thoreau callous as to his fate, and holding views with regard to a future stage which rendered him deaf to the voice of spiritual consolation. As a matter of fact, he absolutely and determinedly refused to receive the prison or any other chaplain, though a day or 2 before his execution he so far relented as to consent to see a priest, to whom he made confession. It will be readily comprehended in what respect such a man was about as good a subject as could have been selected for our purpose. With tact and delicacy, Dr. Grassard led up to the purpose that had induced him to visit him, telling him that in the interest of science it was desired to make certain tests with a view to endeavor to establish the precise moment when the death of the brain ensued after decapitation. With a grim smile, Thoreau said that as a chief actor in the experiment, he was perfectly willing to do all that he possibly could to further the ends of science. But he wanted to know what part he was to play after he was beheaded. He was told that what was desired of him was that at the moment when he was laid upon the plank, with his neck under the knife, he should concentrate all his thoughts upon 4 questions that would be spoken into his ear. These questions were: 1. Are you in pain? 2. Do you recognize those about you? 3. Do you remember what you have been guillotined for? 4. Are you happy? The affirmative answer to these questions was to be a single blink of the eyelids, the negative 2. Now, if consciousness remained for any appreciable space of time, there was no reason why this motion of the eyelids should not be made, because the palpebrae, or eyelids, are dependent for their action on certain muscles known as the orbicular, or circular muscles, and the levators palpebrae superiores, the muscles used to raise the upper eyelids, which would be quite uninjured structurally. The same remark applies to the muscles of the eye known as the recti, which are 6 in number, so that the eye might also be moved if the will was there. On that the whole question turned. Would the will be there? By will I mean consciousness. These preliminaries having been settled, it now remained to make arrangements for carrying the experiments out, and in this we were aided in every possible way by the authorities, the matter of course being kept strictly secret. In discussing these arrangements with Professor Grassard, I took the liberty to express myself to the effect that if the brain could be kept at its normal temperature by the blood, consciousness might be retained for many seconds, if not minutes, and what we had to consider was how to prevent the tremendous drain of the vital fluid as soon as the severance was accomplished. Naturally, with the cutting through the great veins and arteries, the blood flowed away as water would flow from a reservoir if the banks were to burst, and what we had to do was to dam this flow. After some consideration, Professor Grassard suggested that by plunging the bleeding surface into a basin of softened wax, the end aimed at would be attained. The month was November, and the morning of the execution was as dismal as could be imagined. All night long a drizzling rain had been falling, and a searching, biting wind made the streets unbearable. To this fact, no doubt, was due the comparatively small crowd that had assembled in a Place de Roquette, where the guillotine was erected. The hideous machine of death had been placed within 3 yards of the door of the prison through which its victim would have to pass on this his last journey. A corridor had been formed from the door to the steps of the guillotine by putting up a canvas screen on each side. This had been done for our special convenience. It had also been arranged that, instead of the basket which was to receive the head being placed on the scaffold in the usual way, some of the planks were cut, forming, as it were, a trap-door, the basket being on the ground under the trap. Consequently, after the execution, the head could be taken out without the spectators having any knowledge of what was being done. The authorities were also good enough to place at our disposal an anteroom just inside of the corridor of the prison, so that we had no difficulty whatever in completing our preparations and being quite ready for the exciting moment. As is well known, culprits condemned to death in France are never informed of the day of their execution until the very morning, and only then about an hour before the time. It was 6 o'clock when the prefect, the governor of the prison, various officials, and a priest entered Thoreau's cell, and arousing him from a sound sleep, informed him that he had but an hour to live. The wretched man received the announcement with the most perfect sang-froid. There, turning to the priest, who had approached him with a crucifix, he bowed and said politely but firmly, "Monsieur, pardon me if I say I can dispense with your services. I have never attempted to deny I committed the crime, and now in this supreme hour, in your presence and the presence of these gentlemen, I confess that my hand, and my hand alone, killed the women and the children. I am perfectly aware that by the laws of my country my life is forfeited, and the perfect justice of my sentence I freely admit. But if such crimes as mine are to be visited with the wrath of heaven, I cannot hope to turn aside that wrath by a hurried prayer now that I am all but dead. Therefore, monsieur, I pray that you will leave me to my own reflections during the brief time left to me, for, as a matter of fact, I have pledged myself, so far as I can, to aid certain experiments that Professor Grassard is desirous of carrying out." This speech, at such a time, will show that the culprit was no ordinary man. The priest, however, did not retire, but remained with the prisoner and accompanied him to the scaffold, and there Thoreau consented to press his lips to the crucifix that the good priest extended to him. As soon as ever the mournful procession had passed through the doorway, one of our hospital assistants followed with a tin bowl half full of heated wax. A cordon of gendarmes was drawn around the guillotine, and beyond them again was a double line of mounted soldiers, so that the crowds of people were kept a long way off. Exactly 3 minutes after Thoreau had crossed the threshold of the door, he was lying on the plank. Daylight had scarcely yet begun to assert itself. From the murky sky the drizzling rain still descended, and away to the east there was an angry flush of red. The boom of the bell of Notre Dame, as it slowly tolled the hour of 7, fell on our ears as the gleaming and fatal knife flashed down the wooden uprights on which it worked, and Thoreau's head fell into the basket on the pavement. With extraordinary dexterity and coolness, the assistant caught it up and set it with the neck downward in the basin of wax, and then with agile movement he rushed into the room where we waited for him. The face of the culprit was then perfectly natural in its color and expression, but we noted that there was a slight twitching of the muscles of the mouth. The basin was set on a table already prepared, and in the full rays of a strong light. Then the professor placed his lips close to the right ear, and in a clear, deliberate, resonant voice asked, "Are you in pain?" Instantly there were 2 distinct blinks of the eyelids. "Do you recognize those about you?" the next asked. This time there was 1 blink. "Do you remember what you have been guillotined for?" 1 blink again, but now the muscular motion of the eyelid was perceptibly slower. The last question was then put. "Are you happy?" With the utterance of the word happy, Professor Grassard straightened himself up, and instantly the eyes, which were fully open, and also quite natural in color and expression, turned upon him. The effect of this was thrilling, and certainly would have unnerved men who had not been braced up by an enthusiastic love of science. The professor moved round the table slowly, describing the segment of a circle in his movement, and as he did so the eyes followed him. Then suddenly we saw a film come over them, and the lids drooped, while the face assumed a bluish-white tint, and there was a dropping of the lower jaw. From the time that the head was taken out of the basket to this change setting in, exactly 3 minutes 8 seconds had elapsed, as measured by a chronometer watch, so that there was consciousness of the brain for that period after the head was severed from the body. The proofs of this were beyond all question of possible doubt. It may of course be stated with positiveness that this, in a great measure, if not entirely so, was due to the hermetically sealing of the ends of the cut vessels by means of the wax. We regretted exceedingly that an answer by the sign of negation or affirmation, which had been agreed upon, had not been given to question number 4. It seemed probable that the question was understood, but instead of the motion of the eyelid, the eyes themselves turned, following the movement of the professor, and on discussing this subsequently, we came to the conclusion that it was due to Dr. Grassard rising from the bent position he had assumed while speaking into the ear, and naturally he regretted that he had altered his position so quickly. The change in the face that then set in was probably due to the congesting of the sinuses, which would at once deprive the brain of all sensibility. In other words, the brain there and then died. This was the conclusion we arrived at, but nevertheless we resolved to try what effect an electric current might have, though we were actuated more by curiosity than any absolute idea of results. We had provided ourselves with a small battery, and laying bare the ganglion cervicale superiores, a nerve center in the neck, we sent a current through it, but the only effect produced was some twitching of the nerves of the face. We therefore made a deep incision down on the optic nerve behind the eye, and connecting the nerve with the positive pole of the battery, while the negative pole was applied to the base of the anterior lobe of the brain, we turned on the current. In a few seconds, the face seemed to lose its bluish waxen appearance and became suffused with a warm flush as in life. The eyes lost their glassiness, and the eyelids their droop. As we watched these phenomena with breathless interest, we saw with amazement the eyes move in a perfectly natural way from right to left and left to right. Then Professor Grassard drew with his finger an imaginary line on a parallel axis to the eyes of the head, and the eyes slowly followed the motion of the finger. Speaking for myself, I confess to being positively startled by this unlooked-for result, for anything more weird or awful than the bodiless head rolling its eyes in counterfeit presentiment of actual life could hardly be imagined by brain of man. But the climax had not yet been reached, for the next moment the professor brought his lips on a line with the right ear of the head, and in a clear, distinct voice said, "If you are conscious of what is being done, make that known to us by blinking your eyelids." I had been looking at the face intently as this was said, and I was now absolutely horrified to observe that the eyelids actually did blink. I could endure no more. I seemed to be suffocating. I staggered to the door, flung it open, and reaching the passage, fell down in a swoon. When I recovered consciousness, Professor Grassard conveyed me to my residence in his carriage. I saw that he was very grave and thoughtful. "I think," he said quietly, as we neared our destination, "I think our experiments went a little beyond what we intended, for we seem to have brought the dead to life again." "Yes," I answered with a shudder, "and we have substantiated my theory that the head of a human being may live for some minutes after its severance from the body, but nothing would ever induce me to undertake such experiments again." End of Some Experiments with a Head. Recording by Jim Gallagher.
Story 7 of Stories Weird and Wonderful. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information,
or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Stories Weird and Wonderful by J. E. Muddock. John MacDougal's Double. It boots not to indicate the precise locale of the truly remarkable incidents I am about to narrate. It is true that the many years that have passed have caused the details to fade from the public memory, but, nevertheless, there are reasons why the identity of the person and region should be concealed, though no doubt some of those who read this will recognise the spot from the description that follows. Being of a studious disposition and loving solitude, it was long my habit to make journeys on horseback through the least frequented parts of the country. This mode of locomotion suited me, for I was a valetudinarian, and the exercise was necessary to my well-being. I loved to dream, too, to work out problems as I rode along, and it suited my peculiar temperament to start off on these journeys in an aimless way, that is, to lay down no rule or route, but to wander just where the spirit of the hour, or some passing fancy, led me. It thus chanced that, in the summer of 18-something, I started for a week's holiday in this eccentric fashion, and turned my horse's head northward. It was my custom to carry such refreshments as I might require during the day in a small knapsack, and, being a very abstemious man, rather, however, from compulsion than choice, my needs were few and simple. At night I usually managed to find accommodation and hospitality for man and beast in some village hostelry or roadside inn. I loved the out-of-the-way places, rural simplicity and quietness, and, in so far as I followed any fixed plan, I was careful to avoid the great commercial centres and the thronged highways. The leafy lanes, the woodland tracks, the breezy moorlands were more to my taste. One sunny afternoon I found myself in a very wild but picturesque part of the country. Heather-clad hills rose up in a sort of amphitheatre, save to the west, where there was a break, and the eye travelled out to a great strip of the blue Atlantic Ocean, whose ponderous billows foamed on the iron rocks that terminated the land on that side. It had been a sullen morning, sultry and gloomy. The sky had been cloudless, and the sea of a sepia tint, illuminated here and there with passing shafts of light that gleamed from rents in the clouds. There had been such an utter absence of motion in the air that the sullenness and the deceptive calm impress one with a sense of impending disaster. As the afternoon advanced, it became more evident that a storm was brewing, and, not deeming it wise to longer ignore the portents, I began to cast about me for some place of shelter. The country, however, might have been in the heart of uninhabited Africa for any sign there was of human life. The landscape, moreover, was so much broken up by depressions, rises, and strips of woodland that only a very limited area could be surveyed by the eye of the traveller, who knew not, therefore, whether the next dip or next rise would reveal the presence of some snug and nestling village or town. The main road was badly kept, and must have been a mere quagmire in the winter. Many bypaths and tracks ran off at various angles, but there was nothing to indicate where the paths led to, though it was reasonable to suppose that they had some connection with human dwellings. Already heavy drops of rain had commenced to fall, and warned me to lose no further time in seeking shelter. But where? That was the question. I reined in my horse, stood up in the stirrups, and ran my eye all round, but I could see no signs of a house. About a quarter of a mile ahead, the road was carried through a cutting, and, in the absence of anything better, I thought that would afford at least partial shelter. I therefore gave my beast his head, just as a blinding zigzag of lightning tore through the black heavens, and seemed to burst open the floodgates, for down came the rain in a deluge. I remember nothing like it for suddenness and severity. It was really as if some upholding force had been swept away, causing the water to tumble out of the heavens in unbroken streams. In less than a minute, an extraordinary burst of thunder shook the solid earth, causing my good steed to swerve and manifest every indication of fright. He was a faithful, intelligent animal that had carried me many hundreds of miles, but he was exceedingly sensitive and nervous, and so I patted his neck, coaxed him, and spoke kindly in his ear, and he consented to go forward until we entered the cutting, the banks of which, on each side, rose to a considerable height, and were densely wooded, the consequence being that the road hereabouts was wrapped in gloom. Once more there leapt from the sky a vivid flash of fire, followed almost immediately by a peal of thunder that was like the roll of heavy artillery. My horse reared and plunged to such an extent that I slipped out of the saddle in order to lead him by the bridle, and as I did so, I was surprised to see a strange, wild-looking man standing in the very centre of the road. He was hatless, and his long, dark hair was sodden with the rain, while his face seemed to me to be cadaverous and white. He was tall and powerful, and dressed somewhat after the fashion of a gamekeeper. He wore a woollen shirt that was open at the neck, and revealed a considerable portion of the upper part of his chest, that, I noted, was covered with a mass of dark hair. He seemed utterly indifferent to the pouring rain, and had the appearance of one who was drenched to the skin. Yet he stood there motionless and unconcerned, and, as it appeared to me, with a savage glowering expression on his face. Hailing him, I asked if there was a place of shelter or a house near, and at that moment my horse swerved again as the heavens were once more illuminated with the lightning. This distracted my attention for some moments, as by the toss of his head he nearly pulled the bridle out of my hand. When I had pacified him and turned to address the man, I was dumbfounded to find that he was no longer there. I called loudly 2 or 3 times, but there was no response, and I began to ask myself whether my senses had not deluded me, for what manner of man could it have been who could thus have ignored my question, seeing the plight and distress I was in? But I put the idea of a delusion from me as unworthy of serious thought. I had noted every detail of the strange man, and could have sworn to him amongst 1,000. Then suddenly it occurred to me that he was a robber, that he had companions near, and had gone to warn them of my approach. I therefore drew out a double-barrelled pistol I always carried in my knapsack, and put it into the side pocket of my coat, ready for immediate use in case of need. I advanced for some yards, leading the horse and keeping my eyes about me, but I saw no sign of human being, and the only sounds I heard were the rushing of the rain and the shriek of the wind through the trees. Fortunately, on one side of the road was a large hollow from which stone had been taken. The top part projected very much, and was overhung with trees, so that it afforded a partial shelter. I placed my horse against the rock, and still held his bridle on my arm, and, thrusting my free hand in my pocket, I grasped my pistol and waited in suspense, expecting every moment to be attacked. For it had become a conviction with me that the man I had seen was a footpad, perhaps a gipsy, and that he would presently return with companions and attempt to murder and rob me. But an hour or more passed, and he had not made his appearance. Gradually the storm died away, and the sky was enlivened by little patches of dark blue, though over the hills hung dense and ragged masses of sombre clouds. Mounting my horse once more, I rode forward, and in a little while I debouched upon an extraordinarily weird-looking stretch of country. The gloaming was falling, the blue strips of sky had deepened, and a strange wild stormlight came from seaward. As I saw the landscape under these atmospheric aspects, there was something positively ghastly about it. Here and there were groups of grotesque and distorted trees huddled together in the gloom, like whispering conspirators, and these were alternated by open spaces, encircled by boulders that were suggestive of forgotten altars of some unholy worship. As I rode on in the gathering darkness, quickening my pace in my anxiety to find some shelter for the night, I passed straggling birch trees, whose white trunks gleamed ghostly and pallid amongst the deeper shades around. There were lonely pools begirt with rustling reeds, and from them now and again arose the melancholy boom of the bittern. On the banks of the streamlet, now hoarsely gurgling after the heavy rain, were blasted and stunted trees that in the uncertain light looked like withered witches who, brooding on some deed of blood, had suddenly been stricken stiff by some avenging power. As I rode through this nightmare landscape, over which the shades of darkness were fast falling, there was occasionally a whir of wings, and a harsh cry startled me from time to time. Owls darted across my path, looking like little grey ghosts, and frogs croaked hoarsely in the reeds. I gave my beast the bridle. He lengthened his strides. The tree trunks ran into one another. Overhead blinked a star or two between the rifts. I seemed to lose my identity and to be swept onward, a flying phantom in a land of shadows. In a little while I perceived a light ahead, and had no doubt that it proceeded from a human habitation. So, putting my horse to his fastest trot, I soon came to a whitewashed building that I saw at once was an inn, and never did jaded traveller welcome an inn as I did this. Alighting, I rapped on the door with my riding whip, and immediately there appeared a buxom, jovial, red-cheeked woman, who, in answer to my query as to whether I could have lodging and refreshment for myself and horse, said certainly, and ringing the bell for the ostler, to whom she gave instructions to care for my beast, she led me into the house, and, lighting a candle in a brass stand that gleamed like gold, she showed me upstairs and into a room that was redolent with lavender and comfortably furnished. The linen of the bed was white as driven snow, and the mahogany furniture polished until it was like a mirror. Having changed my clothes and refreshed myself with a wash, I descended to the dining room, where the same scrupulous cleanliness and care were displayed. A snowy cloth was on the table that was spread with good things: a luscious ham, a roasted chicken, fresh butter, delicious honey, homemade bread, tea, toast, etc., to all of which I did ample justice, for I was as hungry as a hunter. The genial landlady waited upon me and chatted pleasantly the while, and from her I learned that the town of E was only 2 miles away. Her name was MacDougal, and she and her husband had kept the house for something like 10 years. It stood on the estate of the Duke of D, and John MacDougal was a gamekeeper in the service of his Grace. Having made a most hearty meal, and ascertained that my horse had been well cared for, I filled my pipe, and my hostess said that if I did not object, she had no doubt her husband would be glad to keep me company. I thanked her for the suggestion, assured her that I should be delighted, and throwing myself on a couch, I fell to dreaming pleasant dreams as I watched the smoke from my pipe curl ceilingward. In about 10 minutes a knock came to the door, and in reply to my "Come in," the landlord, John MacDougal, presented himself. As I cast my eyes upon him, I almost uttered a cry of amazement, for he bore such a striking resemblance to the weird-like creature I had seen on the road during the thunderstorm, and who had been deaf to my entreaties for assistance. As I rose into a sitting posture, I said, "I think we've met before." "Indeed. When?" "An hour or 2 ago, in the cutting there on the road, and during the time that the storm was at its height." "You are certainly mistaken, sir," he answered with a laugh. "I have been in the gamekeeper's lodge on the Duke of D's estate all the afternoon, and, having been up the whole of the previous night, I slept for some hours and was not disturbed by the storm." I was incredulous, and stared at the man, trying to read his thoughts, but his dark eyes met mine fearlessly, and his face was full of frank openness. Moreover, his face was not cadaverous and ghostly like that of the man I had seen on the road, but was plump and rubicund. But still, in all other respects, he was a facsimile. Rising, I extended my hand, and he took it, and, as I held his, I peered into his dark eyes and said, "Can you solemnly say you have never looked upon me before?" "Most solemnly," he exclaimed. "At any rate, not to my knowledge." I was puzzled but not convinced. I could not dismiss from my mind the idea that in some way the man was deceiving me. Yet as I studied him, I found that in some details he differed from the man I had seen on the road, though the details chiefly had reference to the wildness of the eyes and the white, ghastly face. My host's eyes were soft and mild, almost like a fawn's, while his face, as I have already said, was round and rubicund. I did not discuss the subject further with John MacDougal, but I felt there was something strange, some mystery to be accounted for, and I confess to having had a yearning desire to clear the mystery up. When I rose on the following morning, I found there was a daughter of the house, by name Rosa, a pretty, dark-eyed, dark-haired girl of 2 or 3 and 20. Unmistakably MacDougal's daughter. But while she had his features and complexion, she was fragile, with a pale, thoughtful, pensive face. She was a pleasant girl, with a sweet voice and engaging manner, so that I was glad to converse with her. With rustic ingenuousness, she offered to conduct me to the ruins of a notable castle that overhung the sea 1.5 miles away, and gladly accepting her company, I started on foot. I found her well versed in the topography of the country as well as its local history, and she afforded me much information. The ruins were singularly picturesque. They stood on a bold, windswept rock, around whose base the Atlantic billows ceaselessly made war. As I stood in the ruins, listening to the thunder of the waters, and drinking in deep draughts of the rich ozonised air that came off the face of the ocean, something prompted me to tell Rosa of my little adventure of the preceding day, and I wound up with saying, "When I saw your father, I was amazed at the likeness he bore to the strange being I met in the road." As I made this remark, I saw the girl turn deadly pale, while in a voice that seemed to me to ring with sorrow, she said, "It must have been my father's double you saw." At first I did not know whether to take this in earnest or whether it was a mere expression that had no implied meaning, but before I could make any reply, she exclaimed with every indication of mental anguish, "Oh, how foolish of me to tell you that, you who are an utter stranger." I was struck with the girl's manner. Moreover, what she told me at once afforded an explanation of the mystery, and though there were plenty of people who would have laughed the idea to scorn as unworthy of even a passing thought from men of sense, I was not one of them, and yet I had generally been credited with possessing an average amount of sense. But I am a believer in the occult sciences. I have always been of opinion that there are mighty wonders in connection with our natures of which we have no conception. "So your father has a double then?" I remarked with solemn gravity. "Yes, yes," she answered in trepidation, "but I cannot speak more about it. Please, let us go back." She was evidently affected, so that I had not the hardihood to ply her with further questions, but complied with her request. My interest, however, had been aroused, and I resolved to try and learn something more about John MacDougall's double. On leaving my home, it had been my intention to be absent a week. The week had already expired, but I found this country inn so comfortable and attractive that I was induced to prolong my stay. Fortunately, I was pretty well master of my time, and so had no need to consult anyone. That afternoon, Rosa came to me, and in a distressful voice, and with tears in her eyes, she said, "Oh, sir, I pray you mention nothing to my parents of what I told you this morning. When the subject is referred to in my father's presence, it almost drives him mad." I promised her that I would keep my own counsel, but I was determined to learn something more before leaving the neighbourhood. The subject had a perfect fascination for me, and I could not resist it. Being naturally of an inquisitive temperament, I asked many questions about many things of the old country people who resided in the neighbourhood, and I soon learned that for a long time they had been living in a state of terror owing to a series of truly astounding murders, while all attempts to detect the perpetrator of these crimes had failed. First there was a woman, a hawker, found in a ditch by the roadside. Then a farm labourer, who had been ploughing all day and was returning with his horses in the evening, was killed near a wood. Again, a well-known farmer who had been to the market town was discovered the following morning dead on the highway, his horse browsing nearby. This was followed by the murder of a servant girl in a field. Then a sailor on tramp was the victim. And finally, a country carrier who had travelled the road for many years went to swell the list. Now these crimes were in the highest degree mysterious, for in no case was robbery the motive, the deceased's belongings being intact, while all the victims, without exception, were killed by being strangled with the hand. The throat of each was black and bruised, and showed unmistakably the deep indents of thumbs and fingers. Every endeavour possible, even to the offering of a large reward, had been made to discover the author of these extraordinary murders, but without avail. Nothing was got that would even justify a suspicion against any particular person. Then, again, what was the motive which prompted the outrages? It seemed to be literally a mere love of killing. I was greatly interested and pondered deeply on the subject, and I tried by every process of reasoning to find some feasible theory of the crimes. The absence of apparent motive only added, of course, to the inscrutable mystery. One thing was certain. The murderer must have been a remarkably powerful man to accomplish his purpose as he had done, and a cunning man also to have defied detection so long. Suddenly, as I dwelt upon the subject, it flashed across my mind that John MacDougal was the murderer, through his double. I could not help this thought as I remembered that wild, fierce, powerful fellow I had seen on the road. Of course, your men of common sense, as they would have been pleased to have termed themselves, would have laughed me to scorn for such an idea. But it was not my habit to reject a proposition as untenable, simply because known laws would not apply to it, and very soon I was to receive a fearful practical illustration that I was right. At the end of my week's stay at the inn, a new guest arrived. He was a traveller for the great firm of B and Company of Manchester. He was a little, sharp-eyed, genial man, who had been on the road for many years, and was full of anecdote and bonhomie. We soon struck up an acquaintance, and spent the evening together until a late hour, when we both retired. He occupied a room next to mine, and about 4 o'clock in the morning I was awakened by an extraordinary sound proceeding from his room. Daylight was already breaking, and a soft, rosy light was stealing over the landscape and showing through my blind. I sprang out of bed and listened, and I became convinced I could hear the scuffling of feet and a strange gurgling sound, as if someone was gasping for breath and was in great pain. Instantly a terrible thought seized me, and, rushing out of my own room, I hurried to my neighbour's, flinging open his door without knocking. Then I was rooted to the spot with horror, for in the uncertain light I discerned a sight that froze my blood. On the bed was the commercial traveller. and standing at the side was the fierce, wild man who had confronted me in the cutting on the road. His hands were round the traveller's throat. Before I could recover from the shock, he turned upon me. His face was fiendish in its fierce expression. Foam was about his lips, and his eyes blazed like living coals. With a sudden movement, he strode over to me, and, with a sweep of his arms, hurled me into a corner. I think I must have been stunned, for there was a blank that I could not fill up. When I recovered, it was almost full daylight. I rose and went to the bed, and was appalled to find that the commercial traveller was dead. He had been strangled, and his throat was swollen and black. I hurried to John MacDougal's room. The door was locked, but, putting my shoulder to it, I burst it open. John MacDougal was in his bed. He was in a deep, trance-like sleep, and his breathing was not perceptible. His face was deathly pale, but placid. I called him by his name and shook him, but without avail. His wife, who slept in an adjoining room, came rushing in. I told her that murder had been done in the house, and her husband was the murderer. She uttered a wild shriek of despair and exclaimed, "It is false! My husband sleeps, as you see." I was dumbfounded in the presence of this awful mystery, for mystery it was. Was I a victim of some horrible nightmare? No, for in a few minutes the aroused household discovered that the commercial traveller had been too surely strangled. It was 8 o'clock before John MacDougal awoke from his strange sleep. He looked dazed and ill, and I shrank from him as from something uncanny. I had dispatched a messenger to the town for the police, who soon arrived, and an investigation into the circumstances of the crime was made. My position was a most unenviable one. I had absolutely witnessed the murder, had seen the murderer, and recognised him as a man I had met before, and who was exactly like John MacDougal, and yet, within half an hour at the most of my witnessing the crime, I beheld John MacDougal soundly sleeping in his bed. As a truthful man, I could do no more than state what I had seen, and the result was MacDougal was arrested. In due course he was brought to trial, and I was forced to appear as a witness against him. The story I told naturally created amazement and incredulity. The prisoner's wife and daughter, who usually slept with her mother in the room adjoining that of the prisoner, swore that to the best of their belief he had never left his room on the night of the crime. His employer, the Duke of D, gave him an excellent character as a quiet, inoffensive man, as did also his neighbours. And, save for my story, there was nothing at all to connect him with the murder. The result was that everyone believed the murder had been committed by another man resembling John MacDougal, and the prisoner was acquitted, and he and his family emigrated to Australia, though he himself never reached that country. He disappeared suddenly one night and was never seen again. It was supposed that he either jumped or fell overboard. The murderer of the commercial traveller in the lonely inn, and of the 6 other persons, all of whom had been killed in the same manner by strangulation, was never discovered, and never will be till the end of time. All the circumstances of the crimes were involved in awful mystery that defied human penetration. But I have never had any doubt in my own mind that the unfortunate people were done to death by John MacDougal's double. Who was his double? Can there be any other answer than that, while the real man was in a sort of trance state, his other self, fierce and bloodthirsty, issued forth to prey like a ghoul on those with whom he came in contact? And often have I shuddered as I have remembered how I met this ghoul in the lonely cutting during the thunderstorm, and who, but for some inexplicable reason, would have added me to his list of victims. Truly, there are more things in heaven and earth than are dreamt of in our philosophy. End of Story 7.
Story 8 of Stories Weird and Wonderful. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mark LoSacco. Stories Weird and Wonderful by J.E. Muddock. Story 8. The Bride of Death. The house of Sabine had ever been noted for the beauty and queenliness of its women, but none surely had ever been more beautiful and Juno-like than Patricia Sabine. She was indeed worthy of her house, and her house was proud of her. The Sabines were an ancient race, whose proud boast it was that they had descended from that line of grand old Norse kings of whom Frithjof the Bold was such a distinguished representative, and in the library of the Sabine mansion the Frithjof saga emblazoned on silk and framed in a frame of pure red gold hung on the wall. For the family were proud of this redoubtable ancestor, and honored his memory by thus framing the romance of which he was the hero. The beauty of a woman may be suggested by words, but they must ever fail to do full justice to the subject, for it is by the eye alone that beauty can be best understood. There is, in fact, a beauty that neither words nor brush can paint, a beauty that owes much to the warm flush of light. I'm still referring to feminine beauty. The delicacy of coloring in the skin, the wondrous changes of expression, the magic of the eyes, the grace of carriage, the sweetness of voice. These are things that defy the artist and penman alike. The Greeks of old gave us beauty in their sculptures, but, after all, it was the beauty of death. It is well, however, that the reader should know something of Patricia Sabine, even though the picture has but a faint resemblance to the original. Grace of mold, perfection of limb, stateliness of carriage, were qualities which had ever been characteristic of the Sabine, with a certain imperiousness which was an added charm. For such a type of human nature would have been imperfect had it lacked lordliness. The Norse blood was easily traceable in Patricia, in the tall, stately figure, the clear, deep-set blue eyes. Not the pale, sickly blue which accompanies the lymphatic temperament, but that wondrous violet, such as one sees in the waters that lave the islands of the West Indies, but which must ever be a stranger to the painter's palette, for it is one of the hues that the cunning of man has never yet been able to wring from nature. And fringing these eyes were long silken lashes, and framing them were arched eyebrows of wondrous perfectness. The complexion of the face was literally that of the peach, than which it is difficult, even if we ransack nature, to imagine anything more delicate, more perfect in its blending of tones, or more exquisitely chaste. A straight nose, with quivering nostrils, that responded to every passing emotion, even as an Aeolian harp responds to the lightest of zephyrs, lips that had the coral's redness, and in their curve the grace of Ulysses' bow. Her teeth were as ivory, and gleamed even as wet ivory gleams when her lips were parted. But even such a face as this, a face that wanted nothing in each individual feature to make up a perfect whole, would still have been imperfect had it lacked that crown of a woman's adornment, the hair. Truly, her hair was Patricia's glory. It was a glory of the sun's red gold, and when it fell about her, it was like a veil, and might have excited envy in the breast even of one of the mythological sea nymphs, whose locks served completely to enfold them. Fortunately for her, the hideous fashion of gathering the hair up tightly from the neck and pleating it up in a lump on the crown of the head had not come into vogue. But even if it had, and she had chosen to wear hers so, her nuque would have stood the test of the most rigid criticism. I have used this French word because it expresses so much and is so wholly untranslatable. For while in one sense it means the nape of the neck, it also has reference to the curved swell of the back part of the head, which embraces the base of the ears and the top part of the neck. Many a woman who gathers up her hair and drags it tightly from the neck is all forgetful how few there are who can afford to expose this part of the neck. For where the lines are rigid and pronounced, and the ears bulge away from their base, the artistic eye is shocked, and the canons of true art are outraged. But Patricia Sabine had nothing to fear in this respect. Her dainty head was joined to dainty shoulders by a swan-like neck, absolutely faultless in its lines and curves. I confess to a fear that some who read this description may think I have exaggerated, for, alas, it is sadly true that the ideal beauty in modern women is rarely seen. It is sacrificed to the artificial style of living and the Moloch of fashion. But Patricia came from a race who through long generations had been famous for their beauty, and she seemed to have inherited the type in its most exalted aspect. It will be readily supposed that such a woman lacked not lovers. Men there were who would have dared the horrors of Hades itself for her favoring smile. But sighs and entreaties were alike unavailing until she met Jasper Rale. It is difficult to tell why she was attracted by him, unless it was due to some powerful magnetic influence which she could not resist. Rale was a strange man, in stature less than she, with eyes that were as dark as sloes and glowed like polished ebony. His hair, in striking contrast to hers, was jet black, his complexion swarthy and colorless. His type was Spanish, and he had the Spaniard's fire, the Spaniard's pride. He was not handsome, and yet he was attractive. But in what that attractiveness lay would have puzzled any mere casual observer to determine. There was something mystic about him that defied penetration. Although his family had long been settled in England, he had spent many years of his life in the East, and had wandered in some of the remotest parts of Egypt, where the foot of the ordinary traveler rarely treads. Physically, Jasper and Patricia might have mated with advantage, but temperamentally they were opposed to each other. She represented the sunshine and wine of life, he the gloom and the sorrow. She was open and frank as the day, he was given to esotery. And yet she became fascinated with him, and he talked burning, passionate love to her. But the connection did not meet the approval of her family. They named many reasons why it was inexpedient for her to marry him, but their most forcible and unanswerable objection, perhaps, was that he was a dreamer, not a worker. His wanderings, extensive as they had been, seemed to have all been aimless. He had not enriched the world by adding to its knowledge, and he appeared to have devoted his time to gathering up the mystical lore of the countries through which he passed. He must have had some idea that his suit would not find favor with her relatives, for one night, as they returned from a visit to some of his friends, he suddenly seized her hand, and with passionate exclamation said, "Patricia, do you really love me?" It was a brilliant, frosty night. The air was crisp and crystalline. The stars shone with an arctic splendor. The moon was like a shield of burnished silver. The lovers had preferred to walk, though a carriage was at their disposal, for they wanted the joy of love's sweet dalliance. Their way was along a lonely road, shaded by giant beeches, through whose tangled branches the moonlight fell, and was wrought into gleaming filigree work on the ground below. And all around the landscape lay in the shimmering light, looking like an unreal land, or rather a land of mystery, for all was so still. The shadows were so impenetrable, the lighted parts so dreamlike in the silver sheen. Some little distance off, sunk in a hollow, was a large tarn, partly in shadow and partly in light, and it needed but a very small stretch of imagination, as one gazed at it with the glamour of the night about it, to fancy that strange beings from the spirit world were gliding over its mirror-like surface. Surely it must have been in such a spot as this that the beautiful but erring Queen Guinevere met her lover Sir Launcelot of the Lake. Patricia was a little startled by her lover's brusqueness, and she made answer with somewhat faltering accents, "Yes, but your question seems to imply a doubt on your part." "It does imply a doubt," he replied. "I do not feel sure of you. Nay, start not. You know that your people are opposed to me." "That is true. But have I not told you that I am yours?" "You have. But in what way have I influenced you?" A little shudder thrilled her at this question, and she answered, "By some power you possess, and to which I cannot give a name. I am drawn to you irresistibly. You have for me the attraction that the lodestone has for the needle." He burst into a strange laugh that had mockery in it, and said with some bitterness, "I understand you are influenced by me, but you do not really love me?" "You have no right to say that," she replied, with a rising inflection in her tone. "I speak as I feel and think," said he firmly. "I see into your heart and read it. Do not misunderstand me. I do not mean to say that you are deceiving me wilfully. You think you love me." "Nay, I am sure," she answered in low tones, and in spite of herself experiencing a sense of shrinking from him, for he spoke so strangely, and his piercing eyes, in which the moonlight was reflected, seemed capable of reading her most secret thoughts. "I am sure that I love you," he exclaimed with passionate energy, and seizing her in his arms, he kissed her with the burning passion of an ardent lover. Then, with the abruptness peculiar to him, he stopped, and holding both her hands in his, while he peered fixedly into her eyes, he said, "You know, Patricia, that according to the mythology of the Persians, every star in the heavens has its special spirit, and every man has his attendant star which receives him at death. This is something more than mythology to me, it is truth. My star and your star are with us now, and hear our words. In their hearing, vow that you love me to all eternity." She was half frightened of him. He had never talked like this before. Was it wine in his head, or madness? She asked herself. The expression of his face was strange. His fiery eyes seemed to burn into her very soul. She could not help but recoil from him, but he drew her forward again and asked, "Are you afraid to confess your love now that I have told you two spirits are witnesses?" "What nonsense are you talking?" she said. "Nonsense," he cried, with a hoarse laugh. "Nonsense because you cannot see what I can see? I see two strange forms that walk beside us. They are shadowy and dreamlike, but still I see them. and they shall be witnesses to your vow." "What vow?" she asked in tremulous tones. "I want you to vow solemnly now, with all those burning stars looking down upon us, and in the face of that peerless moon, and in the presence of these ghostly witnesses, that you love me, and will be bride to no one but me." She could not be indifferent to his unusual and peculiar manner. Never before had he exhibited this phase of his character, and she was really alarmed, but with the boldness and firmness of her race, she made answer thus: "Jasper, I will vow nothing or tell you nothing while you are in this strange mood. Conduct me at once to my home, and if that is not agreeable to you, I will go alone." He appeared to be deeply hurt. An expression of pain and sorrow swept across his swarthy face. He bowed lowly and with frigid politeness, and offering her his arm, uttered the one word, "Come." They walked along in silence for some distance. Then he suddenly said, "Patricia, if you and I are not wedded in life, we shall be wedded in death. No other man but I can ever possess you. Mark every word of this. It is well that you should." He spoke with such emphasis, such solemnity, that again she shuddered, and when a little later he bade her good night on the steps of her home and pressed his cold lips to hers, she felt a positive relief that the moment for parting from him had come. That night's experience opened her eyes, and she saw what she had been unable to see before. She saw that this strange man with his gloomy and supernatural views was not fitted to be her mate, and that it would be the height of folly for her, who was so richly endowed and so deeply impressed with the joyousness of living, to wed herself to him. Up to that night, she had really believed that she loved him, but she was fully conscious now that he had exerted a power over her, a power that had fascinated her, but had not won her heart. How could there be love between two natures so utterly at variance? The result of her reasoning was that on the following day she wrote him a not unkindly, but at the same time a firmly expressed letter, in which she pointed out that happiness was not at all likely to come out of a union between them. She dwelt upon their want of similarity in tastes, and of her abhorrence of the views he held, and concluded with saying that the engagement was broken, and that he must seek someone for a wife who was more suited to him. For a few days she heard nothing of him. Then he came to the house and besought an interview, but fearing to trust herself in his presence, she resolutely declined to see him, and 2 or 3 days later he sent a note containing these lines: "Remember our last interview, and what I said. These were my words. Patricia, if you and I are not wedded in life, we shall be wedded in death. No other man but I can ever possess you. Mark every word of this. It is well that you should." For a little time she could not shake off a feeling of depression. She did not like to believe that she was in the least degree superstitious, and yet she had to own that she was affected in an unaccountable way. She recalled his wild manner on that solemn starlit night when he had given utterance to those words, as if he had been inspired and was prophesying. As the weeks rolled away, however, and she neither saw nor heard anything of her strange lover, the feeling of depression wore off, and she blamed herself for having been so easily affected. But occasionally, with remarkable suddenness and vividness, the scene of that night came before her mental vision, and she saw it again as if it were an actual reality. There were the dark blue sky gemmed with its myriads of scintillating stars, the moon clear as a silver shield, the great beech trees, the filigree work woven from light and shadow on the road, the country bathed in a dreamy light, the glittering tarn. Every detail and every point of the scene rose up before her, and also the spirit of the scene, the remarkable man who had breathed a passionate recital of love to her, and had asked her to vow her love for him in the presence of the astral spirits, those spirits of the stars which he said were to be witnesses to the vow. She would have liked to have forgotten him entirely, but that seemed an impossibility. His dark, wild face and his fiery eyes haunted her. 6 months passed, and she heard nothing whatever of him, save a rumor that he had gone to Egypt again. Then she met Ernest Willoughby, Lord D., son of that Lord D., who so distinguished himself during the Crimean War, and who died of wounds and privations in the trenches before Sebastopol. Ernest, himself a gallant soldier who had already seen much service, was a year or two her senior. He was handsome, brave, frank, and full of life and spirits, a striking contrast indeed to Jasper Rale. His family were noble too, and wealthy, so that a match between the two houses was one that strongly recommended itself to both parties. Almost from the first time of meeting, the young people fell in love, and it would have been difficult to have found a couple more suited to each other. Her peerless beauty was well matched by his splendid figure and handsome face. There was no serious love-making, however, until 2 months later, when he sought permission to pay his addresses to her, and as she was nothing loth, they stood pledged to each other as lovers. But before she gave him her pledge, she honestly told him of her connection with Jasper Rale. "Jasper Rale!" he exclaimed as he heard the name, and then, after reflecting for some minutes, he said, "I wonder if it is the same Jasper Rale I met once in Egypt. He was at Hermopolis when I was there, and subsequently we journeyed down the Nile together." "Yes, it must be the same," she cried, "for he has been much in Egypt, and I have heard him say he was at Hermopolis." "Well, if it is the same man," Ernest said somewhat contemptuously, "he is a half-mad mystic who professed to have studied the occult sciences of the Egyptians. I remember I offended him very much because I laughed at him and told him he would land himself in a lunatic asylum when he told me he had the power of holding converse with the spirits of the dead." Patricia shuddered and said, "Well, don't let us talk any more of the man. Though I think I ought to tell you this. He assured me that if I did not become his wife, I should never be wife to anyone else." "Did he threaten you?" asked Ernest quickly, and firing up with anger. "Oh no, not exactly that. He spoke, as it were, prophetically." "Well, you can afford to treat that sort of thing with contempt," answered Ernest. "The prophecies of such a crack-brained noodle are not in the least likely to come true." "Perhaps not," answered Patricia, but the manner in which she said this showed that she was still to some extent affected by Rale's influence. But from that moment he was not referred to again by the lovers, who by mutual consent decided that henceforth his name should be a dead letter between them. The adage that the course of true love never did run smooth was not to be verified in their case. Nothing occurred to interrupt the harmony of their wooing, and never were a man and woman prouder of each other than they were. Ernest was in the habit of saying that the world had not such another woman as Patricia, but lovers have said that sort of thing since time began. Nevertheless, Patricia Sabine, all things considered, would have been difficult to outrival, for allied to beauty of no ordinary kind were a most winning tenderness and a true womanly nature. Everyone who knew these two predicted for them a long life of unalloyed happiness. The star of good fortune seemed to shine with the most perfect effulgence over their path. The day of the wedding came at last. The marriage, as befitted the union of two such houses, was to be a grand one, and to be solemnized in the parish church of the bride's native town. It was summer-time, and over the glad earth was cast a robe of beauty into which a wealth of color had been wrought. A wet spring, followed by long brilliant days, had, like a cunning alchemist, turned the cloddy earth to glittering gold. But on the very morning, a morning brilliant with sunlight, while the air was languid with the scent of 1,000 flowers and palpitating with the passionate melody of the birds, when Patricia Sabine rose joyous at the thought that in a few hours she would become the bride of the man to whom she had given her heart, and with whom she hoped to journey through life until in the fullness of time, like a good and faithful servant whose duty had been well done, she would pass to that higher life where happiness knoweth no blight. Her maid put a letter into her hand. It was a large square envelope, with the device of a serpent on the flap. At any other time, she might have been struck by the eccentricity of this device, but now she was all eagerness, all excitement, for her bridal dress and wreath were there ready to don, and a woman on her bridal morn has no eyes for trivialities that do not bear upon the business of the hour. So she tore the envelope open. It contained a sheet of parchment-like paper, at the head of which was the same device of a serpent, and in addition in the left-hand corner was a veiled shadowy figure, whether male or female it was impossible to tell, for the form was only suggested by the diaphanous veil that enveloped it. And over the head of the figure floated a golden star. On the paper, written in red ink, was this line: "We shall be wedded in death. No other man but I can possess you." There was no address, no signature, no date, but these things were not needed to tell her whose hand had penned those cruel words. The paper fluttered to the ground, and with a little cry she reeled against her toilet table, and her maid in alarm sprang to her assistance, but she recovered herself in a few moments and said, "Oh, how stupid of me, Marie! Forgive me for alarming you. It is nothing." She laughed, but it was a laugh without laughter in it, for once again before her mental vision came back the scene of that wintry night, and she saw the dark, flashing, sinister eyes of Jasper Rail peering into hers. She picked up the sheet of paper, she tore it into little shreds and threw them into the grate, but she could not so easily get rid of the strange, nervous dread that had seized her. Her beautiful face was clouded, and some of its color had faded away, while in those wonderful violet eyes was a restless expression, as though she half expected to see Rail's strange, weird face come before her in reality. Why had he done such a cruel thing as this? Why, on that morning of all mornings, when the glad earth seemed to be singing an anthem of great joy, had he placed a sting in her heart, and overshadowed her brightness, which, on such an occasion, should have been perfect? It showed, at least, that he had not forgotten what they had been to each other, and this shaft had been levelled at her on her bridal morn by reason of the bitterness he felt. Presently she stood decked in her bridal robes, and as she surveyed herself in her mirrors, the magnificent picture that met her gaze even put Rail out of her head. Truly she was magnificent, and so radiant in her beauty that a king might have been tempted to sell his kingdom to possess her. An hour later, when she walked up the aisle of the church, leaning on her father's arm to the altar, where her husband-elect stood ready to receive her, all the eyes of the assembled congregation were turned upon her in admiration. A bride more bride-like, more stately, more entrancing, it would have been difficult to picture. And through the eastern windows fell a glory and wealth of color, and from the organ rose peal upon peal of an anthem, while about the altar steps was a paradise of flowers. But amidst all this pomp and wealth, amongst all this color and beauty, the beauty of women and flowers, there was an unbidden guest, whom no one, with one exception, saw. And this unbidden guest was Azrael. When the last words had been uttered, which made the twain one, there rose from one of the front pews a man, whose face was like the face of death, but whose eyes burned with a strange fire. He moved to the altar steps, gliding as it seemed rather than walking. So unearthly did he look in his pallor and the wildness of his expression, that those who saw him might have been pardoned for mistaking him for an apparition. But it was no apparition, but Jasper Rail, So rapid had been his movement that no one could stop him, and suddenly he placed his hand on the bride's shoulder. She turned to see who had touched her, and then with a piercing cry of terror, she fell back in her husband's arms. Rafe was tottering on his feet, a sickly greenish hue spread over his face, and speaking in a husky, gasping voice like one who was suffocating, while he pointed his finger at the bride, he uttered these strange words. "In my veins courses a deadly and subtle poison distilled from Egyptian herbs. I am death, and you are my bride. We cross the dark tide together." He reeled like a sapling that is shaken in the wind. Something in the nature of a mocking laugh broke from his blue lips. Then he sank down on the altar steps, a corpse. Then, and not till then, was the spell lifted that seemed to have bound the assembly during those awful moments, for this unparalleled scene of horror was all enacted within a minute. Women fainted, and men seemed to lose their heads. With a wail of anguish, the poor husband lifted his unconscious wife in his strong arms and bore her to the carriage, and she was quickly conveyed back to the home from whence she had issued an hour or so ago, so full of life, so radiant in beauty, so happy in the thought that she was soon to be the wife of her heart's choice. Medical aid was summoned from all quarters. Everything that human skill could do was done. But Rafe's prophecy proved only too true. She never rallied from the shock, but ere the day was done death had claimed her. And the lover, husband, and widower all within a day bowed his head over her sweet body and wept, for he was a broken-hearted man. Jasper Rafe's revenge had been gratified, his prophecy fulfilled. If he was a madman, he was possessed of more than the ordinary cunning of madness, and no man surely ever planned a more thrilling and ghastly tableau than that which took place at the altar steps at a moment when the woman he had once professed to love became the wife of another. If he had merely counted on the effect that the shock of his startling suicide would produce, he had counted well. But perhaps when he spoke on that memorable winter night, he spoke with the certainty of foreknowledge. Perhaps some power that we know not of enabled him to see the whole scene as it was to occur. But whatever it was, there are some mysteries too inscrutable for human ken. The result was the same, and one of the most beautiful of women, in the very fullness of her joy and happiness, and in the first few minutes of her wifehood, was claimed as the bride of death. The bowed and stricken husband never recovered from the blow. In active service abroad, he sought that excitement which seemed the only thing calculated to prevent him from sinking into a condition of morbid melancholy. But nothing could ever lift the great shadow that had fallen on his life. That life ended, however, during the recent campaign in the Sudan. Although his youth was far behind him, and his hair was white with the snows of time, he volunteered for active service and fell, sword in hand, on the burning sands of Egypt, while leading a little band of devoted followers against an overwhelming horde of Arabs. He sought a glorious death, and found it. End of Story 8. Recording by Mark LoSacco.
Story 9 of Stories Weird and Wonderful. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Colleen McMahon. Stories Weird and Wonderful by J.E. Muddock. Story 9, The Unbidden Guest, A Story of a Christmas Joy. Peace on earth, goodwill towards men, rang out the Christmas bells joyously over the frozen snow. But to one person at least they grated harshly, inharmoniously, for they were suggestive of a never-dying sorrow. This person was Sir Wilfrid Woofenden, Baronet of Pine Tree Hall, situated on the outskirts of the charming little village of in Berkshire. Sir Wilfrid was a tall, patrician-looking man who had once been handsome, but, though not very old, his hair was silver, and his face seemed clouded with a sorrow that had no words. Pine Tree Hall had ever been noted for its hospitality, and under its roof on this bright, crisp morning, when the bells from the village church rang out the old greeting, was assembled a large number of guests. But though Christmas Day always saw the hall crowded, its owner knew no joy, for the day was pregnant with a bitter memory, and to explain this we must tell something of his family history. He had married a lady of equal rank with himself, and she had borne him 2 daughters, Ethel and Muriel, and 1 son, Wilfred, the heir and hope of the house. He was a fine lad, and seemed to give promise of great things. But that promise was not redeemed, and, though he was not dead in fact, he was dead so far as his family was concerned. His chair in the hall was ever empty. His voice was never heard there. Even his portrait had been taken down from its accustomed place, and no one would have had the hardihood even to have mentioned his name. If he survived his father, he would succeed to the title and estates, that is, the entailed portion of them. But the old baronet had rashly sworn that while he himself lived, his reprobate son should never touch a penny of his money. "Let him go forth a beggar, and starve in his shame and disgrace," he had exclaimed in a fiery outburst of passion, when he first heard that his one son and heir had brought dishonor upon his house. Truly the story was pitiable enough. Wilfred had been at Rugby, then at Oxford, but his career at college had been marked by excesses that were all but unpardonable, even in an undergraduate. He was engaged to be married to Hester Branscombe, the only daughter of Mrs. Branscombe, the widow of Major General Branscombe, who died in India. The Branscombes and the Woofendens were very old friends. Major Branscombe and Sir Wilfrid had been at college together, and it had been the dearest wish of Sir Wilfrid's heart that his son should marry Hester. But young Woofenden was unusually wild, and though he professed to be madly in love with Hester, he went off with a ballet dancer, being first expelled his college, and having forged Mrs. Branscombe's name to a bill of exchange, whereby he obtained a large sum of money. Sir Wilfrid was thunderstricken when he heard the news. That a scion of his house should have been guilty of such dishonor was almost impossible to believe. But alas, it was true enough, and the disgrace, the shame, and the sorrow the scapegrace brought upon the 2 families could scarcely be told by words. The baronet's pride was wounded to the quick, and he said he would never hold up his head again. He of course paid the money for the forged bill of exchange, but that was the least part of the mischief. The blow fell so heavily on Hester that for some time her life was despaired of. She gradually recovered, however, though it was generally acknowledged that she was never the same girl again. Her life was blighted, and the brightness of her youth had left her. She alone knew how much she loved the handsome daredevil Wilfrid, who had often told her that without her life would not be worth living. She believed that he was sincere in what he said, and even when it was discovered that he had fled, she refused to believe at first that he had deceived her. But gradually the awful truth came home to her, and when she recovered from her illness, she put the sorrow deep down in her heart, and had borne it there for 10 long years. She was a guest at the Hall on this Christmas Day. In fact, she was never absent from these annual gatherings, for between her and the Misses Woofenden existed a sisterly friendship that nothing had ever interrupted. Pine Tree Hall was one of the old baronial mansions for which Berkshire is famous. It was said to have been originally built in Richard III's time, and though it had been enlarged and improved by successive proprietors, much of the original building still remained. It stood in a grand park, famous for its chestnuts and beeches, and its turrets and towers were a conspicuous landmark for many miles round. It was a family custom of the Woofendens to worship in their village church on Christmas morning, and such of their guests as desired to do so accompanied them, while another custom was that dinner on Christmas Day was always served at 2 o'clock. The morning had been bright, with a sharp, frosty air. There had been a heavy snowstorm some days previously, and as no thaw had followed, the snow lay thick on all the countryside. As the afternoon approached, however, there was a change in the weather. The barometer rose, and snow commenced to fall again, and by the time dinner was ended it was snowing heavily. This put a stop to a sleighing party that had been organized, and something else for the entertainment of the guests had to be thought of. Although the old baronet was the soul of hospitality, his heart never seemed to be in the gatherings now, for it was on a Christmas Day, strangely enough, that news of his son's shame and disgrace first reached him. The day, therefore, could not fail to painfully remind him of the shadow that hung over his ancient house, and though he never mentioned Wilfred's name, and would allow no one else of the household to mention it, there can be no doubt he thought much of him, and his memory must often have reverted to the time when the merry, golden-haired youngster was the life and joy of the old home. So keen was his sorrow even now that he liked to give vent to it in solitude, and would, when he could do so without discourtesy, retire to his library, where he smoked and reflected on the terrible disappointment of his life. As the snowstorm kept the guests indoors, games of various kinds were indulged in, for there was a considerable number of young people present, and Ethel and Muriel took the lead in suggesting amusements to pass the time. Sir Wilfrid had been able to withdraw without being missed, and having shut himself in the library, he had gone to sleep. Soon after darkness had set in, and the lamps had been lighted, Muriel approached her sister and whispered, "The butler tells me that old Nance is in one of her trance moods again. Would it not be fun to get her into the dining room? It might amuse the guests." "No," answered Ethel, who was the elder. "I cannot countenance that. Why expose Nance to ridicule?" "Oh, very well, Ethel, just as you like," replied her sister, a little piqued, for she did not attach the importance to the old woman's trance moods that Ethel did. Nance was an old servant of the family, having been in the service for over 40 years, and had nursed all the children in their babyhood. She had been greatly attached to Wilfrid, and had been heard to say that she never could understand why his father had been so harsh to him. But then, Nance had always been blind to his faults. She was a gentle, good-natured woman, but was generally referred to by her fellow servants as being a little bit cracked. She had earned this reputation owing to her belief in the supernatural. To her, ghosts were very real things, and sometimes she went off into a sort of waking trance, when she babbled of all sorts of wondrous things. In spite of this eccentricity, or whatever one liked to call it, she had been as true as steel to the family, and every member of it loved and honored her. But while Muriel used to laugh at Nance's visions, Ethel had firm faith in them, and she was fond of being alone with Nance and listening to some of the marvelous stories from the old woman's apparently inexhaustible repertoire. When Nance fell into one of her so-called trance moods, she did not, as might be supposed, go to sleep, but became restless and excited, wandering about her room, waving her arms wildly, her eyes wide open, but apparently blank and fixed on space. In this state she mumbled and muttered, sometimes incoherently. At others she would tell a plain, straightforward narrative of what she saw, and so startling and weird were some of her visions that it required a tremendous lot of faith to believe in them. When Nance recovered from this peculiarly morbid condition, she vowed that she had no recollection of anything she had said or seen. She was generally prostrated for 2 or 3 days after one of her attacks, which were liable to be brought on by any undue excitement. That she should have been seized, therefore, on this Christmas night was not astonishing, for everyone in the house had been more or less excited during the day. In a little while Ethel stole away from the guests and went to Nance's room. The old woman was pacing up and down as usual. Her hair was disheveled, her eyes fixed, and looking almost like glass. She took no notice of Ethel's entrance, and did not seem in the least disturbed. Ethel sat down on the chair and watched Nance's face with absorbed interest, and the first words she caught were these: "He is lying sick unto death, and he babbles of his home. It is a strange country. The sun always shines fiercely, and there are great forests and savage beasts." "Of whom do you speak?" asked Ethel softly, but Nance heeded her not and continued: "It is a cruel fever that has laid him low, but he fights it and battles with it, and now he grows strong again." She paused in her walk, rested her hand on the table, and stood like one who was listening intently, trying to catch some sound. Suddenly she exclaimed, or rather she hissed the words out: "Hark! They are coming, always coming. I hear them, the old familiar footsteps." There was another pause. Then she said, "They cease," and she resumed her walk. Presently she began to speak again, seemingly with great agitation, and as if she was suffering much anguish. "How the storm wind blows! The waves are rolling mountains high, and the ship is tossed to and fro, and I see him. Poor dear, poor dear! His eyes are sad and wistful, and he looks wan and worn. Ah!" she cried with a little scream. "The ship is lost! She strikes the rocks!" Then, after a breathless pause, she added joyfully, "He is saved! He is saved!" "Who is it? Who is saved?" Ethel asked, for sometimes the old woman would answer questions when in this state. Nance, however, did not answer this time, and in a few minutes her face was once again contorted with seeming anguish, and wringing her hands she exclaimed, "Death is threatening him again! He lies on a little bed in a hospital ward. The swinging lamps show me his poor face, so drawn, so white. But there are good nurses about him. They are sisters of mercy. They wipe his lips. They give him food and medicine. But always in his eyes is that wistful, pleading look. Ah, why is he not forgiven?" As she uttered the latter sentence, she gave a great sigh and seemed much agitated. And then it suddenly occurred to Ethel that it was her brother Wilfred the old woman was talking about, and unable to control her feelings, she broke into tears and said in a tone that scarcely rose above a whisper, "Oh, Nance, is it of Wilfred you are speaking?" "Hush!" responded the old woman. "His name must not be mentioned here." "Nance, Nance!" cried the poor girl in her great distress. "Tell me, does my dear brother live?" "Hush! Hark! They are coming, always coming. I hear them, the old familiar footsteps." Ethel was almost breathless now in her suppressed excitement, and she hung on every utterance of the strange old woman, for she had none of Muriel's skepticism. To her all this was terribly real and fascinating. "Once more there's a ship at sea," continued the old woman, "and I see him, but always with that sad, pale face, with the yearning, pleading eyes. Poor lad, how he has suffered!" She became incoherent now, and mumbled something that it was impossible to make sense out of. Then suddenly she stopped again, and leaned on the table as before, repeating her former words. "Hark! They are coming, always coming. I hear them, the old familiar footsteps." There was another spell of incoherency, when once again she repeated, as if it were a refrain, "Hark! They are coming, always coming. I hear them, the old familiar footsteps." Ethel was greatly agitated. She felt as if she must cry out to relieve her pent-up feelings, but she managed to control herself. Nance's glazed eyes seemed to be staring through the wall now, and with upraised fingers she was repeating in a monotone, "They are coming, coming, always coming." "Nance, Nance," moaned Ethel, "who is it you see? Tell me, is it my dear brother?" "Yes," whispered Nance hoarsely, "but speak not his name. He is always coming nearer. He moves slowly and with pain. Ah, how sad, how sad!" The fit seemed to be passing away, and she fell panting on a sofa, while her eyes lost their fixity and a cold perspiration broke out on her wrinkled face. But with startling suddenness she sprang to her feet, and with a cry of joy exclaimed, "He has come! He has come!" Having uttered these words, she once more sank back in an exhausted condition. But thrilling with strange excitement, Ethel caught her hand and asked, pouring out her very soul, as it were, in the question, "Where is he, Nance?" "He is at the woodman's hut," answered the old woman slowly, and then she seemed to collapse. The woodman's hut was the chief inn at the village, and almost beside herself with excitement, Ethel called in a servant to attend to Nance. Then, noiselessly as a shadow, she ran to her own room, for what she had heard was to her a revelation. She hurriedly put on a thick pair of boots, enveloped herself in a huge cloak with a large hood that she drew over her head, and partly concealed her face, and without one thought of what the consequences might be, she ran down the stairs and slipped out of the house by a side door, and all unknown to anybody. The snow was falling heavily, the cold air revived her, and for the first time she began to think that she was doing a foolish thing, and being led by a phantom, yet she could not turn back. A something she could not account for seemed to draw her on. If her act was an act of madness, she could not help it. She must go. The village was a mile off, and like a phantom herself, she hurried along the country road. It was not likely she would meet anyone on that stormy Christmas night, for even the most depraved found shelter at such a time, and no honest people were likely to be abroad. But even if she should meet any of the neighbors or villagers, she had no fear of being recognized. It was a strange adventure for a young woman, but she did not pause to think whether she was right or wrong. All she knew was that some vague hope of seeing her beloved brother, whom she had not seen for 10 long years, lured her on. She reached the village at last. All was silent. The yew trees at the cottage doors looked like veritable ghosts. The snow pattered softly down and lay in unsullied whiteness on the streets. The door of the woodman's hut was closed, but a cheery ruddy light from the great diamond-paned window of the kitchen streamed out across the snow-covered roadway. Now her courage failed her. Was she not bent on a foolish mission? Supposing the gabblings of old Nance were nothing more than gabblings, would she not look very foolish if she presented herself at the inn, which was her father's property, and the tenant her father's tenant? What excuse could she make? What could she say? She, the daughter of a baronet and lord of the manor, to be there on such a night at such an hour, for no better reason than that she had heard something uttered by an old woman in a trance. The ridiculousness of the situation struck her, so that she was actually turning away when a man came out of the doorway of the inn. She recognized him as the Boots, and with a sudden impulse, as she drew the hood of her cloak closer about her face, she accosted him and asked, "Have you a strange gentleman staying in the house?" "Yes, mum." Her heart leapt into her mouth, and she had to struggle to keep down her excitement as she asked the next question. "Do you know his name?" "He gave the name of Richardson, mum." Her hopes sank a little. "Do you know where he has come from?" "No, mum, but I think he's kind of a foreign gent. But he's very ill, and looks as if he was going to die." Ethel almost cried out. The inn seemed to be swimming before her eyes, and she actually reeled so that she clutched the man's arm. "Take me to this strange gentleman, and I will give you a sovereign," she murmured. The Boots was much astonished, but the thoughts of a sovereign put everything else out of his head, so he pushed open the inn door and let her in, trying to get a glimpse of her face as she came into the light. Down the long passage he led her, and up the stairs to the first landing, where he was going to knock at a door, but she stopped him by grasping his arm. "Is this his room?" she asked. "Yes, mum, it's his sitting room." "Thank you, that will do," she said. Then, with trembling hands, she opened her purse, took therefrom a sovereign, and put it into the man's hand. "You can leave me now." Boots was amazed at her strange conduct. There was a mystery going on, he thought, and he was curious to know what it was, so he stayed at the bottom of the stairs. The poor girl, feeling faint and weak, tapped lightly at the door. A man's voice called out, "Come in." She turned the handle and entered. Seated in a chair before a blazing fire was a heavily bearded man. A huge fur rug was about his shoulders, and his cheeks were hollow, his face was wan and pale. With a low cry Ethel sprang forward, and falling on her knees, uttered the one word, "Wilfrid!" The man seemed amazed, and his white face became whiter. What does this mean?" he stammered. "You are Wilfrid Woofenden," she moaned, looking up into his sunken eyes. "Not the same I knew 10 long years ago, but my heart tells me you are my brother. And you are— Ethel, your sister!" A great sob broke from the man, and then he flung his arms around her, and they sobbed together, all unconscious that peering in at the doorway was the amazed Boots, looking as if he had been galvanized. But he recognized Ethel now, and tearing down the stairs he rushed breathless into his master's presence, and exclaimed, "Master, master, what think you? The strange gentleman up there is no other than young Mr. Wilfrid, from the Hall, and Miss Ethel is along with him." The brother and sister remained locked in each other's arms for some minutes. Then Wilfrid briefly told her in outline his adventures. He had wandered the wide world over. He had been nigh unto death in India with jungle fever. He had been shipwrecked off the Cape of Good Hope on his way home. A relapse of illness sent him into the hospital at the Cape, where he was tenderly nursed. Then, feeling that his days were numbered, he came back to the old country, for he wanted to see the dear faces once more. He did not, however, intend to make himself known. He had no fear of being recognized, for he was utterly changed. His intention was to go to the Hall on the following day, under an assumed name, and say that he had known Wilfrid in India. He relied upon the hospitable season for being admitted. Then, when he had once again looked upon the old place and the faces of those who were still dear to him, he was going back to India, never to return. Old Nance's trance, clairvoyance, second sight, or whatever it was, had upset all this, and in half an hour Ethel had her brother comfortably seated in a fly provided by the landlord of the inn, and then they drove to the Hall, alighting before they reached the gate. Ethel smuggled her brother in, and the butler, who had been many years in the family, and had always been very fond of Wilfrid when he was a boy, was taken into confidence. The wanderer was led to the library, Sir Wilfrid being with his guests. Then Ethel hurried upstairs to change her boots and take off her wet cloak, and having arranged her ruffled hair, she went to the drawing-room. On her father's face a frown had gathered at her entrance. "Where have you been to?" he asked. "You have been missed and hunted for, but could not be found." "I have been doing a solemn duty, sir," she said, "and I have something to say to you. Will you please come with me to the library?" Then she beckoned her sister, and the three went to the library together. Ethel entered first. Wilfred was sitting on the sofa, looking very ill indeed. The old baronet was amazed at the presence of a stranger, but some intuition told Muriel who it was. Ethel took her brother's hand, and bringing it to her father's, she said, "Father, this is your erring son. God has sent him here tonight to crave your forgiveness." The baronet fairly staggered, and with a passionate gesture drew his hand away. "What is this mockery?" he growled angrily. "It is no mockery, father," answered Ethel solemnly, while Muriel folded her brother in her arms with a great cry of joy. "Father," continued Ethel, "the ringers rang the bells in the village church this morning, peace on earth, goodwill towards men." She could say no more. For a moment or two the old man seemed undecided. Then, with a gulp in his throat, he grasped his son's hand, and in a raspy voice exclaimed, "You are my son. There shall be peace and goodwill between us. I pray God to forgive me as I now forgive you." Ethel slipped out of the room. In a few minutes she returned with her arm linked in that of Hester Branscombe. "Hester," she whispered, "the wanderer has returned. The lost sheep has come back to the fold. This is Wilfred, my brother, and once your lover." With a cry Hester sank down and covered her face with her hands. Wilfred raised her up. "Hester," he said tenderly, "do not hate me, and believe me when I solemnly vow that I have never ceased to love you." "Nor I you," she murmured. That memorable Christmas night the angel of sorrow departed from Pine Tree Hall, as the angel of joy entered with his unbidden guest. To old Nance was due the reconciliation, for it was owing to her strange and even miraculous power that Wilfred was there, and she was called in to share the joy. But for long months the wanderer hovered between life and death, for his health had been much shattered. But with such nurses and such prospects, dying was out of the question, and slowly health came back, and before the next New Year was many weeks old, he led Hester Branscombe to the altar. He had sinned and had been guilty of much folly, but he had purged his sin by suffering and anguish, and the joy was the greater in contrast to the sorrow that all had endured. It was a singular thing that old Nance never had another trance. But a little while before the Christmas following the one when she told of Wilfred's coming, she was found dead in her bed. She had died in the night, calmly and without a pang. The family were inconsolable for her loss, and over her grave in the sweet village churchyard they erected a column of pure white marble, on which was carved this line, "Here sleeps one of the most faithful of servants." End of Story 9. Recording by Colleen McMahon.
Story 10 of Stories Weird and Wonderful. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Peter Yearsley. Stories Weird and Wonderful by J.E. Muddock. Story 10. The China Dog. A physical problem. Men say I am mad. Men think I am so, else why do they fasten me here? Why entomb me in this dismal charnel house? Why condemn me to suffer a living death? I listen to the songs of birds as they chant their melodies in the trees outside. I can hear the sighing of the wind. I can see the moon and the sun and the stars. But all these things are not for me. I am dead, yet live. Men have pointed at me and called me weird, gloomy, mysterious. But I have not always been so. Time was when I could laugh as others laugh, when the smell of flowers, the songs of birds, and the music of rippling waters gladdened my heart, when sleep was not a curse, life a mockery. Would you like to hear my story? Listen patiently, and I will tell it to you. It may be that the narrative will be a little incoherent and wild, for I find it difficult to string my thoughts together. But what of that? I know that I shall awaken some responsive memory in your breast. Let me begin. I go into the dim, mysterious past. Time, the gloaming of a fitful day in chill October. The scene? A wood, solemn and deep. The lingering light falls through the overarching boughs and weaves fantastic shadows on the green sward. There is a strain of melody, low but sweet. 'Tis the evening hymn of the birds, the same grand symphony that rose from Eden ages ago. I linger amid the shadows. I drink in the rich, pure air. I am reckless of the future. I live only in the present. I am happy even in my solitude. The dying sun sinks lower. His shafts of red smite the clouds until trees and sward glow in living crimson light. Then, gradually, the leaves turn to bronze as the rose light fades. The sun goes down in a bank of clouds, and an ashen hue is over all things. The bird melody ceases. A silence that is not a silence reigns through the leafy aisles. Still my heart is light. Not a care rests there at this moment. I am free. I am young. Life lies before me. The world is beautiful. As I stand with the hush of the October night around me, I am startled by the appearance of a woman. Woman was the blight on paradise. Why did this woman come to me? She is young in years. Her face is attractive and yet very far from beautiful. Meeting as we did in that quiet, lonely wood, what wonder that I should address her, or that she should politely accept my offer to be her escort homeward. We chatted freely upon such subjects as thoughtful men and women love. We stepped out of the cold, conventional region of formality and talked as if we had been old acquaintances. I found her mind well stored with useful knowledge, but it was not the knowledge derived from travel, nor experience gained of men and manners in various parts of the world. The result was, as it invariably is with such people, that she was a confirmed bigot, with curiously distorted notions of the world she lived in. Arguments were unavailing to change any opinion she had once formed, and though an opponent might talk her into silence, no amount of logic could convince her. She was melancholy and morbid in disposition, and for a woman of her years, strangely lethargic. Her nature was cold and hard, and she was totally wanting in that nerve energy which gives mental warmth and life to man or woman. We loitered on our way, and when I left her, darkness had closed in. As I took my way towards my home, heavy drops of rain began to fall, which were quickly followed by startling peals of thunder and brilliant electrical coruscations. Being some distance from any house, I was forced to take shelter beneath the trees. At that time, the woman I had just left was nothing more to me than any other person with whom I might have enjoyed a chance and brief acquaintance. She certainly did not belong to the type of those who enslave men at first sight. We had met and parted, but though I tried to dismiss her from my mind, I could not succeed. I saw her face every time the lightning caused the trees to appear in shadowy outline. If I turned from the spot where I had last seen it, I saw it where I was then looking. It haunted me, and though I shut my eyes, I could not shut out her face. I found myself unconsciously associating her dry, harsh voice with the metallic sound of the falling rain as it beat upon the leaves, and the chill wind that blew into my face I likened to her nature. Perhaps my lonely situation, being in the midst of a wood during the thunderstorm, had a depressing effect. At any rate, I know that a strange melancholy fastened upon me, and I wished that I had never met that woman. In spite of the strongest mental effort, I could not shake off a growing conviction that she would in some way influence my future destiny. I was young, ambitious, enthusiastic, with strong mental and physical energy, which I did not doubt would enable me ultimately to take a fair position amongst my fellow men. I had had many sorrows in my early life, but there had come a year or two of sunshine that had almost dissipated the shadows of the past. But this woman had brought back the blackness again. Her face conjured up ghosts of dead memories, until the book of my life, which I had prayed might never more be opened, appeared to my mental vision, and I read the record that I thought had been blotted out with tears of youthful follies, of disappointed hopes, of lost opportunities, and above all, of a dead love. When I turned from the volume of bitterness towards what future might be mine, I saw the steep of fame which I hoped to climb, but between it and me stood the form of the woman I had met that night, and with a cruel light in her eyes she barred my progress upward. The storm gradually died away. One by one the stars came out, cold and glittering. The wind had faded to a fitful sigh, and the only sounds I heard were the occasional twitter of a bird as it started in its sleep, and the melancholy drip, drip, drip of the rain as it drained from the foliage of the trees. As I hurried quickly homeward, I made a mental vow that I would in no way seek to renew the acquaintance of the woman who had exerted such a strange influence over me. But the more I tried to banish her from my thoughts, the stronger grew the conviction she was my fate, my doom, my skeleton. There is a limited class of deep and earnest thinkers who maintain that man is not altogether a free agent, but is subject to influences, good or evil, against which he is powerless to wrestle, that in proportion to the acquirements of knowledge and the broadening of his views, which observations and travel cannot fail to effect, he will gradually reject the dogmas of his youth, and, launching himself on the ocean of speculation, will drift away to darkness or light. But though he may see destruction ahead, he is as powerless to avert it as he would be to stay the sun on its diurnal course. I boldly avow myself a disciple of this teaching. I say that men are slaves to fate, and though we may somewhat pervert a destiny, we cannot avoid it. This may seem a strange phantasm, but the student of psychology will know how much truth it contains. But why should I dwell on this? Better to hurry to the sequel of my story. 12 months passed, during which I saw nothing of the woman who had so strangely influenced me on the night of the storm, and, excepting in a very vague way, I had almost ceased to think of her. Then we met again. I had been invited to spend the evening with a party of friends on some festive occasion, and on my arrival I was surprised to find that she was a guest. Our host was about to introduce us, when I saved him the trouble by crossing the room and taking her hand, which she proffered freely. "Miss Nora and I have met before," I observed, and then, noticing the look of astonishment on my host's face, I added quickly, "Oh, we were casual acquaintances a year ago now." It was strange that the light of her eyes and the touch of her hand produced the same agitation from which I had suffered on the occasion of our former meeting. After our first greetings, I tried during the remainder of the evening to avoid her, but she fascinated me, enthralled me, bound my soul in fetters that I could not break. Once more I became her escort home, and that night, when I left her, I was her slave. Did I love her? Does the slave love its master? Does the caged tiger that is taught to perform before a gaping crowd love its keeper? Does the bird love the serpent that fascinates it? 3 months passed, and we met again. It was in the winter time, and the ice-bound earth was typical of her own frozen nature. Our meeting was totally unexpected. We were both invited to a skating party. The surprise of each was unfeigned on meeting the other. Again I tried to avoid her. Again I was powerless. I do not think she sought me. I am certain I did not seek her, and yet we constantly came together. When we were parting that night, I pressed my lips to hers for the first time. She returned my kiss, but hers was cold, passionless. It was the kiss of a statue, whose lips moved by some ingenious mechanism, but the emotional warmth of a loving woman was not there. We met frequently after this. I felt that the die was cast, and I must abide by the hazard of it. I soon discovered that her theological views were painfully narrowed, and she affected a stoicism that was unwomanly. I saw all this. I tried to break off the connection, but my efforts to free myself resulted in my becoming more securely entangled in the web into which I had fluttered. A few short months, and she became my wife. I am sure our wedding was unlike other weddings. There were no smiles, no flowers, no bright dresses, no bells, no sunshine. It was a dull, ashen morning, and the church was filled with a cold, damp mist. Why did I select such a day? It was not my choice, it was fate's. From the moment that I left the church portals, the shadows commenced to gather over my path in life. My wife and I went to the continent to spend the honeymoon. To others, this period generally means a few brief weeks of unalloyed pleasure. To me, it was a month of vexation, disappointments, and crosses. In 2 or 3 days' time, it seemed that I had been married for years. Our tastes were totally dissimilar. There was no sympathy in common between us. She grew more and more lethargic, more prosaic, narrower-minded. She made no effort to give me pleasure. She discovered and magnified all my faults, but closed her eyes to whatever virtues I might have possessed. I tried so hard, so earnestly to win her heart, her confidence, her woman's trust, but I totally failed. Not that I was without faults, or even thought so. On the contrary, I was keenly alive to the angularities of my character, but there were so many of them that a loving hand might have smoothed away. I asked this woman to do it. She refused, and so the breach widened. We drifted further and further from each other in mind, but the law had chained us, and the bond was inseparable. My dream of future greatness faded. I saw that my hopes of gaining a high social position would never be realized. It was impossible to raise her, and so I was dragged into the depths of moral gloom that she occupied. I grew callous, became indifferent to those things that most men struggle for. How often have I asked how it was that this woman was so blind? Was it a disease? Was she responsible for her actions? I have been all through life a home lover. I had fancied that the domestic circle was a safe shelter from the world's care. How cruelly I was deceived! Was I harsh, cruel, intemperate, indifferent? No. Was I unmindful of her pleasures, her welfare? No. I ask the questions, and I answer them truly before high heaven. Wherein, then, lay the cause of our misery? In a distorted view of life, in a frozen nature that nothing could thaw, not mine, but hers. 2 years passed. My loveless home and close application to work produced their effect, and I became a valetudinarian. Change of scene and air were absolutely necessary. I went abroad, and my wife accompanied me. We continued to travel for a considerable time, but I derived little or no benefit. My skeleton was goading me on to madness or death. Somebody has said that there is an unknown history of our own lives for wise purposes concealed from us in this world, but which it may be our privilege in another existence to learn. Shall we then know in what degree we have been really loved by others, or disliked? Moreover, shall we know why others have disliked us? If ever there was a time when I needed the kindly ministration of a gentle hand, the soothing consolation of a loving voice, it was at this period of my travels. They might have saved me then from toppling into the gulf of mental darkness. But neither the hand nor the voice came, and I was lost. My wife grew colder and more indifferent. My existence became a burden. One stage of our journey we had been travelling all day in a diligence, when, towards evening, the axle of the vehicle broke, and we were overturned on the very verge of an awful precipice. This accident had its effect upon nerves strung already to the very highest tension, and though my wife and I received but a few trifling bruises, the mental shock to both was very great. As night had closed in and it was impossible to obtain another vehicle then, or get our own in such a condition as to enable us to resume our journey, we decided to walk on about 2 miles to the nearest village, which we reached tired, jaded, and in an alarming state of nervous excitement. The place could boast of but one hostelry, and that of the poorest description, but there was no choice, and so we were forced to accept such shelter as the village afforded. There was an air of settled melancholy about the house that was most depressing. A dingy waiter stood in the passage as we entered, but he seemed incapable of moving, having grown into a chronic state of inactivity through waiting so long for somebody to wait upon. An asthmatical old woman showed us to our sleeping apartment. It was a large, square, draughty, ghostly place, and as I crossed the threshold I fairly shuddered, for a great shadow seemed to fall upon me. The paper was peeling off the walls in long rolls, and from the ceiling cobwebs that apparently had been undisturbed for years hung down in festoons. The carpet on the floor was old and faded, the curtains at the windows dusty and time-stained. The feeling engendered on entering this neglected apartment was such as one experiences on crossing the threshold of a tomb that has been shut up for years. The air was heavy with the smell of dampness and decay. There was not one redeeming feature in the place. An old-fashioned clothes press was gradually going to pieces in one corner. The 4 bare poles of a curtainless bedstead rose in the centre of the room like the spars of a battered ship. A sofa, affected with rick in the joints, and a few consumptive-looking chairs completed the furniture. Thinking that a fire would impart a little comfort to the cheerless place, I called for the chambermaid. She appeared in the person of the asthmatical old woman, who used every effort to kindle some wood in the grate, but without avail, for there was no draught in the chimney, and the smoke came back into the room in clouds, and, after a few fitful splutters, the flame from the wood, for want of oxygen, went out. When the old woman, who in despair abandoned the attempt to produce a fire, had left the room, I threw myself on the sofa, thoroughly heartsick and weary. As I lay there, my eyes wandered to the shelf over the fireplace, and then for the first time I noticed there was a cracked mirror, and in front of this mirror a large china dog. It was a white dog with painted black eyes and a red mouth, from which a portion of the tongue protruded. There was nothing extraordinary about this ornament, excepting that it was unusually large and thickly coated with dust, and yet, as my gaze rested on it, I became visibly affected. This painted bit of china had a strange fascination over me in my morbidly nervous condition. It fretted and irritated me. It alarmed me. How or why I know not. Unable longer to stand the fixed stare of its painted eyes, I rose, and telling my wife that I was faint, and would walk about outside the house till she had finished unpacking, I left the room. As I traversed the passage, I noticed the mouldy waiter still standing there. It seemed as if he had not changed his position in the least. His hands were crossed, and his face wore an air of settled melancholy that was heightened by the sickly yellow glare of a lamp suspended by an iron chain from the ceiling. I passed into the road, and the night wind blew refreshingly cool on my heated forehead. On the other side of the roadway was a long row of tall trees, and a low stone wall separated them from a river whose black waters flowed along with a dismal moaning sound. I crossed over and seated myself upon the wall in the shadow of the trees. No living soul passed up or down the roadway as I sat there. Save for the fitful glimmer of the lamp in the hotel passage, there were no indications of human life, and even that I likened to a watch lamp at the portals of a tomb. The horrible moaning of the sullen river and the ghostly creaking of the branches of the trees were the only sounds that broke the otherwise death-like stillness of the place, and even they only served to make the stillness more noticeable. How long I sat there I know not, but it must have been a considerable time, for when I rose I was damp with the dew and chilled to the bone. An unaccountable feeling of depression had taken possession of me. I was melancholy, and there was a burning desire to weep passionate, scalding tears, but this relief was denied me. As I passed into the hotel, I noticed that the waiter had moved at last. He was sitting in a chair that stood in the passage. He was asleep, but it seemed like the sleep of death, for his mouth was open and his eyes were only partly closed. I went upstairs, and on reaching the landing found the place in darkness. Then, for the first time, I became conscious of the fact that I was not alone. There was another presence with me. Not a substantial, palpable being, but a faintly luminous, transparent figure of myself. From this figure I looked upon my own body. I saw my own face, oh, so ghastly, so haggard, so pitiful. In my eyes there was such a pleading, such a yearning for love, a wife's tenderness. I groped my way along the gloomy corridor to my chamber. I determined to throw myself at my wife's feet, to implore her to comfort me, to give me sympathy, to save me from myself. I opened the door. The candle had burnt low in the socket, and the room was in partial gloom. The bed was tenantless. My wife had not undressed, but was seated on the sofa, her head buried in her hands. I thought that she was weeping, and my astonishment was great, for she had repeatedly told me she could never weep. I had often been impressed with the idea that if she could but find relief in a flood of tears, her frozen nature would thaw, that her heart would throb with warm, healthful, loving life. As I saw her now in an attitude of seeming grief, I felt that my wishes were realized, and that the moment had arrived when I could prove to her that I could forget myself and find pleasure only in ministering to her comfort. I crossed quickly to where she was seated. I was about to throw my arms around her neck when she raised her head. Would to heaven I could blot out the memory of her face as I saw it then. It was inhuman in its look of withering hate. It was inhuman in its ashen hue. There were no tears there, but the eyes glowed with an unnatural, metallic lustre. I recoiled from her in horror. My heart seemed to stand still. "You are a fiend!" she shrieked. "An inhuman monster! You placed that dog there to haunt me. I dare not go near it, and it will not move. Oh, I would to God that I were dead!" She pointed as she spoke to the china dog on the mantelpiece that had attracted my own attention. I saw in an instant that she was suffering from a violent fit of hysterics, no doubt the result of the shock sustained through the carriage accident, and which had been intensified by the ghostly air of this comfortless apartment. Thinking she would be better in a recumbent position, I placed my arms around her waist, with a view of lifting her onto the bed, but she struggled with almost superhuman strength, and dug her nails into my flesh until I fairly writhed with pain. I dragged her over to the fireplace, at the side of which hung a bell rope. I seized this rope, thinking to summon assistance, but the thing was rotten with age and came away in my hand. Nerved by desperation, I struggled for some time with the frenzied woman, whose grip I could not loosen until she became fairly exhausted. Then I managed to take off her travelling dress, lay her upon the bed, and bathe her temples with water. She gradually grew calmer, and in a little while sank into a fitful slumber. I was now fairly worn out. The excitement had kept me up for a little while, but that having passed, all my strength seemed to leave with it, and with difficulty I managed to get off my coat and throw myself upon the bed. At this moment the candle expired with a gasp, but as it did so, a strange, weird, unearthly light pervaded the apartment. It was a sort of luminous mist through which I could discern the things in ghostly outline. Whether this was a fearful reality or merely imagination owing to a disordered state of the brain, I leave others to judge. I have my own idea. I know what I believe. Presently, this light grew stronger. It seemed to radiate from a given point near the fireplace. I turned towards the spot, and my gaze rested upon the china dog. With horror I saw that the light came from this ornament. Its body was giving off luminous phosphoric gleams. I might, in my own mind, have accounted for this extraordinary phenomenon by some natural law of chemistry, had it not been for what followed. The head of the brute moved, and its eyes became like living coals. They glared and gradually changed in colour to blood red. They glared on me until I seemed to wither before their scorching gaze. I was fascinated with horror. I could not move. I could not cry out. I could not even close my eyes to the fearful apparition. In a little while my sufferings were increased by a new torture. Huge spiders with fiery eyes commenced to lower themselves from the ceiling. They lowered themselves until they reached my body. Then they bound me with webs as fine as silk, but as strong as chains of iron. These fearful gyves burned into my flesh. They tortured me with the torture of the damned, and the burning eyes of the fiendish dog seared my very soul. I could endure it no longer. With an effort that was superhuman, I burst the bonds that bound my arms and turned to my wife. I touched her, but she moved not. I called her by name, but she spoke not. I looked at her, and by the weird light that pervaded the apartment, I observed that her face was stony and fixed. The eyes were open, but glazed. She was dead. I know that at that moment I uttered a shriek that reverberated strangely through the dismal building. I struggled with the might of a giant to free myself from the webs of the spiders. I succeeded, and seizing the poker from the fireplace, aimed a terrific blow at the dog. There was a crash. The strange light vanished. But at that moment the door of the room opened, and unknown faces appeared. They were the faces of men and women, and they grinned horribly at me. I sprang at them with my weapon. There was a short struggle, and I believe I was overcome by the demons, who filled every corner of the room. There was a long, long blank. Years must have passed, but that I know not. I remember a mass of things, but nothing definite. 'Tis all a haze, an incoherent dream. I found myself at last in this strange room, the walls of which are padded. I was, as I am now, a prisoner, and when I ask my stern captors why they do not let me go forth into the world again, they answer me with a cruel smile and shake their heads. Why am I deprived of liberty? Alas, I know not. A moth flutters around my lamp. The poor insect is fascinated, as I once was. I stretch forth my hands to save it. Too late. Its wings are scorched. It flutters to the table. It writhes and dies. This tiny thing is typical of my own life in all, save that I live. Such is my story, and I am waiting patiently for the time when I shall be free, and men will no longer say that I am mad. End of Story 10.
Story 11 of Stories Weird and Wonderful. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Stories Weird and Wonderful by J. E. Muddock. The Haunted Man. A Strange Case. I am a medical practitioner, resident in a little country town in Cumberland, but my practice for many years has been an uncertain one, and necessarily very scattered. For the country round about is sparsely populated, the population for the most part being farmers and country gentry. The patients amongst this class are not many, for country gentry and farmers, as a rule, are a very healthy lot. Occasionally I have had to make long journeys over the moors and mountains to visit some sick person, for, with the exception of myself and 2 colleagues in the town, there was, until comparatively recently, no other doctor near for many miles. Mine is the oldest practice, as I have been established for 30 years, and in any special or sudden case I am, or rather was, summoned, for my son has succeeded me generally in the country work. I am too old for long journeys now. A country doctor's life is invariably a very active one, and he hasn't much time left him either for recreation or study, that is, book study I mean. But his opportunities for studying the book of life and the human heart are unique. The country parson is supposed to see a good deal of the inner and seamy side of human nature, but the country doctor sees much more than comes under the notice of the parson. Human nature is inherently hypocritical, and it may be doubted if there is anything in connection with this mortal life in which human beings are so hypocritical as in matters of religion. To the parson they affect a piety and sincerity they do not possess. He sees only the smooth and Sunday exterior of his parishioners, but the doctor's calling brings him in contact with people who appear before him in their true colours. It is in the sick chamber that the higher as well as the meaner qualities of the mind make themselves manifest. Sickness tests the devotion and love of friends and relatives, while it brings out all that is mean, covetous, selfish, irritable and cowardly in the patient. The doctor, being admitted behind the scenes, learns a good deal of these things. He sees the lady without the dye on her hair, the padding in her stays, and the rouge on her cheeks, and the man sans that everyday boldness and independence which characterise him when in health. The experiences, indeed, of a country doctor of any standing, or, for the matter of that, of any medical practitioner, are extraordinary, and he could tell stories which, for strangeness, would surpass the wildest imaginings of the fictionist. Fortunately, however, for the world generally, the doctor's secrets are his own. He recognises an unwritten code of honour, which is more severe than the laws of the Medes and Persians, and the secrets of the sick chamber he carries to his grave. Let it not be supposed, therefore, that I am going to prove an exception to the wholesome rule governing a doctor's conduct. But the story I have to tell betrays no such secrets as those I have hinted at. As a matter of fact, it reveals some most remarkable psychological phenomena that I should have been wanting in duty had I failed to make public. I am afraid that my readers will be inclined to accuse me of some prolixity in the foregoing remarks. I will, therefore, plunge at once in medias res. One evening, I had just sat down to dine with my family after a somewhat harassing day, when my servant handed me a visiting card on which was the inscription, Mrs. Mabel Augusta Woodall. "Have you shown the lady into the waiting room?" I asked. "Yes, sir, and she says you are not to disturb yourself, as she is not in a hurry." I was glad to hear this, as the craving of nature was keen, and I really wanted my dinner badly, so I proceeded to discuss it leisurely. I could not help speculating, however, as to why I had been honoured with a visit from Mrs. Mabel Augusta Woodall. I had not the pleasure of the lady's acquaintance, but knew her by repute, for in the country one gets to know by gossip a good deal of one's neighbours for many miles around. I was aware that Mrs. Woodall was a young and, gossip said, handsome woman, who had been recently married to Ralph Abercrombie Woodall, a country gentleman, said to be wealthy, but who had long been notorious for his eccentricities. In fact, all his family bore that reputation, and people used to speak of his father as being a bit off his head, while some of the simple yokels had it that old Woodall was on intimate terms with the evil one. Such absurd stories as this, of course, are not uncommon in country districts. The late Mr. Woodall, however, had certainly been peculiar enough to justify almost any belief in the rustic mind. One of his peculiarities was that he used to ride about the countryside frequently all night long. He was never known to enter a church, and he drank heavily, at any rate, so it was alleged, though I never heard of his being seen in a state of intoxication. But the tattle was that he used to lie in bed all day drinking, and rode about at night to get sober. His end certainly was curious enough, and to the country folk was confirmation strong of their belief in the stories current. It appears that he was found dead one morning sitting in his chair. He had always been a robust man, and had never ailed anything. His awfully sudden death, therefore, caused a sensation in the neighbourhood. One of my colleagues, Dr. Budd, who was called in to certify to the cause of death, told me that the old man's face bore a look of fixed, stony horror, such as he had never seen on the face of a dead man in all his life. But this was not all, for on the forehead, near the left temple, was a peculiar, livid blue mark, about the size of a 5-shilling piece. As Dr. Budd could assign no cause of death, the coroner was notified, and an inquest and autopsy ordered. The autopsy was carried out by Dr. Budd and a gentleman from a neighbouring town. And now comes the peculiar part of the story. Every organ in the body was found to be perfectly sound, and the livid blue mark on the forehead did not extend below the skin. There was absolutely nothing, so far as medical science could determine, to account for the death, and the verdict was, died by the visitation of God. The son Ralph, who had been abroad for many years, having quarrelled with his father, so it was said, returned home on the old man's death, and took possession of the estate. The residence was a fine old country mansion, situated in a lonely but beautiful district, and bearing the extraordinary name of Polestar Hall. The first thing he did was to turn his mother and sister out of the hall, and they took up their residence in a small house on the estate. Then he went to London, was absent about 6 months, and came back with a wife. All these things had reached me as items of common gossip in the community, but they had faded out of my memory, and I had heard nothing of the eccentric owner of Polestar Hall for a long time. Now, as I looked at the visiting card bearing Mrs. Mabel Augusta Woodall's name, I was naturally curious to know what had brought her to me. Having finished my dinner, I went to the consulting room, and Mrs. Woodall rose as I entered. She was a young and good-looking woman, but she had a scared, restless look in her eyes, and her face was pale and worn. I greeted her cordially, and, motioning her to be seated, remarked that I presumed she had come to consult me professionally. "Not on my own behalf," she answered, "though I am not very well, but it is worry and want of rest that is the matter with me. I have come about my husband, but entirely without his knowledge, and if he knew that I had come, I am sure he would be very, very angry. For a long time his behaviour has been most extraordinary, and I have come to the conclusion that he is not in his right mind." "Does he complain of anything, madam?" "No, but he says he is haunted." "Ah, that is a bad sign," I remarked. "Now, what do you want me to do?" "I want you to see him, though he must not know that you are a doctor. Whenever I have spoken to him about consulting a doctor, it has seemed to arouse him to a paroxysm of fury. He says he is haunted by 2 demons who won't let him rest, night or day." The lady burst into tears and seemed much agitated. When she grew calmer, she proceeded. "As I am not only afraid of my husband, but consider that he is dangerous to himself, I want to take steps to ascertain the true state of his mind, with a view to getting him confined in an asylum." Remembering what I had heard about the father, it did not surprise me to learn that the son's eccentricity had developed into madness. But I saw that if I complied with the lady's request, I should be placed in a situation requiring great delicacy and tact. "Does he not complain of physical illness?" I asked. "No, he simply says he is haunted, and, what is more, I am inclined to believe him, for I have seen and heard some most extraordinary things myself." I smiled as I asked her what she had seen, but she said she would rather not tell me, because I was certain to be incredulous, but she begged of me to go back with her there and then. She had driven over in the dog-cart, which was waiting at the door. As I was comparatively free that night, having no urgent cases to visit, I consented to return with her, and in a few minutes was ready to start. As we drove along, Mrs. Woodall particularly impressed upon me the necessity for not making my calling known to her husband, who professed to have an unconquerable antipathy to doctors. I did not care about lending myself to deception, but she urged it upon me so strongly that at last I consented, and it was arranged that I was to be represented as a friend from London, who was well acquainted with her family, and for the nonce my name was to be Mr. Peter Jenkins. I had never set my eyes on Mr. Woodall, and he did not know me, so that there was no fear of this innocent little deception being discovered at first. We reached the hall about 8 o'clock, and I was at once shown into the drawing-room, while Mrs. Woodall went to inform her husband of my arrival. Half an hour later I was ushered into his presence, and, being unprepared for it, I was perfectly staggered by his extraordinary appearance. He was a tall, gaunt, powerful-looking man, with strongly marked features, with hair of a decided tinge of red, and eyes of a cold grey hue. There was a very remarkable restlessness about these eyes, such as one sees sometimes in certain cases of insanity. They seemed incapable of fixing themselves for many seconds at a time on any object. They were, in fact, the eyes of a hunted animal. His face was of a corpse-like pallor, and altogether his appearance was suggestive of a man who was suffering from some deadly fear. To my professional eye, the signs I saw indicated mental rather than physical illness. He rose and greeted me in a quick, hurried manner as I entered, and appeared to be perfectly rational. "My wife tells me you are from London. Well, you are welcome, very welcome. Sit down. What will you take?" I thanked him and said that at present I did not require anything. Then I gradually drew him into conversation and said at last, "You must lead a very healthy sort of life in a place like this. The country is charming round about." Yes, but I never go out. At least, not often. I have an infirmity which makes life somewhat burdensome." "Indeed? But have you not sought the advice of some competent medical man?" His eyes blazed up at this question, and bringing his heavy hand down with a bang on the chair arm, he exclaimed irascibly, "Curse the doctors! No! They are all fraudulent impostors. If you break your neck, or have got anything decidedly the matter with your lungs or heart, or have got a swollen liver, or a carbuncle on your nose, they can tell what's the matter. But go beyond these, and they are all in the dark. And then they commence to experimentalise on you, running the whole gamut of the pharmacopoeia in the hope of stumbling by chance on something that will hit your case. No, sir, doctoring is all confounded quackery, and the higher a doctor stands in his profession, the greater quack he is." This was not very flattering to my amour propre, nor to the great healing art I represented. But I simply laughed and answered, "You are a little severe." "No severer than they deserve. Take my case, now. Supposing I were to call in one of these quacks, what would he do? He would feel my pulse, look at my tongue, and prescribe me a dose of salts and senna." "You are a humourist," I responded, laughing loudly in spite of myself. "If I am so unconsciously, then. If you know anything about doctors, you will know what I say is true. There isn't a doctor in the whole country could tell what is wrong with me." "Is your disease so deep-seated, so novel, that it couldn't be diagnosed?" "Yes, it is." Here he lowered his voice. "The fact is, I am haunted." He bent towards me as he spoke, and strongly emphasised the last sentence. A laugh of derision trembled on my lips, but died away again before it found utterance, for a third voice in a faint treble exclaimed, "Yes, he is haunted." I am free to confess that the effect of this on me was extraordinary. I know that the colour fled from my face, and a cold thrill seemed to shoot through my heart. That voice was in the room, but what part of the room it came from I could not for the life of me have told. The effect was certainly uncanny and startling. Mr. Woodall broke into a coarse, bitter sort of laugh as he exclaimed, "There, did you hear that? That's one of the devils that annoy me. Did you hear it?" he demanded again in a stern tone, as I did not answer immediately. "I did," I said, speaking in profound amazement. He let out a jubilant kind of roar at this, exclaiming, "By heaven, you are a man after my own heart, and I like you. My wife, who is somewhat of a fool, either won't or can't hear these things, and thinks that I am cracked." By this time the effect of the start I had received had passed away, and I began to rate myself as a dull ass, as it occurred to me that Woodall had deceived me by some shallow ventriloquial trickery. "I am glad I have gained your goodwill," I remarked, "and if you are willing to accept advice from me, I should say you ought to go out more. You should mix in society, attend the county meetings, go to the hunt balls, give parties in your own house, and generally enjoy yourself, for the fact is, you are sinking into a condition of misanthropy." His restless eyes sought mine for a second or two, and then he muttered angrily, "How the devil can a haunted man do that? If you could see with my eyes, you would know what I suffer. I'm perfectly well aware that if I were to talk freely about being haunted, people would declare me mad and clap me into a lunatic asylum. The fact is, my wife thinks I am mad and wants to put me away. But I am not going to give her the chance. I have nothing to do with her. I keep her from me as much as possible. But I'm awfully lonely. I want companionship. I want a man who understands me. It is impossible to get women to understand these things. They are such a poor, weak lot of fools." "So they are," I answered, wishing to humour him, and growing deeply interested in his case. He sprang up from his seat, came over to where I sat, and gripped my hands in an iron grasp. "By God, I like you!" he exclaimed. "You are the first sensible man I've met for years." "That must be comforting to you as it flatters me," I answered, returning his grip and seizing his wrist in such a way that, unknown to him, I was enabled to feel his pulse. I found it rapid, thready, and irregular, indicating not only mental excitement, but heart disturbance. "Look here," he said, "would you like to have a walk? I haven't been out for some time, but have confined myself to this room until it has grown hateful to me. But the fact is, don't laugh at me, I'm positively afraid to go out alone now. I wouldn't let my wife accompany me, and I can't ask the servants, for very soon the fools would have it all over the country that I was mad, and I tell you, my friend, I am not mad, but haunted." I was glad of this suggestion of his to go out, and I answered cheerfully, "Yes, let us go by all means." He put on a large cloak and a big slouched hat that gave him somewhat the appearance of an Italian bandit. Then, arming himself with a massive stick that stood in the corner near his chair, he said, "Come." We went down the broad and noble flight of stairs that rose from the centre of an imposing hall. His arm was linked in mine. Mrs. Woodall had evidently heard us coming and opened the door of a room in the hall. She looked surprised, of course, but a glance from me warned her, and she said nothing. As we descended the stone steps of the main entrance, Woodall said with a growl, "Do you see how that woman watches me? I can't stir for her." Then he took off his hat and exclaimed, "Ah, how refreshing that breeze is!" An avenue of magnificent beech trees ran straight for 100 yards or so from the entrance to the house to the large iron gates and porter's lodge. The night was dark, though starlight, and a strong breeze played amongst the trees, now rising to a shriek, now dying away in mournful cadence. It was a solemn sort of night, and one calculated to impress the most unimpressionable. My strange companion and I walked arm in arm down the avenue for some distance without speaking. He seemed to be drinking in great gulps of the pure, fresh air as it came from the mountain and moorland, and I thought it better not to talk to him for a little time. But suddenly I stopped, for I heard footsteps close behind us. They did not seem to be sounds made by the feet of either man or woman, but the soft footfalls of a child who walked with monotonous regularity. I peered into the darkness, but could see nothing or nobody. "What is it?" Woodall asked. "I thought I heard somebody following us," I said. He broke into his strange laugh again as he exclaimed, "Tut, man, that is one of my familiars. Have I not told you I am haunted? Wherever I go, those footsteps follow me." I will make no attempt to describe my feelings as he said this. I really began to believe I was being made a fool of by my own senses. He might have deceived me with the voice in the room, but he could not produce these pattering footsteps. We moved on. Then I heard the footsteps again. We stopped. They stopped. We went on, and they went on, always with a soft pit-pat, 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 like the measured ticking of a great old-fashioned 8-day clock. What was the mystery? I could not repress a shudder, and the trees seemed to shudder in concert as the wind blew through them. If any of my readers should be disposed to think me weak, let him try and imagine the situation. A ghostly sort of night. Overhead, the stars watching in solemn splendour. Rows of tall trees with great masses of foliage through which the wind wailed and sighed. All around dark, with a blackness that was impenetrable. And following me, some invisible being or thing that made audible footfalls. It was unearthly. It was weird, thrilling. I walked from side to side of the avenue. I went forward and backward, but discovered nothing that would account for the sounds which stopped when Woodall stopped, and came again when he went on. It was only when he moved that I heard them. To say that I was puzzled would hardly express my state of mind, and I am honest enough to say that I found the scepticism of which I had so long boasted giving place to a feeling of superstition. Certainly, here was something which I could not account for, reason how I would. Forward and backward we walked, and forward and backward those ghostly footsteps followed us. I suggested to Woodall we should go out on the high road. It was not so dark there as in the avenue where the great trees wrapped everything in shadow. The road was hard and whitish, and it would have been quite easy to have seen another person had he been there several yards away. But no living thing was in sight, and yet those awful footsteps followed close behind us, with their maddening pit-pat, pit-pat. I could no longer wonder at Woodall's state of mind, for I felt that if I listened to those sounds long, I should go mad myself, for their persistency and monotony were terrible. "Tell me," I whispered to my companion, "have you been subjected to this sort of thing long?" "For about 2 years." "Have you any theory about it?" "No. I believe, though, my father was haunted in the same way. The torture is unbearable," he added with a shudder. "And the worst is, I get no sympathy. My wife shuns me and thinks I am mad." We walked up and down until I felt that my nerves were becoming unstrung. Absolutely I could endure no longer the sound of those mysterious footfalls, and I suggested that we should go in. He readily complied, and we returned to the house. A servant opened the door, but we saw no one else, and went straight upstairs to Mr. Woodall's room, where, divesting himself of his coat and hat, he threw himself wearily on the sofa, saying to me, "I suppose you stay here all night. My wife didn't tell me of your coming. But there, I'm not surprised. She tells me nothing. There is not an atom of sympathy between us." He had driven me into a corner, as it were, by his direct question, and, without a barefaced untruth, I did not see how I was to get out of it. But, fortunately, he was so absorbed by his own mournful reflections that he did not give me time to answer, but continued, "If I could only sleep long and soundly, it would be a tremendous relief. But I can't. They won't let me. All night long I hear voices and footsteps. Sometimes the voices are intelligible, at others not, and if I happen to fall asleep, a hand roughly shakes and awakens me." "Well now," I answered, "I have sometimes been troubled with sleeplessness myself, but I have got a remedy which I always have handy." "Have you?" he asked eagerly. "Yes. Shall I give you a little of it?" "Yes. I should like to try it," he answered somewhat hesitatingly. Turning my back to him and going to the sideboard, I drew out my pocket medicine case, which I always carried with me, and which is indispensable to a country practitioner. I took therefrom a sleeping draught, and, pouring it into a wine glass, filled it with water and handed it to him, saying, "Take this as soon as you get into bed. I am sure it will make you sleep. Now, good night. We shall meet again to-morrow." He shook my hand and we parted. Mrs. Woodall met me at the bottom of the stairs and took me into her sitting room. I could not bring myself to tell her what I had heard with my own ears, but I said that I considered her husband was in a very bad way and wanted watching and companionship. For the present, however, I could express no definite opinion as to his mental condition. It would be necessary for me to see him again 3 or 4 times, and promising to return the following day, I took my departure. As I drove home, I felt in a perfect state of mystification. The case was one of the most extraordinary I had ever known, and for the first time in my life, I that night began to think there were things which could not be accounted for by any known human or natural laws. The next day I again visited my patient, for so I had a right to regard him. He informed me that he had slept for several hours, the most enjoyable sleep he had had for a long time. He certainly looked refreshed, and I began to feel hopeful that by a course of treatment and weaning him from himself, he might be restored to his normal condition again. I therefore ventured, very cautiously, to suggest that he should have a doctor to attend to him, but he flew into a violent temper. He poured out a volley of abuse on the heads of doctors generally, and said that a doctor would declare him mad at once if he told him that he was haunted, and he would be put into a lunatic asylum. I assured him that I knew a doctor who would not do this, but he vowed that no medical man should come near him. As I saw that it was hopeless to try and convince him then, and that to discuss the subject further would dangerously excite him, I said no more. In order not to arouse his suspicions, I told him I was going to stay in the village for some days, as I knew some people there, but that I would come and see him every day. He was pleased at this, and I went away. I need not say I was much puzzled about this strange case. I was tempted to consult with some of my professional brethren, but I felt sure that if I did, and told them of my own experience, they would say that he was mad, and I was as mad as he. I therefore decided not to mention it, but felt it was my duty to speak very plainly to Mrs. Woodall. And when I told her what I had heard, she burst into weeping and said, "I, too, have frequently heard voices and footsteps when I have been with him, but I shrank from telling you this, lest you should think that I, too, ought to be confined in an asylum, nor have I ever let him know that I heard them." I was more than ever astounded, and could no longer doubt that what I had heard was an actual reality and not a delusion, for here was confirmation in what Mrs. Woodall told me. The reader will see at once how extremely difficult it would have been to have convinced anyone else if the person had not had oral proof as I had had. My anxiety about Woodall was naturally very great, and, while I hesitated to take any of my colleagues into confidence, I nevertheless felt that it was a duty, from many points of view, to do so. But I resolved at any rate to wait for 2 or 3 weeks and deal with my patient as best I could in the meantime. I was relieved of the necessity, however, of doing so by a terrible and unexpected denouement. One morning, a fortnight after my first visit, a messenger came post-haste from Polestar Hall, asking me to go without a moment's delay. I went on horseback as fast as my beast would carry me. Mrs. Woodall met me in the hall. She was weeping bitterly. "Oh, doctor," she moaned, "I fear he is dead." I was shocked at this news and hurried to his room. He was sitting in his chair, his head bent forward on his breast. On his face a look of stony horror. But what was more startling, on his temple, was a blue, livid mark, about the size of a 5-shilling piece. I was dumb in the presence of this awful mystery, which I was utterly powerless to explain. Having been attending him, I was enabled to avoid an inquest, and certified his death as due to apoplexy. He had died in the same way as his father, and in that case the verdict had been, died by the visitation of God, which is capable of various interpretations. For many, many years I have kept the knowledge of this truly remarkable case to myself, but I have come recently to believe that it was no more than my duty to put it on record, that it may be classed among those phenomena which utterly elude the grasp of our human comprehension, but which, nevertheless, manifest themselves occasionally to our utter amazement. After all, we are but little beings, and girt round by the very narrow limits of the finite world of the seen, while the world of the unseen, of which we only occasionally catch very shadowy glimpses, is infinite. End of Story 11.
Story 12 of Stories Weird and Wonderful. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rafe Ball. Stories Weird and Wonderful by J.E. Muddock. Ruth, a story of animal magnetism. Note: should the reader recognise the little church herein described, he will know that for a long time one of the objects of interest in the neighbourhood was an old grey-headed man who, during the summer, was to be seen sitting every evening within the iron railings enclosing a grave in the churchyard. He died recently, and lies buried close to the grave that had so much attraction for him. His story, as here told, is, in substance, strictly true. The wreck spoken of actually occurred, and the poor boy sleeps between 2 trees, as described in the story. If I choose to sit here night after night, it surely injures no man. If it has been my fancy to rail her grave round, and to sit within those railings, it ought not to subject me to ridicule. If it is my whim to come here, that I may enjoy the peace of this city of the dead, it is an injustice that people should speak of me as one a little deranged but harmless. Isn't it Bulwer Lytton who says, "We know the epochs of the world but ill, if we examine not their romance"? There is as much truth in the poetry of life as in its prose. What is this poetry of life, may I ask? Certainly not the fierce struggle that men enter into with one another in their greed for gain. But when the requirements of the body have been supplied, the soul asserts itself, and in its yearning for knowledge we become sensible of a spiritual element within us. This element gives us a foretaste of a higher life, and he who is enabled to break away from the commonplaceness and the vulgarity of a grovelling existence hears poetry in the wind and the trees and the surging sea, and he sees it in the stars and the flowers and 1,000 other things that most men are blind to. If, in our search for knowledge, we only accept as truth that which we are capable of comprehending, then we reduce ourselves to the level of brutes. If, on the other hand, we admit that in our narrow sphere of observation we are as mariners on a raft in the centre of an ocean, seeing nothing of the glories of those lands that lie below the horizon, then we confess ourselves men with the attributes of gods. Although we are chained to this world by bondage of the flesh, we may still learn much from inspiration. Or will you tolerate my saying by psychical intuition? By that I mean that, if we affect not to disdain the poetry of life, we may, by aid of the mystic light of romance, catch glimpses of the spiritual existence. By romance, let it be understood that I mean that which in our smallness of mind we reject as untrue because our comprehension fails to grasp it. My story, I know, is a strange one, but it is entitled to credence, albeit it is mystical. If I sit here in this solemn place, it is for the sake of the companionship of her whose body is beneath my feet, but whose spirit holds communion with me. I prefer the solemn company of the dead to the wearying, idle chatter of the living. I love this solitude. It suits me well after a long life of feverish restlessness. For me, the spot is hallowed and haunted. Many ages ago, nature hereabouts rent her bosom by some convulsive sob. The natives call these dells chines. 'Tis a pretty name. Now, as you see, the same awful power that rent the rocks and earth has hidden the traces of its fury, and 1,000 beauties clothe the rift. Sheltered from the nipping winds, flowers bloom perennially, and the graceful ferns grow in luxurious profusion. Here and there the disrupted rocks, moss-covered and green with the growth of countless ages, give an air of savage grandeur to the dell, while below, at a fearful depth, the awful sea, green and flaky in its wrath, roars on the hard white sand and beats itself against the black iron cliffs. The silence of this spot of enchantment is unbroken, save for that roar of the sea and the moan of the wind. But the sea does not always roar, nor the wind moan. There is a strange peace then, and in yonder wood a sad nightingale at times sings sweetly. Sometime in the far-off past a church was built. Its builders must have planted it in this solitude in order that, when the sea was angry, they might, in its very presence, lift up their voices to the God at whose command even the waves sink to sleep. The church is a tiny, square-towered, low-roofed place, the stonework now completely hidden by the enfolding ivy. Around this sacred shrine, shut in by a low, moss-covered wall, they who once worshipped at its altar now take their rest. Over them wave the tall trees, and below them moans the sea. It is truly a city of the dead, beautiful but solemn, and withal filled with saddened memories. For see those 2 aged trees whose branches interlace. Between their 2 massive trunks is a white slab placed over the remains of a youth who was the sole support of a widowed mother. All England shuddered as it read the pathetic story of his death. It was his first voyage, and he was returning from some far distant port, when one winter's night, when he was in sight of home, an angry wind drove his ship onto those rocks below, and the cruel waves, sparing older lives, flung the mangled body of that poor child on the white shore. They buried him there, between those trees, and he sleeps quietly enough now within sound of the sea that slew him. Such is the spot of beauty situated within a few hours' ride of the great metropolis. It is a fitting resting place for her whose story I have to tell. She loved the sea, loved it in all its moods, and when it was most angry, she used to say it was most sublime. Our meeting was commonplace enough, but the results of that meeting were truly incomprehensible. Her name was Ruth. She and I had been invited to spend the evening at the house of a mutual friend. She was one of a number of young ladies, a merry party, full of life, joy and happiness, she perhaps the merriest of the lot. Pressing engagements prevented my joining them until the evening had far advanced. The company were nearly all strangers to me, and as I entered the room I received a general introduction. My eyes quickly wandered from face to face until they rested on Ruth's. What was the power that fixed them there, that caused me to stare rudely until she blushed scarlet and turned her head away? If death, in the shape we represent him, a ghastly skeleton brandishing his spear, had entered the room and summoned her to immediately surrender up her soul, her face could not have grown more livid than it did immediately after she had averted her head. The red went and the white came as suddenly as it would have done if a powerful electric shock had been sent through the heart. And from the instant I gazed upon her, her fate was as surely sealed as if she had been stricken with a plague. That woman was to die through me. Yet in what way was I responsible for her death? We had come together by accident, I possessing some weird power of fascination, she filled with a fatal susceptibility. Our eyes met, and that instant the chain was riveted. Was she the victim of animal magnetism? We know that such a power exists. To deny it would be a matter not of faith, but obstinate ignorance. Ruth's personal appearance was interesting. She was well formed, and her face, by no means handsome, was nevertheless striking, and arrested one's attention in an unusual way. A pretty face has a natural attractiveness, but the attractiveness of Ruth's face was not that of prettiness. To say exactly what it was would be difficult from any casual inquiry. So far as her features were concerned, they were exceedingly pleasing. She had a well-shaped mouth, though it lacked firmness. Her nose was straight, her forehead, for a woman, large. Her complexion was a soft olive, delicately blended with red. Her hair, extraordinarily profuse, was, in colour, a rich, dark, glossy brown, in texture fine and silky, with a natural wave. It was negligently but gracefully gathered in folds, its only ornament a single dark red rose. I have not yet spoken of her eyes. It is by the eyes we read the soul. Ruth's were liquid, dreamy, brown in colour, and full of a nervous light that flashed and quivered as their owner was moved by joy or fear. They were the true poet's eyes, sympathetic, tender, mournful. Such was Ruth, the representative of a class of women who seem out of place in this cold world of scepticism and cynicism, and yet they are the women who make heroes of men by setting the example of patience, by boldly meeting the troubles of life, by defiantly scorning all that is false, bravely loving all that is true, and dying fearlessly when their time comes. If I have dwelt upon the physical characteristics of Ruth, it is in order that subsequent events may be better understood. It had been my lot to gain some little fame as a public reader. My host was aware of this, and politely requested me to entertain the company by the recital of one or other of my favourite pieces. The request was generally endorsed, and so I readily assented. The audience ranged themselves round the room, Ruth setting herself on an ottoman at the feet of a companion. A music stand was utilised for a reading desk, and I took up my position at the end of the room, facing my audience. In the centre of the group were Ruth and her companion, who were immediately opposite me. I had asked for a volume of Byron's poems, intending to read The Dream, but by a mischance somebody had handed me a volume of Longfellow instead. I did not notice this until I opened the book and my eye rested on Evangeline. It is a favourite poem of mine. I had made a study of it. To my mind, there was something verging on the sublime in that wonderful devotion of the woman as she wandered over the earth in search of her lost love. It is true that in the beautiful story, human nature is depicted in the highest moral aspect. But does the man live who dares to deny that such devotion is altogether chimerical? Much as I loved this poem, I did not care about reading it publicly. It wrought so much upon my own feelings that I invariably found my voice faltering and my eyes growing misty. This may be a great confession of weakness, but better to own the existence of a green spot in one's nature than boast an utter indifference to the softening influences of the poetically expressed ideas of other men. True poetry is the soul's language, and as such should thrill the soul. I mentioned the mistake about the book, and said that I had a personal reason for not wishing to read Evangeline. But my objection was at once overruled, and so, without further preliminary, I commenced. This is the forest primeval. I know not how it was, but as I struck the keynote, an indefinable sense of sorrow stole over me, and as my eyes wandered to Ruth's, I involuntarily likened her to Longfellow's ideal woman. As I proceeded, I knew that I grew eloquent, as who would not with such a theme so loftily expressed? I fancied that a kind of mist filled the room that hid all else from me but the figure of Ruth. It seemed to me, indeed, that I was gazing upon the living, breathing Evangeline as she sat by some nameless grave, and thought that perhaps in its bosom he was already at rest, and she longed to slumber beside him. I became strangely affected. I read with passionate eloquence. The wonderful feeling that stirred me affected my listeners, and I heard the sobbing of women, but saw naught save Ruth. A breath from the region of spirits seemed to float in the air of night. As the last line of the beautiful poem fell from my lips, the spell was broken. I was exhausted and nervous. I closed the book and sank upon a couch that was near. Then all eyes were directed to Ruth, who slowly rose from her seat. Her face was the hue of marble. Her eyes were fixed on me. She crossed the room and came to where I sat. I saw at once that she was in a magnetic sleep, and I motioned to the wondering onlookers not to disturb her. "Would you like to see my hair?" she said in a strange, dreamlike voice as she sat down beside me. "It's beautiful hair. See how thick and luxuriant it is." As she spoke, she slowly drew out the pins that confined her tresses and shook the beautiful, brown, wavy hair in a rippling mass over her shoulders, passing her white fingers through the heavy folds and repeating the words, "Is it not beautiful?" In a few minutes she was silent. The fingers ceased their movements. Her head fell back, her lips quivered, and she burst into a fit of hysterical sobbing. They carried her up to bed, and, as I felt ill and nervous, I excused myself and went home. All night long I was strangely restless. I was at a loss to account for the influence I had exerted over the girl. Something mysterious had happened, I knew that, for do we not live in an atmosphere of mystery? Did not the great Plato say that the trembling power of the magnet was a spirit power? Pythagoras believed that the human soul could predict the future and unveil the mysteries. Heraclitus taught the doctrine that all living things had a soul and an evil spirit, while the learned Thales was convinced that in all men was a spirit that had the power of revealing secrets of the unknown world to mortal eyes, but that this power could be seldom exercised, owing to man's obdurate nature. On the following day I called to make inquiries about Ruth. I was informed that she had been taken home in a very prostrate condition. Some weeks passed, and she had apparently quite recovered. One evening I was returning to my home. It was winter time, and the night was very dark. I had to traverse a long country road that was lampless and lonely. I had not proceeded far before I became conscious that somebody or something was following me. If I went on, it followed. If I stopped, it stopped. I got uneasy. Not that I feared anything mortal, but this unknown something made me nervous. I determined at length to solve the mystery, if mystery it was. I turned back, and, after walking about a dozen yards, I stood face to face with a figure, a female figure. It was Ruth. "Why, Ruth, what are you doing here?" I exclaimed in wonderment. "Seeking you," she answered in low tones. I realized immediately that she was in a magnetic trance. I knew that to awaken her suddenly would be to jeopardize her life. I was troubled and scarcely knew how to act. She was thinly clad. The air was filled with snow, and a piercing wind was blowing. I drew her arm through mine and turned back again towards the town. Her hands were icy cold, and she shivered as if suffering from ague. "You're not well," I whispered, as I led her gently along. "Quite well," she answered, "and happy with you." "You must return to your home," I said. "Yes, if you desire it." "I do desire it." "Then your wish is law." "Why?" "Because I love you." There was no alteration in her tone as she said this. She was still asleep. In a little while I was enabled to procure a cab. She got inside at my bidding, and without any assistance from me. She was perfectly passive and subdued to my will. As the vehicle neared her home, I awoke her. She was greatly confused at first, and wept bitterly. I managed, however, to soothe her, when she confessed that she had followed me to my place of business, drawn by some strange power that was irresistible. She had watched me leave my office, and then her mind had got confused. Before I left her, she had become quite calm, and was apparently well. But with her recovery I had become depressed, and before I reached my house I was suffering from intense cerebral excitement, which confined me to the house for several days. When I recovered, I felt it to be no more than my duty to acquaint Ruth's friends with the case, and request them to exercise some restraint over her movements. This was done, and for weeks I heard nothing more of her, and began to think my influence had ceased. But my hopes were quickly blighted by a sudden message from her brother, requesting me to hasten to his sister, who was dangerously ill, and insisted on seeing me. On arrival, I learned that she had been suffering from extraordinary excitement for days, and had called loudly for me. They had restrained her from going out, and she had gradually grown worse, and when I arrived, she was utterly prostrated. I had been sent for by the advice of her physician. I met him at the house. He told me that I, and I alone, could save her life. "How?" I asked in astonishment. "By making her your wife." As there was no obstacle in the way of such an alliance taking place, I determined to give the matter serious consideration, and, at the proper time, discuss the question with Ruth herself. She grew much calmer during my stay, and was able to converse rationally. She ingenuously told me that in my presence she felt supremely happy. I stayed with her for some hours, but I did not think it was a fitting opportunity to speak of such a thing as marriage. When I reached home that night, I examined my feelings for Ruth, and was astonished to find how, unconsciously, as it were, She had grown precious to me. I decided, however, to let matters remain as they were for a week, and at the end of that time seek an interview and ask her to engage herself to me with a view to marriage. But that delay was fatal. 3 days afterwards I was very restless. An indescribable nervousness seized me, and towards evening I grew very ill. For hours I tossed upon the bed in a state of feverish restlessness, but at length slept. I did not sleep long. I awoke suddenly, for a hand was laid upon my head. I looked up. At the bedside was Ruth, not in the flesh, but the spirit. On her face was an expression of ineffable sorrow. "I have just died," she murmured. "Died for your sake." Then, with a deep sigh, she faded away. I sprang out of bed and procured a light, and noted by the clock on the mantelpiece that it was exactly 4 o'clock. Suddenly I seemed to be raised from my feet and carried by some strange agency through space. I sped on with terrible velocity past fragments of shattered worlds, now in the light of gleaming stars, anon through darkness that was awful. Presently strange forms were moving around me. They were dark, shapeless masses. But in a little while they seemed to be surrounded with nebulous light that revealed them as human figures. I was in the world of spirits, and she, Ruth, was with me. Dreamlike and indistinct and strange were all things. "Even death cannot separate us," she said, as she placed her hand in mine and led me to the bank of a river. "This is the river of death," she murmured. Again I was caught up by the same mysterious agency and carried with lightning velocity through space, and as I went I thought all the hair was blown from my head. I reached the earth again and fell into a sound and refreshing sleep. When I awoke, the sun was shining, though with a subdued light, into my room. I noticed with some surprise that a blue blind hung at my window. It was not so when I went to sleep. Flowers in vases stood upon the table. They were not there before. Where had they come from? Had she brought them? Were questions I asked myself. Then I became aware that my head was enveloped in some covering. I put my hand up and found that I was wearing a cap, an oilskin cap. I removed it. My head was bare. Not a vestige of hair remained. Before I could recover from my surprise, a woman entered, a strange woman. She crossed the room to replenish the flower vases with water. I felt that I was the victim of a cruel hoax. I attempted to spring from the bed, but was as helpless as a child. "What is the meaning of this outrage?" I cried. The woman turned quickly round. "Oh, sir, I am so glad you are better," she said. "Better?" I repeated. "Yes, sir. You have been very ill, but thank God the crisis has passed. You will soon recover now, and be able to go away for a change of air." "How long have I been here?" I asked sadly, as the truth commenced to dawn upon me. "More than a month now, sir." What was the mystery, then? Had I really been to the spirit world? Had Ruth really come to me? Yes, I knew she had. I gradually grew stronger. I was enabled to go out. I learned then that on the date and at the hour I had noted, poor Ruth had died. The night I left her, she was considerably better, but a day or two afterwards grew worse, said that I was cruel in forsaking her, and in a paroxysm of cerebral excitement, and with my name on her lips, she had passed away. In accordance with an oft and earnestly expressed wish of hers, her friends buried her in this sweet little churchyard, she having been born in the adjoining village. I felt that in some way I was morally guilty of her death. Had I confessed my love for her on the last night I had seen her, her life might have been spared. But, as she said it should be, death has not parted us. In a spirit form she is ever with me. I felt that I could not bear to be far from her resting place, and so I came here, and as I sit in the quiet of the summer twilight, I hold sweet communion with her spirit, and we talk of things I dare not repeat, lest men should scoff. Sometimes, when I wend my way, stool in hand, down the dell, I meet the villagers returning from their labours. They shake their heads and whisper one with another, and, when they think I cannot hear, say, "Ah, poor fellow, he will never be better." I know not what they mean, but this I do know. The story I have told you is true. End of Ruth. Recording by Rafe Ball.
Story 13 of Stories Weird and Wonderful. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Fable to Grave. Stories Weird and Wonderful by J.E. Muddock. A Ghost from the Sea. Towards the latter half of the 50s, Melbourne, in Australia, was startled by an extraordinary and terrible crime. It was at the very height of what was known as the gold fever. A year or two before, news had spread like wildfire that gold had been discovered in enormous quantities in various parts of the country. That news literally seemed to turn people mad, and young and old, the halt, the lame, and even the blind rushed away for the fabled regions of El Dorado. Whole families, who had been content to jog on quietly year after year, earning fair wages, and getting all the necessaries of life, were seized with the fever, and, selling up their belongings rump and stump, invested in billies, tomahawks, spades, pickaxes, washing pans, and other etceteras, and shouldering their swags, set off for the mysterious regions where it was rumoured gold was lying on the surface of the ground in big nuggets. Fortunate indeed were those who had any belongings to sell in order to provide themselves with the plant required for roughing it in the bush. For many had nothing at all save what they stood upright in, but, imagining that they were going to gather in the precious metal in sackfuls, they started off with the rest, only to perish, it may be miserably of starvation, disappointment, and broken hearts. This period in the history of our Australian colonies is a startling record of human credulity, human folly, wickedness, despair, and death. The fever was confined to no particular class of people. Clergymen, bankers, landowners, ship owners, merchants, shopkeepers, sailors, labourers, classical scholars, and ignoramuses alike fell under the fascination. The worst passions of our nature manifested themselves: hatred, envy, jealousy, greed, uncharitableness. The parsons were no better than the paupers, the classical scholars than the ignoramuses. The thin veneering of so-called civilization was rubbed off, and the savage appeared in all his fierceness at the cry of "Gold, gold." It is at such periods as these that the moralist finds his pabulum, and those good but weak-minded people who think that human nature has improved with the advance of time have only to get on the housetops and utter the cry of "gold" again to prove that we are not a whit better than our ancestors were 3,000 years ago. This may not be very flattering to us, But alas, it is true. In those days of Australian gold rushes, the bush was a veritable terra incognita. Explorers had attempted to penetrate into the mystic interior, but many never came back again, and to this day it is not known where their bones moulder. Those who did return were gaunt, famine-stricken, hollow-eyed, for they had looked upon death, and the stories they told were calculated to appall everyone but the most daring and reckless. But the report of the gold finds so turned the heads of people that, forgetting all about the dangers and privations they would have to endure, they started off into these unknown regions, and thousands literally perished by the way. The experiences of some of these unfortunate people are in themselves among the most pathetic and moving of human stories. Melbourne, at the time of this narrative, was not the Melbourne of today. It was then simply a collection of canvas and wooden huts and houses, with a few buildings of a more substantial character. One of the most imposing houses in the place was known as Jackson's boarding house. It was built partly of wood and partly of stone, and was kept by a man and his wife named Jackson. Very little, if anything, was known of the Jacksons' history, beyond that they had come to the colony a few years previously. Jackson was a nautical man, and had purchased a schooner with which he traded up and down the coast, though with indifferent success. At last his schooner was wrecked, and Jackson and his wife, who had always sailed with him, built a wooden shanty in what was then known as Canvas Town, now Melbourne, where they sold liquors and provisions. They seem to have done fairly well, for very soon they erected what was then quite an imposing building, and they called it Jackson's boarding house. Jackson was remarkable for an extraordinarily powerful physique. He stood about 6 feet high, and his muscular development was so great that it was said he could lift a cask of split peas, weighing nearly 300 weight, from the ground, and raise it at arm's length above his head. He was an ill-favoured man, however, for he had a very low brow, small, cunning sort of eyes, and was exceedingly passionate in his temper. But it was notable that he seemed to be strongly attached to his wife, and they were never known to disagree. Mrs. Jackson was a striking contrast to her husband, for she was a slightly built little woman, with a pink and white face, sickly blue eyes, and a mass of tow-like hair that was almost the colour of flax, whereas her husband was as dark as a raven. Soon after these people had opened their boarding house, there came to lodge with them a Mr. and Mrs. Harvey, who had recently arrived from England. They had, like many others, come out to try and improve their fortunes. A warm intimacy seemed to spring up between the two couples, and they lived apparently in the greatest harmony. It was understood that Mr. Harvey was a mechanic by trade. He was a strong, healthy man, very handy and useful, and did odd jobs for the community. His wife was a pretty, agreeable woman, and soon became a great favourite, for she played the piano and sang well, and was always ready to afford amusement or render assistance to anyone needing it, where it lay in her power. Her husband acquired the character of a rather indolent, good-natured sort of fellow, whose aim seemed to be to suddenly accumulate wealth without doing much labour for it. At length the gold fever set in, and amongst those who started off in the first rush for the regions of fabulous wealth was Harvey, his wife remaining behind at Jackson's boarding house. Some 8 months later Harvey returned, and soon the report spread that he had brought thousands of pounds worth of nuggets and gold dust. He remained in the town for 4 weeks, during which he and his wife denied themselves nothing, and it was evident that the report about his wealth was in the main true. Then, having furnished himself with an extensive outfit in the shape of tent, cooking stove, digging and washing utensils, he started up the country again, Mrs. Harvey still remaining at the boarding house. She purchased a horse and buggy, providing herself with fine clothes and jewellery, and common gossip had it that this little blue-eyed, flaxen-haired woman was the richest person in Melbourne. 2 months later, her husband still being absent at the diggings, the community was startled one morning by a report that Mrs. Harvey had been murdered. The report proved to be only too true, and the story told by a female servant in the boarding house was this. She went to the ladies' room to see why she had not appeared, it being an hour and a half after her usual time of rising. She found the door locked, and, repeated knocking having failed to elicit a response, she informed her master and expressed fears that something was wrong. Jackson at once went upstairs with some of the lodgers, and, failing to get any answer, he at once broke open the door, and then a terrible sight revealed itself. Lying across the bed was the body of Mrs. Harvey. She was dressed only in her nightdress, which was disarranged and torn as if she had struggled desperately, as in fact she had, for further evidence of this was forthcoming. She was on her back, her head hanging over the farthest side of the bed. Twisted tightly round her neck until it had cut into the flesh was a crimson cord sash or belt, such as in those days was common. These sashes, or more correctly speaking scarves, being worn by men around their waists to keep their trousers up instead of braces. The horrible distorted features showed that the poor woman had been strangled, and subsequent medical examination brought to light that her head had been forced back with such tremendous force that the neck was absolutely broken. Discolorations about the mouth indicated that a heavy hand had been pressed there to keep her from screaming. There were also deep indents and bruises on the wrists, which proved that she had struggled and been firmly grasped there by the murderer. Other parts of the body were also terribly bruised, as if in the struggle she had been banged repeatedly against a massive wooden bedstead. Murder had been done, that was certain. That the murderer was a man was equally certain, for no female could have exerted such tremendous force as had evidently been used. It was no less certain that robbery had been the motive, for a very large travelling trunk or box had been forced open, in spite of an unusually strong lock and 2 iron bands round it which were secured with padlocks. All the poor creature's clothes had been turned out of the box, and were scattered about the floor, as well as her jewellery. Nothing in that way being taken. Now what did that prove? It proved this. The murderer, with the cunning of a devil, knew that in such a place to possess himself of her jewellery, valuable as it was, would almost certainly lead to his detection. No, it was neither her jewellery nor her clothes he wanted, but the nuggets and gold dust her husband had brought from the diggings. No one could swear to gold dust or nuggets, and both were plentiful. The diggers, especially sailors, were constantly arriving from the diggings with hoards of gold, which they sold for ready cash far below their value. For at this early period, there was no regular exchange or agency for the purchase of the precious metal. The next question was, how did the murderer get into the room? Not by the door, for a dozen witnesses vowed that it was locked on the inside, and the key still in the lock when Jackson broke open the door. The only other entrance, then, was by the window, 25 feet from the ground. There was no indication that a ladder had been used, and so the theory was that the murderer had secreted himself under the bed, and when his fiendish work was completed, he had gone out by the window, climbed up by means of an iron gutter pipe to the roof, and had then descended into the house through a skylight. Now came the most important question of all. Who was the murderer? At the time of the crime there were nearly 40 people staying in the boarding house, mostly men, a good many of them being sailors. The police arrangements of the town were very primitive, and by no means equal to coping with such a mysterious tragedy. And unfortunately, not an atom of evidence could be got that would have justified the arrest of any individual. The result was the mystery was destined to remain a mystery forever, and the times were too exciting and too changing for such a crime, even as that, to long occupy the public mind. And so, almost with the burying of the flaxen-haired woman who had been so cruelly done to death, the tragedy was forgotten for a time. 3 months later, however, its memory was revived by the arrival of Mr. Harvey. He had written 2 or 3 times to his wife, had received no answer, had got alarmed, and had come to see what was the matter. The news almost drove him off his mind, for he had been passionately attached to his wife. He stated that he had left her with about £10,000 worth of gold, and he now offered to give anyone £5,000 worth of gold who would bring the murderer to justice. The offer, however, proved of no avail. Not the faintest clue could be obtained. Jackson had taken charge of the murdered woman's effects, and these he handed to the husband, who certified his belief that they were all correct except the gold, which was in nuggets and dust, one nugget alone being valued at between £2,000 and £3,000. And so the poor husband departed, an utterly changed and broken man. Another person in the community had also changed considerably. This was Jackson, the boarding house keeper. He generally bore the character of being a steady, industrious man, but he had suddenly developed a craving for drink, and as a consequence neglected his business, which of course declined, the result being an opposition house was started, and Jackson's once flourishing boarding establishment lost all its custom. Jackson drank harder than ever then, and even his wife gave way to the vice. At length, a year after the murder, Jackson sold off his effects, and he and his wife took their passage for England in a ship called the Gloriana. This ends the first part of the record, but the sequel, startling and inexplicable, has yet to be told. The Gloriana was a large, full-rigged clipper ship, one of a line trading between the mother country and the colonies. She was commanded by a hard-headed Scotchman, Captain Norman Douglas, who was well known in the trade, and in fact was one of the most popular skippers on that route. He bore the reputation of being a singularly conscientious and truthful man, and utterly without sentiment or superstition. There are no doubt plenty of people still living who were acquainted with him, who would unhesitatingly endorse this statement. The Gloriana had a fair complement of passengers, first and second class. Amongst the first class were Jackson and his wife. It is necessary, in order to make what follows more clearly intelligible, to describe one portion of the ship. She was fitted with what was known in the old days as a monkey poop, with an alloway or passage running on each side. This passage was reached from the main deck by 3 or 4 wooden steps. Right aft, a short flight of steps led to the poop, on which was a hurricane house with a companionway, going down to the cuddy, or as is now called, the saloon. In the break of the poop, flush with the main deck, so that his window and door faced the bows of the vessel, was the captain's stateroom, and alongside of his door was the entrance to the cuddy from the main deck. The Jackson's cabin was the first in the cuddy on the left-hand side on entering, and next to the captain's, though it must be remembered that the captain had to come out of the cuddy to get into his room. That is, his door opened from the main deck, whereas the Jackson's opened from the cuddy and consequently at right angles with the captain's. The vessel made a splendid passage through Bass's Straits, the weather being magnificent, but it was noted with some astonishment that the Jacksons rarely appeared on deck, but remained in their cabin, and it was whispered about that Mr. Jackson was almost constantly muddled more or less with drink. He and his wife kept to themselves, and seemed to carefully avoid their fellow passengers. One night, when the ship was well out in the South Pacific and bowling along under double-reefed topsails, Captain Douglas was sleeping soundly in the middle watch, when his door was suddenly opened, and Jackson precipitated himself into his room, dressed only in his nightshirt. He was ghastly pale, was trembling like an aspen leaf, and seemed to be suffering from the effects of a terrible fright. Naturally thinking that something was the matter, the captain sprang from his bed and was surprised to find Jackson on his knees, his lips blanched, his face streaming with a cold perspiration. "What is the meaning of this?" the captain demanded. "For God's sake, save me!" Jackson moaned in terror. "Save you from what and whom?" asked the captain, thinking that this passenger was suffering from delirium tremens. "From her," groaned the man. "She all but lured me into the sea, but I broke the spell in time and rushed in here." This extraordinary remark naturally tended to confirm the captain's idea about the delirium, and so he soothed his passenger as well as he could, and then led him back to his cabin, where he noted that Mrs. Jackson was soundly asleep in her bunk. He helped Jackson into his bunk, tucked him well up with the clothes, and left him. And as he came out of the cuddy onto the deck to reach his own room again, he started back until he all but fell, for it seemed to him that a flash of brilliant light had almost blinded him, while something soft touched his face. He thought that this might be a seabird, but what was the light? It was the second mate's watch, and that officer was walking the poop, while the portion of the crew on duty were lying or sitting about in the waist of the vessel. "Mr. Harrington," sang out the captain to the second mate, "what was that light?" "What light, sir?" asked the officer in astonishment. "Why, didn't you see a brilliant flash of light?" "No, sir," answered the officer, thinking the captain must have been indulging in a little too much grog. "Ahoy there, you fellows," roared the skipper to the watch on deck. "Where did that light come from?" "What light, sir?" asked several voices. "Good heavens, did you not see a flash of bright light?" exclaimed the captain angrily, for he thought he was being made a fool of. "No, sir, we saw no light," answered the crew unanimously. Captain Douglas was mystified. What did this mean? Was it a delusion? Had he been made a fool of by his senses, or what? He went into his cabin again with his mind strangely disturbed. The ship was sailing splendidly, a heavy sea running after her, a gale was blowing, the sky was clear, the stars shining brightly, and neither in sea nor sky was there anything to account for that flash of light, or that something that had touched him. His officer and his men could not have been in collusion, and therefore Captain Douglas came to the conclusion that he had been made a fool of by his own senses. Though, taken in connection with Jackson's strange remarks, Captain Douglas was affected as he had never been affected before. Next day, the crew told one another that the old man had been soaking himself. Captain Douglas was unusually thoughtful. He invited Jackson to his cabin and asked him what had been the matter with him during the night. Jackson appeared to be very ill, with a scared, cowed expression in his face. "I don't know," he replied, a little sullenly. "I think I must have been dreaming." "Well, I hope you won't dream like that again," remarked the captain, and then he told his own experience. As he heard this, Jackson seemed to grow terrified again, and he groaned between chattering teeth. "Heaven pity me, then, it's a reality." "What is?" asked the astonished captain. Jackson covered his face with his hands as he answered. 3 times since we left Melbourne I have seen the vision of a woman, and she tries to lure me into the sea." He shuddered, like one who was seized with palsy. A few hours before this, Captain Douglas would have roared with incredulous laughter had he been told such a thing. Now he was solemnly silent, for his own experience, the touch and the flash of light, permitted of no explanation that he could furnish. And so this tough old sailor, who had sailed the salt seas from his youth and braved the perils of the deep in all parts of the world, was seized with a nameless fear that he could not allay. The good ship continued to bowl along before favouring gales, until she drew into the stormy ocean that roars around Cape Horn. During this time, Jackson was seldom seen except for an hour or two in the early part of the day, when he and his wife would promenade the poop. He seemed to have changed very much. Everyone on board said that he looked 10 years older since leaving Melbourne. His hair had blanched, his face was pallid and wrinkled, his eyes were restless, as if from fear. The vessel fell in with terrific weather off the Horn. Monstrous icebergs and field ice made navigation perilous, while the hurricane's wrath lashed the ice-strewn ocean into mountainous waves. The ship could only pursue her course under storm sails, and only then by ceaseless vigilance being exercised on the part of all the crew. For nearly a week the captain was on deck, snatching an hour or two's sleep as best he could during the 24. One night, when the Gloriana had nearly doubled the Horn, the weather seemed to grow worse, so that it became necessary to heave the ship to under a close-reefed main topsail. The sky was inky in its blackness. Not a star shone out from the ebony vault, but over the sea were vast flashing fields of phosphorescent foam, as the giant waves broke with an awful roar. While looming in the blackness were ponderous icebergs, whose hollows the sea thundered. Now and again, unusually terrific squalls came howling up from the south, bringing showers of jagged ice and hailstones as big as marbles. It was a night of horror and danger such as those who have never sailed in that stormy southern ocean can form but a faint conception of. Vigilant and anxious, and clad in heavy sea boots and oilskins, Captain Douglas stood on the poop with the chief mate, the second mate and several of the crew being on the forecastle straining their eyes on the lookout for the ice. While both in the main and foretop, a man was lashed also upon the lookout. Suddenly, as the captain and chief officer stood together at the break of the poop, sheltering themselves under the lee of a tarpaulin lashed in the rigging, the captain staggered, and seizing the officer's arm, exclaimed hoarsely, "My God, what is that?" And well might he so exclaim, for to his horrified gaze there appeared on the main deck a mass of trembling lights that in an instant seemed to change into a woman's figure. A woman with long, streaming fair hair, while around her white neck a scarf was twisted. The captain and his mate were transfixed with horror, for they both saw it. But they were to see an even more fearsome sight yet. The apparition rose, waving her arms the while, and floating out over the howling waste of black, writhing waters. And as she rose there, suddenly darted from the cabin doorway the half-naked Jackson, his hair streaming in the wind. The apparition still waved her arm, still floated out away from the ship, and then, before the terror-stricken men who witnessed the awful sight could move to stop him, the wretched man uttered a scream of despair and fear that froze the blood of those who heard it, and with one bound he leapt into the boiling waters. And at that instant the apparition disappeared like a flash of lightning. It was some moments before either of the two men had sufficiently recovered to speak. Then they asked each other if their senses had fooled them. But the captain, remembering his former experience, rushed to Jackson's cabin. Mrs. Jackson was alone in it, and she was sleeping. It was no delusion then. Jackson had jumped overboard, lured by that ghost from the sea. It was impossible to make the slightest attempt to save him. He had gone down into the black and boiling waters, never to rise again. Mrs. Jackson was not informed of her husband's suicide until the following day, and when she heard of it she fell down in a swoon, and, on recovering, it was found that she had lost her reason, so that it was necessary to watch and guard her for the rest of the voyage. On arrival in England, it was deemed prudent to place her in an asylum, where she died 6 months later. No word ever escaped her lips that would have tended to elucidate the awful mystery. She seemed to be tortured with some indescribable anguish, and from morning till night she paced to and fro, wringing her hands and moaning piteously. But to those who witnessed that appalling scene off Cape Horn when Jackson went to his doom, the mystery required no explanation, for it explained itself. And that explanation was that it was he who had murdered poor Mrs. Harvey, and the phantom of his victim had lured him to a terrible death. End of A Ghost from the Sea. Recording by Fable to Grave.
Story 14 of Stories Weird and Wonderful. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Colleen McMahon. Stories Weird and Wonderful by J.E. Muddock. Story 14. The Shining Hand. About the beginning of the present century, Mr. Lawrence Greenwood, commercial traveller and debt collector, left London on a periodical visit to the north, his ground extending as far as Edinburgh and Glasgow, and some of the towns of Fifeshire. Mr. Greenwood represented, and had done for over a quarter of a century, the celebrated firm of Lovell, Boyd and Lovell, who were general merchants and manufacturers. They had a trade which practically extended all over the British Islands, for their goods bore a reputation second to none. However, it is not with the firm we have to deal, but with their representative, Mr. Greenwood. This gentleman was accounted one of the most successful businessmen on the road, and was held in the very highest esteem by his employers. On his outward journeys he invariably had with him a number of very valuable samples, mainly consisting of jewelry, and when returning he was generally the bearer of considerable sums of money, which he had collected, in addition to his samples. Knowing, of course, the risks to which he was exposed from attacks of footpads, highwaymen, and other desperadoes who infested the roads, he was always well armed, and, being an exceedingly powerful man, he was calculated to prove an ugly customer, had anyone ventured to attack him. But in addition, he was always accompanied by a servant. For some years his servant and travelling companion had been an Irishman named Hugh Dewey, who was conspicuous no less than his master for gigantic physique and dauntless courage. Hugh's probity was supposed to be too powerful for any temptation. In fact, so high did he stand in the estimation of the firm and Mr. Greenwood that they would have trusted him with untold money. It used to be said of Hugh Dewey that he was honesty itself. However, on one occasion when master and man went to the north, Hugh Dewey mysteriously disappeared, and with him a case containing money and valuables to the extent of several £1,000s, and, though every means possible were taken to trace him, they proved unavailing, and so the firm suffered the loss, and they expressed themselves in no measured terms against the Irishman. It was during the return journey from Scotland that Dewey disappeared. He and his master had posted from Edinburgh in exceedingly bad weather. They had, in fact, delayed their starting from Edinburgh, owing to the reports of flooded roads and bridges washed away. But as there seemed to be no immediate signs of a change, the travellers determined to face all the risks, Mr. Greenwood being very anxious to get home, as one of his daughters was going to be married, and he had promised to be back in time for the wedding. They proceeded without adventure, though not without difficulty, owing to the state of the roads, as far as the border. They had come by way of Hawick, as Mr. Greenwood had business in that town, and, leaving there in the morning, they had driven by way of Castleton, where they stayed the night, hoping to reach Carlisle the next day. The day broke, however, with a deluge of rain, and so bad were the roads that rapid progress was impossible. In fact, in some parts the river Liddell, which is skirted by the road, had overflowed its banks, and greatly added to the danger that beset the travellers. At that time the road between Castleton and Carlisle was exceedingly wild, and was difficult to traverse, even in good weather, for it was badly kept, the traffic being small. But in such weather as then prevailed, none but hardy travellers with pressing business would have ventured to use it. "There is one thing," remarked Mr. Greenwood to his companion. "We are not likely to be troubled with any gentlemen of the road." "Indade, no, sir," exclaimed Hugh. "But even if they were to pay us any attention, I'd fight to the last ounce of me blood, knowing what's in the box. By me faith, but if one of the rascals got hold of that he might retire from business and live comfortably for the rest of his days. If I had as much as is in there, I'd go home to me native place and marry swate Catherine O'Flanagan. Arrah, how me mouth wathers when I think of her wid her pertaty patch, and the pigs and the small farm." "Why, if she has a farm," exclaimed Mr. Greenwood, "you should lose no time in marrying her. You and she would do well with a small farm between you." "Faith, sir, she wouldn't have me unless I'd some money of me own. You see, she's a widdy, and she's the most beautiful creature that ever the sun shone on, while, as for offers of marriage, she gets 2 and 3 every blessed day of her life. But she's through to me, and, says she, 'Hugh,' she says, 'when you've a small fortune to put to mine, we'll get married, but not before. By the powers, though, I don't see how I'm to get the fortune except by a windfall.'" When the subsequent events happened that I shall relate, Mr. Greenwood remembered this conversation, and it caused him to entertain suspicion against Hugh that otherwise he would not have done. In spite of every effort they made to reach Carlisle that day, they found themselves towards the evening in the exceedingly lonely neighbourhood of the Solway Moss. A few miles ahead was the little place called Longtown, where they might have got good accommodation for the night, but not only was their horse knocked up with the unusual exertion it had gone through with the heavy roads, but to proceed in the dark would have been to court disaster. They therefore resolved to stay at a hostelry called the Bell, which stood back from the road a little, and at the very head of the moss. The house did not bear the best of reputations, though the worst that had been urged against it was that it was the resort of smugglers, who used to run cargoes of French brandy, tobacco, and laces up the Solway Firth. This might or might not have been true, though the probabilities were in favour of its being true. The situation of the house was lonely in the extreme. There was no other habitation near for a considerable distance, and the Bell was exposed to every air from heaven, while the terrific gales that blew up the Firth beat so furiously on it that had the foundation not been good it must have been blown down. The bell was in the occupation of a man by the name of Chisholm. The family consisted of the father and mother, who were well advanced in years, and 3 sons, the youngest 23, the oldest about 30. They were stalwart fellows, and by no means prepossessing, for they were very dark-complexioned and much weather-beaten, owing to their calling of fishermen, and no doubt they led very hard lives. Mr. Greenwood had once before stayed in the house, and the old people had made him as comfortable as they could. On that occasion the 3 sons were away with their boat in the Firth, so that Mr. Greenwood did not see them. On arriving now, however, the 3 young men were at home, and at once busied themselves in unharnessing the horse, while the youngest of the 3 lifted the case of treasures out of the vehicle, though Mr. Greenwood met him at the door and relieved him of his burden, the young man remarking, "That box is pretty heavy, sir. There is something valuable in there, I warrant." To this Mr. Greenwood vouchsafed no reply, but handed the box to his servant Hugh, who at once carried it upstairs to his room. The old couple lost no time in preparing a hot supper for the weary travellers, while the horse was well rubbed down by the young men, fed with a bran mash, and warmly stabled for the night. Mr. Greenwood, having assured himself of this, for he was very considerate of his beast, ordered a large bowl of hot spiced ale with eggs in it, and invited all the family to partake of some with him. He retired upstairs to his room about 10 o'clock. Hugh Dewey's room adjoined his, and he found that the precious box had been taken into his servant's room. "You had better bring the box to me, Hugh," he said, as he prepared to divest himself of his boots. "Sure, sir. It's as safe with me as it is with you," answered Hugh. Mr. Greenwood, who was very tired and a little drowsy through the hot ale he had consumed, offered no objection to his servant retaining the box in his room, and having looked to the priming of his pistols and placed them under his pillow, he undressed, blew out the light, tumbled into bed, and was soon sound asleep in spite of the gale that was storming round the house, and the heavy rain that lashed the windows as if intent on shivering the glass to atoms. Mr. Greenwood did not wake very early. He had slept the sleep of the just, and awoke much refreshed and strengthened. The gale had abated, but the morning was sullen and gloomy, and a thick mist wreath was lying over the moss and stretching out to the Firth. Mr. Greenwood noted these things as, jumping out of bed, he drew aside the curtains of the little window, and looking at his massive gold repeater watch, saw to his surprise that it was 10 o'clock. "By Jove, I'm late," he mused, "and must get beyond Carlisle to-day." Then he hammered on the wall with the boot-jack and sung out, "Aye, Hugh there! Turn out, man, it's 10 o'clock." Mr. Greenwood now became absorbed in his toilet, so that 10 minutes elapsed before he remembered that Hugh had not responded. So he went to the servant's room, pushed open the door, and found that Hugh was not there. "Umph, the fellow's up," muttered Mr. Greenwood as he returned to finish his toilet. "But why the deuce didn't he call me?" 10 minutes later Greenwood descended, and the first person he met was the old woman. "Have you seen my servant?" he said. "No, sir. I didn't even know that he was about." "Dear me, that's strange. I suppose he is out somewhere. Well, just tell your sons, will you, to put the horse into the chaise at once. I must be off as soon as I've swallowed a mouthful of breakfast. Well, the lads are away to the fishing, but my old man will do it." At that moment the old man entered the house, bringing in some wood for the fire. "Have you seen that servant of mine, Mr. Chisholm?" said Greenwood. "'Deed no, master. I thought he was still in his bed." This reply caused the first suspicious thought to flash across Mr. Greenwood's mind, and, turning hastily, he ran upstairs to Hugh's room to look for the precious box. But he looked in vain. It was gone. Mr. Greenwood became white and red by turns. "My God!" he exclaimed. "The vagabond has sneaked off with the valuables." Mr. Greenwood could not be blamed for this thought, for Hugh's disappearance, taken in connection with his remarks of the previous evening, was certainly a strong piece of circumstantial evidence. In great distress, Mr. Greenwood ran downstairs and questioned the old people. They both expressed the greatest surprise and distress, and said that the lads had gone off about 4 o'clock, when the wind went down, and, as far as the old people knew, the doors were safely barred and bolted at that hour. Although Mr. Greenwood had his own thoughts about the sons, he did not express any suspicions, but, without waiting for his breakfast, he went off as fast as his horse would take him to Carlisle. He immediately lodged a complaint with the authorities in that city, and some of the city officers at once returned with him to make an investigation on the spot. The result of that investigation was to satisfy him that the 3 sons had really gone to the fishing at 4 o'clock in the morning, that Hugh was not with them, and that they had not aided him to get away. The conclusion arrived at, therefore, was this: Hugh had made his way to the shores of the Firth, and with some of the money he obtained from the box, he had hired a cutter to take him over to Ireland. The officers promised to try and get confirmation of this supposition, and Mr. Greenwood pursued his journey to London with all possible speed, his faith in human nature very much shaken, for he had hitherto considered Hugh Dewey to be the prince of honest fellows. Mr. Greenwood's firm used every possible means to obtain tidings of Hugh, a Bow Street officer being sent over specially to Ireland to the man's native place, but it was soon placed beyond doubt that Dewey had not gone there, so that his disappearance was wrapped in a great deal of mystery. 6 months later, we find Mr. Greenwood again journeying to the north, in company with a new servant, upon whom, however, he kept a very watchful and jealous eye. He resolved to spend a night at the Bell on his way up, his idea being to severely question the Chisholms about Hugh's disappearance, for, in spite of the investigation that had been made, he could not banish from his mind a shadowy suspicion that they could, if they liked, help to clear up the mystery. In fact, it had grown upon him during the months that had passed that the sons, if not the old people, had been party to Hugh's flight, and it was Mr. Greenwood's intention, if he saw the slightest signs to justify his suspicions, to have the Chisholms arrested and subjected to legal cross-examination. The weather was very different now to what it was when Mr. Greenwood had last been at the Bell. Summer was smiling over the land, and the moss was redolent of heather and wild flowers, while bees and butterflies flitted about in the glad sunshine. He arrived in the afternoon, and it struck him that the old people were by no means glad to see him. The sons were away with their boat, he was informed, but they were expected home in the course of the evening. The sun went down in a burst of splendor, sending up from the distant Firth flashes of light that glowed on trees and shrubs with a dazzling radiance. Then the twilight succeeded, gradually deepening to purple and darkness, and in the cloudless heavens the stars shone with a galaxy of glory. At 11 o'clock the sons had not returned, and, as the old people expressed an opinion that they were now not likely to return that night, Mr. Greenwood, feeling very disappointed, retired to rest. He did not sleep at first, but lay thinking and wishing that he could solve the mystery of Hugh Dewey. He had been very fond of the fellow, and to be deceived in him like this cut him to the quick. As he thus lay pondering, the moon rose full and round, filling the room with subdued light. Mr. Greenwood sprang out of bed, looked at his watch, noting that it was 12:30. Then he drew aside the curtain and peered out. The night was glorious. The sky was a brilliant splendor of stars, and the pale silver of the moon threw a weird sheen over the landscape, away in the east the Firth glittering like a polished shield. As Mr. Greenwood gazed on the witching scene, he observed what he took to be a will-o'-the-wisp flitting about in the moss. It did not flit far, however, but hovered over a particular spot, and presently, to Mr. Greenwood's imagination, it assumed some outline resemblance to a human hand. He was not without superstition, and had a considerable belief in supernatural visitations, for railways and telegraphs had not yet chased ghosts and hobgoblins from their favourite haunts. "I declare it's a corpse light," muttered Mr. Greenwood, with a slight shudder, and, dropping the curtain, he sprang into bed, and perhaps he did pull the clothes up somewhat unusually high about his face. However, he soon fell asleep, but how long he slept he was never able to say. He woke up with a strange sense of chilliness, although the night was warm, almost sultry, and as he became fully conscious to his surroundings, an uncanny creepiness thrilled him as he saw with amazement that the will-o'-the-wisp, or corpse light, as he had called it, had come into the room, and was distinctly visible, notwithstanding the effulgence of the moon. Mr. Greenwood was undoubtedly a brave man where things earthly were concerned, but he honestly confessed to a shrinking that was akin to fear in regard to the inexplicable. As he rubbed his eyes now to assure himself that he was really awake, he saw before his astonished gaze a distinct and perfect hand with part of the wrist. It was bright and shining, and seemed to glow with a metallic radiance. When he first saw it, it was perfectly still, floating seemingly over the foot of the bed. But presently it moved very slowly, and with a gliding, graceful motion, to the door, and without a sound it drew back the bolts, turned the key, threw open the door, and pointed its index finger into the abysmal blackness of the outer passage. If Mr. Greenwood's hair did not altogether stand erect on his head, a cold perspiration did most certainly break out and stream down his body as he gazed like one hypnotized on this phantom hand. What did the phenomenon portend? At that moment Mr. Greenwood made no attempt to explain the mystery, but sat bolt upright, staring with fixed eyes on the shining hand, which was now motionless, with the fingers still pointing to the passage. Mr. Greenwood could never tell how long he remained staring in a state of awed fascination at that wonderful sight. But suddenly it seemed to him that he must at all hazards make an attempt to solve the mystery, and he sprang out of bed. Then the hand floated slowly into the passage, and, like one who was drawn on by some irresistible magnetic influence, he followed. At the end of the passage was a rough ladder or stairway, used to gain access to a garret by means of a trap-door in the ceiling. The hand floated up these steps, with the index finger pointing upward. Still under the influence, Mr. Greenwood mounted the ladder, pushed aside the trap, entered, and found himself in an extensive loft, with the roof sloping down on each side. The place was obviously a receptacle for a heterogeneous collection of lumber. There were old fishing nets, broken oars, cork floats, pieces of rope, broken boxes, heaps of paper, and other things of a like sort. There was a skylight in each side of the roof, and these two skylights admitted a great deal of the moonlight, but there were corners necessarily which were shrouded in shadow. Into these corners the shining hand floated, and its radiating light rendered the various objects that came within its influence perfectly distinct. Presently it shone over something that made Mr. Greenwood stagger. That something was his own travelling box that had disappeared when Dewey went away. It was a box peculiar to commercial travellers, being almost square with a flush lid, the whole encased with leather and secured with 2 brass bands which were made to be fastened with small padlocks, in addition to the ordinary lock, which was unusually strong. The box was now split and broken. It had evidently been smashed open with a heavy hammer or similar instrument. If Mr. Greenwood had really had any fear, it left him as he thus discovered a portion of his lost property, and the movement of the phantom hand had now an intelligent meaning for him. It had revealed to him his lost box, and that was a link. But what Mr. Greenwood thought was this: Hugh Dewey had leagued himself with the Chisholms, feeling, perhaps, that unless he shared the plunder with them, he would not get away. The 3 keys, for there were 3, one for each padlock and one for the center lock, were on the night of the robbery in Mr. Greenwood's possession, and no amount of ordinary force would have opened the box, which was made of stout oak. For one man to have carried it away would very severely have taxed his powers, and it was a consideration of this fact which had caused Mr. Greenwood to suspect that some of the Chisholms must have been party to the robbery. He had dwelt and dwelt upon that one idea until it had become a conviction in him that Dewey had had a confederate, and it was in the hope that he might be able to trace that confederate that he decided to revisit the bell. These thoughts passed rapidly through his mind as he stood contemplating the wreck of his travelling case, which certainly would have escaped the eye of a casual observer, for it was thrown amongst a heap of rubbish of all kinds, including broken packing cases. When the hand had thus made its revelation, it floated down through the trapdoor, and Greenwood followed. When he reached the passage, there was the phantom hand stationary, with the index finger pointing towards the stairs that led to the lower story. Mr. Greenwood was a little puzzled at first to understand what this meant, and he stood irresolute until it struck him that he was to go downstairs. But he was in his night-clothes, so he returned to his room and hastily slipped on his trousers, coat, and boots, then went out into the passage once more. Sure enough, there was that marvellous sight still, the shining hand, spreading around it a light that made things faintly visible, and controlled, as was obvious, by some intelligent will. It was wonderful, thrilling, and startling, but Mr. Greenwood was too absorbed then to be startled. He felt that he was being made the instrument to bring criminals to justice, and clear up what had so long been a mystery. Following the hand, he descended the stairs, and he was conscious of treading with the greatest care, so as to make no noise and thus avoid the risk of awakening anyone in the house. When the entrance door to the house was reached, the luminous hand, much to Mr. Greenwood's amazement, slipped the bars and bolts and opened the door with absolute silence, and then floated out into the open, and of course Greenwood followed. But now he was bewildered, for he could not comprehend why he was being taken outside. The moonlight was most brilliant, so that the lustre of the hand was lessened, but still it was perfectly visible, and it moved towards the moss. It is necessary to explain that this moss was an extensive tract of quagmire and bog, overgrown with bog cotton, rushes, and heather. There were beaten tracks through it, worn by the country people and fishermen as they passed to and from the sea. Streams also flowed through, creating in parts very dangerous places, into which a person unacquainted with them might plunge, in which case he would most certainly have been lost forever. But Greenwood was not conscious of the slightest misgivings or fear. Though he knew nothing from actual experience of the moss, he knew that it bore an evil reputation, and was exceedingly dangerous to strangers attempting to traverse its intricacies. But Greenwood was inspired with courage and confidence by the sight of that phantom hand, and whither it led he followed. And he followed it down one of the beaten tracks until it reached the spot, so far as he could judge, where from his window he had seen what he then supposed was a will-o'-the-wisp. Now it hovered and flitted to and fro just like a will-o'-the-wisp, though its radius was very limited. Mr. Greenwood would have been obtuse indeed if he had not speedily come to the conclusion that there was something buried there. But he could not dig, because he had no implements. So what he did was this. He took off a silk handkerchief he had round his neck, and with his knife he pegged it on that spot of ground, and almost at that instant the shining hand vanished. Mr. Greenwood went back to the house feeling somewhat dazed and bewildered. He found the door unfastened, and he had no difficulty in getting in. But when he reached his room he was under the impression that he had certainly been dreaming, and to assure himself that he had not, he lit his candle and mounted to the loft again, and there, sure enough, he beheld the broken box. And now a terrible thought began to haunt him, a thought that worked him into a fever of excitement, and at last he crept downstairs, having fully attired himself. He got into the stables, and saddling a horse set off at full speed to Carlisle, where he lost no time in obtaining an interview with the mayor. He did not tell him, however, anything about the shining hand, fearing that he might be taken for a fool or a madman. But he stated that he had strong grounds for believing that the Chisholms had been guilty of a crime, and he requested that a warrant might be made out for their arrest, and that efficient and armed officers might be sent back with him to execute the warrant. On the strength of this definite statement the warrant was duly prepared, and 6 men sent to the Bell. The first thing Greenwood did then was to get 2 of them to dig in the moss where he had pegged his handkerchief, and very soon the sickening fear that had been haunting him was realized, for the diggers came across the half-decomposed corpse of Hugh Dewey. At the gruesome sight Mr. Greenwood nearly fainted, and he wept like a child when he remembered how he had suspected poor Dewey of being the thief. The sequel is soon told. The Chisholms were all arrested on the charge of murder, and subsequently the youngest son made a clean breast of the affair, and he stated that he and his 2 brothers determined to murder Dewey and bury him in the swamp, as his disappearance would give rise to the suspicion that he had stolen the box. He was killed by being struck on the head with a hammer while asleep, and the box was carried out and smashed up, and the property equally shared, and before daylight came the body had been disposed of and the broken box hidden away in the lumber loft. The old people, although they had no hand in the crime, were cognizant of it and received a share of the plunder. At the trial which ensued in due course, they were sentenced to transportation for life, while the 3 sons were condemned to death. The sentence on the youngest was subsequently commuted, but the others paid the penalty of their wrong. Mr. Greenwood never divulged by what means he discovered the crime, which was actually committed at the time and spot described, and was for long the talk of the countryside. Nobody could be found to take the Bell, which gradually fell into ruins, and at last razed to the ground as an accursed place. The remains of poor Dewey were conveyed to his native village at the expense of Mr. Greenwood's firm, and a marble monument was placed above his grave. Much curiosity was naturally evinced to know how Mr. Greenwood had unearthed the crime so long afterwards, but he made no attempt to satisfy the curiosity. He did, however, write a long and circumstantial account of the mysterious appearance of the Shining Hand. That paper was kept by his family with many others after his death, and it is from the particulars given in that musty old manuscript that this story has been compiled. End of Story 14. Recording by Colleen McMahon.